All right, greetings, family. This is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. So we're gonna try this one more time. I started reading to you guys 2 days ago this excerpt that came down like a ton of bricks this week. Greetings, everybody. And so I wanted to finish that reading because it's important. It's important. And it's interesting because I'd already been saying that within the context of running this campaign, that I am going to launch a separate YouTube channel that is just going to be for my campaign. I'm running for office, for those of you who do not know, right? And so, what I was saying is part of that project to launch a YouTube channel for my campaign, that I was going to do 2 lives a week. One was going to be a political education and civics lesson, and the second one would be just like updates about the campaign, upcoming events, that type of stuff, right? But until that, I want to read this to you. I know I have another book that I've already committed to reading, but this is really important, and and it's countdown time for this election. So what I started, for those of you who do not know, and I'm just going to read this through quick because I have a ton of other things to do today. um, so I started reading a couple days ago an excerpt from a timestamp that was left on an old reading of the same one. So about 4 years ago, I read this book on my channel called "The Great Cosmic Mother: Rediscovering the Religion of the Earth." This is the book, right? And when I've never just voluntarily, just on the strength, gone back and re-listened to the reading of this book. If I need something from the book, I'll just go straight through the book. So I never go back. The only time I ever go back to those readings is when somebody who is new, who is listening to the readings, leaves a timestamp. If somebody leaves a timestamp on any video that I have ever done, I'm going to go back and listen, one, to the timestamp, and if it's significant enough, I'll go back and listen to the whole thing. So this woman 2 days ago sent me a timestamp from an old reading I did 4 years ago, and it blew my whole mind. It blew my whole mind. Blew my whole mind. Yes, it did. About how currently relevant it is. So that's all the intro I'm going to do. I would encourage you to donate to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I have 14 weeks left to make this campaign happen. This shit takes funding. It takes support. And right now, I'm doing everything by myself while I build this committee. So if you want to support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, there are several ways you can do that. EVO, this is my email, EvoEmeTemp That's EvoEmeTemp, EvoEmeTemp EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That email you can do several things with. You can send a Zelle donation. You can send a PayPal donation. You can send me an email to inquire about divination. You can also get the link to the active GoFundMe that I have going on right now. And that's pretty much it, I think. Oh, and if you are interested in attending the workshop, it's a Zoom workshop that I'm teaching tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, called The Mysteries and the Magic of the Lower Palace. And you have to register for that workshop. So if you want the link to register for that workshop, that is at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow. Also, EvoEmeTemp Go ahead and yeah, go ahead and send me an email. Also, you can send a Cashapp at $daughter of the Fates, FATES. You can send a donation through PayPal at Cassandra, CASSANDRA at gmail.com. I mean, no, CASSANDRA Floyd, FLOYD. That is to send a Venmo. Also, I have jewelry. So the website for the jewelry is DaughterOfTheFates, FATES.etsy.com. That's DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. I would encourage you, because there's only 2 days left. Right now, I have a 25% off sale happening on my Etsy store. After on Monday, I will be putting the store in vacation mode until after the election. That is June 2nd. So take advantage of the 25% off. There's tons of books on there. There's ritual tools. There's conspiracies. And there's tons of dope jewelry like such. Okay. So these are ritual necklaces that I had done. And these are the last two. So if you are interested in these are real scarabs. These are real scarabs, and this is real snake skin behind the scarab. So these talismans, they'll come with a little write-up to tell you what the talisman is for, how it was made, so on and so forth. But these are real snake skin with real scarabs. These are the last two that I have left. So if you're interested in those, this would be the opportune time to purchase them, as they are 25% off until tomorrow. Okay. Sunday is the 1st. I'm shutting the page down. I got too much to do. So that's some of the jewelry. I made this one for myself because it was the only charm that I could find like it. So you see the little goddess charm in there and snake skin as well on the back of that. So that's my personal one. And then I made this today, this morning, as a matter of fact. I had been, I pulled out all of my feathers because I collect feathers like a wild person. These are all wild crafted. These are all, I went out into the wilderness. These are all out from the wilderness. And I was like, what am I going to do with these white feathers? And at first I was thinking about coloring them. So I bought some Rit dye. I was like, yeah, I'm just going to color them. But I was like, you know what? I'm feeling the white. So this morning, it took me about 3 hours. I pulled out all my little charms. So I got all kinds of little charms on here. Y'all probably can't see them, but I've got like all three of my astrological symbols. I got the little double-edged X right there. I got goddesses all over the place. Crystal pieces, bells, goddesses up here, all kind of stuff. So anyway, I made that one this morning. I was really kind of happy about it. It's been a long time since I've been inspired to create. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to sit right here until I finish it. So that's how it came out. I got spiders on here. I got this cool ass little dagger with a snake on it. See that little dagger with the snake on it? You know what I'm saying? So I got all kinds of cool little charms on there. Right? So yeah, so there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of dope stuff on the Etsy store. So if you want to get yourself one of these talismans, these are the last two left forever. These are the last two left because the snake skin, these are the last two scarabs. The snake skin is almost gone too. So, you know, so if you want a snake skin charm, a snake skin amulet, you can still get that. And I'll just have to let you know what your options are in terms of alternatives for the scarabs. Those are the last two scarabs left. Again, the sale is over tomorrow. So you've been warned. Okay. I think that is everything I want. So those are all the ways that you can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and, and then there's one more thing I want to say. So over the last maybe 2 years, there have been people who are just so lovely and they think about me, and it's always like very nice, and it's better than nice. It's like it's like I've been really lonely for the last maybe 3 months. I think it's going around but especially here in California. So many of the people that I know, are just really, everybody's kind of holed up. Everybody's kind of retreating. Everybody's staying at home. People aren't going out too much. People are kind of shell shocked from the last year. And so I haven't seen much of anybody. I rarely go out, and so I've just been up in this house. Sometimes 16 hours will go by and my mouth hasn't opened in terms of talking, speaking, anything like that. Right. And I think that the goddess got an attitude with me because I I will sit down to do some things and I will turn on the TV, right? You know, just background noise, not even paying attention, just background noise. 3 days ago, I lost my remote control and have not been able to find it yet. The first day I was so mad, when I tell you seething hot. I was like, where the hell is my goddamn remote control? And then yesterday I kind of conceded, because there ain't no place to go in my apartment. I conceded that she probably hiding it from me so I could not be distracted by the TV, you feel me? So so I still haven't found my remote control. So I just took it as a hint that she didn't want me watching TV for a little while, because I just know what's going to happen. As soon as I'm not looking for it, it's going to be in the most obvious place, and I'm going to feel like a douchebag, because I literally spent hours day before yesterday looking for my remote control. Haven't found it to this day. You know what I'm saying? And ain't been nowhere. So anyway, so getting used to the quiet again, but feeling kind of lonely and haven't seen many people or whatever. And then yesterday I came back from lunch and there was a box on my porch. And I was like, who sent me something? I don't get shit. Like, who sent me something? You feel me? And if it was my mom or my daughter, they would have told me. You feel me? So I want to share with y'all what I got in the mail yesterday. I was really hyped. I felt loved yesterday. Look at this beautiful box. Isn't this box beautiful? I was like, what's this? What's this? Look at this beautiful box. So let me show you the big thing last. It came with all kinds of little goodies in it. I was like, it came with a little rose quartz. It came with, y'all know I'm obsessed with ink pens. I'm always cussing because all my pens are always empty. It came with this beautiful pen and this rose water spray. And this, look at this cute little mirror. This little cute purse-size mirror. Isn't that cute? It came with this cute little oyster shell and this little rock, this little crystal, this little rock that came in it. Let me put that right up there. And then it came with this beautiful Black Madonna card. Look at that. Look at that. And it says, Holy Mother, full of grace, the presence is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb. May all who read these words be covered. May their wombs be restored. May their cycles be blessed. So mote it be. Isn't that lovely? Hold on. It came with some other cards in here. Mother Maya. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? And then there's another one that says, are you ready, sis? All the sisters gathered around her before she go into ceremony. The name of the company is In Flow. Here's another one. It says, it's time to get back in flow. These cards are beautiful. It's time to reclaim your womb. And this is from Chandra Namaskar. So I had completely forgotten about it. She had emailed me about 2 months ago to tell me that she had written a book and would I be interested in receiving a copy of the book that she just released. And so look, it's called In Flow. So she's a womb specialist. And this is the book that she just released called In Flow. And so I'm like, look at that. I got gifts. Somebody really likes me. Anyway, I don't know how that happened. But anyway, so yes, that's what I got yesterday. So it made my day. I've been feeling kind of pouty in the mouth this box is gorgeous though. Look at that. The box that it came in. Isn't that gorgeous? As a matter of fact, let me take a minute. Because what I should do is, I don't know if this will work, but we can try it. Because okay, so I'm going to give you her contact information in case you want to support the sister and buy her book. Let's see. So let's see if this will work. One of y'all can tell me if this works. She has like a what you call it? I guess it's a URL code on the card, and I'm gonna hold it close to the screen. Somebody tell me if you're able to like scan it that way. I'm gonna put her barcode up. I'm gonna put her barcode up so y'all can try to like get it. So I'm gonna hold it there for a second, and then I'm gonna hold it over here on YouTube for a second. See if y'all can get the 411 on it. It might not work because you don't have an email or website or nothing on there. So I'll do that. And then we're going to go ahead and get started with this reading. So thank you so much, sister. That it really did. You have no idea. Changed my whole disposition yesterday. It really did. It's really, really did. Oh. Okay. So, yes, we're going to get started because I'm not going to stay on here long. I got a lot to do, and I'm not going to do too many digressions today. Okay. All right. So we stopped on. Yeah, I don't think we got. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Peta says it works. If you want me to hold that up one more time so y'all can scan the QR code to support the sister. She has a lot of stuff. These beautiful cards, her new book, some crystals, moon salutations. I'll hold it over here on IG again. All right. Okay, great. All right. QB says she just followed it. That's awesome. That's what's up. Yeah, you on TikTok. Tell her that Cassandra referred you. Make sure you tell her that Cassandra referred you. Okay. All right. So I left off yesterday at the bottom of page 396. I didn't get very far because I got off on teaching y'all political education, which was very good. And I had many, many breakthroughs after I left y'all yesterday. So many breakthroughs. As a matter of fact, I'm going to talk to y'all about one. Should I talk to y'all about it now? Maybe I'll save it. But I had many breakthroughs after that political education I did with y'all yesterday. So anyway, we're going to start at the last paragraph on page 396 of The Great Cosmic Mother, Rediscovering the Religion of the Earth by Barbara Bohr. Okay. As for the ruling elites, to whom patriarchy has given manipulative power over both men and women, the war god has always been a profitable machine. Fueled by their money, it not only returns wealth many-fold, it also returns social order. Patriotism being so often a repressed form of revolutionary energy. Social order allows the ruling elite to enjoy the profits of war in relative peace. This machinery has worked for us for 4,000 years. Why stop now? So say the owners of the machinery, and so say the owners of the machinery as they collect the profits. In the past, war has always been something the ruling elite felt it could control or manage via money and political clout. That the mushrooming of the Bronze Age war gods. Shit, let's see. In the past, war has always been something the ruling elite felt it could control or manage via the money and political clout. That the mushrooming of the Bronze Age war gods into a nuclear god of global war threatens their own continuance seems to be overlooked data or an hypothesis they refuse to deal with. The global war god now looms over them, as well as over everything else on Earth. But this ontological challenge does not seem to be regulating the behavior of war financiers or the people engaged in weapons manufacture and sale, i.e., everyone underestimates the power of a god grown to global proportions in his material, as well as psychic manifestations. As further evidence of the logarithmic growth of various patriarchal war gods into global gods of war, It is the fact that the development of the world's male populations into primarily armies or military technicians or researchers of one kind or another has become the major global channel of male energy. In the third world countries, the army has also become the major mode of male survival. Oh, man, hold on. It's so hot. Hold on. It's 90 degrees today, y'all. It's winter time and it's 90 degrees. Hold on. See, I can get a better look at what I made today. See it pretty? I only got about, I don't know, 80 feathers that I still have to figure out what I'm going to do with. But I took them out the other day. I was like, I'm going to make some. Okay. Man, it's hot. All right. I don't know what that sound is. Okay. I just got a little lightheaded because it's so hot. You know what? As a matter of fact, sorry, one more thing. Let me grab a bottle of water too. All right. Yeah, as soon as I started reading, I got a little lightheaded, and I figured it's because I went for a walk earlier and I probably haven't drank enough water. Mm. All right, let's go. All right. So let's see. Um, As further evidence of the logarithmic growth of various patriarchal war gods into the global god of war is the fact that the development of the world's male populations into primarily armies or military technicians or researchers of one kind or another has become the major global channel of male energy. In the third world countries, the army has also become the major mode of male survival. I gotta stop. I gotta stop. Uh, um, Let me tell y'all something. Um, I got to tell y'all something. I said I wasn't going to stop, but this is teaching that we doing. You understand? And this is not teaching for the sake. I'm going to tell y'all this all the time because I don't know who's new, but I want to tell y'all something. I am not interested at all in people who just lay up on greetings, cosmic womb. Cosmic womb, would you happen to be Chandra? Cosmic womb, would you happen to be Chandra? Let me know. Okay, so anyway, what I was saying, man, is I'm not interested. Okay, all right, cool. I'm not interested, and I hope that we've been walking together long enough that y'all ain't interested in it either. That if y'all are here, if you are listening to anything I have to say, it is because you are listening for. Oh, okay, all right, Cosmic Womb. That if you are listening to my channel, if you've been listening to my channel any period of time, that you are listening, hopefully, to gain some type of information that will be applicable in your life. Do you understand what I'm saying? That will be applicable in your life. What I mean by applicable, for folks who don't know what I'm talking about, it means that something that I teach you, you will be able to keep and immediately apply in your actual life. It ain't just something you just keep, and then when you get into a what you call it, a conscious battle rap with somebody, you can pull from your banks something that I said that will make you sound smarter in your conscious battle rap. Ain't nobody here for that shit. Ain't nobody here for that shit. People are exhausted on that shit. Your ideas, what you say, you believe, has to be applicable in the goddamn world. Not only applicable in the goddamn world, I have to see, you should be able to see, we should be able to see in one another the evidence, the actual applied evidence of what you say you believe in your brain, in your behavior, in the world. All the time. All the time. Because I'm gonna say this shit until we win. Until we win, I'm gonna tell y'all, today is the day. Every day is the day. This shit is do or die. We have a world to seize possession of. This is our shit. It is not the personal possession of a few rogue, malignant motherfuckers who act like the only reason anybody else on earth lives is to service them, while they contribute nothing. When I tell you nothing, there is not a single billionaire on the whole of the globe that has contributed anything worthwhile to humanity. Every time you turn around, some billionaire that you big up as if he is just supposed to be a billionaire because he must have did something right to be a billionaire, and then you find out that everything he has been accredited with, quote, doing, he stole from somebody the fuck else. Every time. No, it's not just because he's good at managing his money. No, it's not that he just know the right ways to play the investment game. No. There ain't no such a thing, ain't no such a creature as a self-made billionaire. Not nowhere on the whole of the globe. For every billionaire, for every billion, for every $1 billion a billionaire has, 150,000 people had to work like a slave or had to die for that bitch to be rich, for that bitch to be opulently rich. Do you understand? So don't come up on here. Don't come up on here just listening, because I see that shit too much. Let me tell you something. people are perpetually uncomfortable with me. The more I'm talking about this campaign locally, the more I'm talking to people about, what are the items on my platform? What am I most passionate about? What are the bills and propositions I'm going to support and all of that type of shit? I can tell y'all something about that too. Goddamn. There are so many bills. There's so many propositions being put forward to pass, and the language is so insidious. There are, like, right now that I know of, there are about 4 propositions that are on the ballot in June. There are 4 propositions on the ballot in June that are funded by goddamn BlackRock. But you would not know it because of the language. Like, one is called what is it called? Something to the effect. I send my phone. Something to the effect of affordability for everyone. I was like, oh, that sound good. That sound like something I could get down with. And then the woman who was telling me about it, she was like, no, you can't get down with that. I said, why not, girl? Because I'm taking a crash course in California politics as I'm running this campaign, bitch. Right? And she was like, no, you don't want that one. I said, why not, girl? It's affordability for everybody. Ain't that what everybody talking about? It didn't Mom Donnie make that the popular catchphrase, affordability for everyone? Isn't that funded by fucking BlackRock? Funded by BlackRock, bitch. Funded by BlackRock. There's another proposition talking about what they call it? Something about a specific type of healthcare, a specific kind of health net, safety net and healthcare for seniors, right? I was like, oh, okay, yep, I can get down with that. She's like, nope, that's BlackRock too. I said, what the fuck? You understand me? Y'all better be reading these. If y'all gonna go out to these polls in June, if y'all gonna go out to these midterms in motherfucking November, do not vote against your own interests. These slick, diabolical, monstrously. I keep telling y'all, it's my mantra. It's my mantra. It's my mantra. It's your Bible and my mantra. What your Bible say? Your adversary is the author of all confusion. 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 If you do not believe me, go on back a few months when I read that whole rotten ass, what they call it, the Esther bill or whatever it was. What was it? The Esther thing, the Heritage Foundation was trying to pass or whatever the fuck. And I was like, why they Project Esther? That's what it was. I was like, why they call that Project Esther? I said, man, let me go on back and get up in this Bible and reread the book of Esther and see what these motherfuckers is plotting and scheming on. Because you know they plotting and scheming. I do not care. They are everything that there is nothing good that can come from those that are diabolical in nature. In their nature. That's why I still got an attitude with y'all about how y'all ran out to them polls to vote for goddamn Biden just on the strength of, well, anything but Trump. Anything but Trump, really? Then why didn't you vote independent, bitch? Anything but Trump, really? Why didn't you go and vote green, bitch? Anything but Trump, really? Y'all lying. Because I don't care. If everybody, because y'all keep drinking the same Kool-Aid they keep feeding y'all every 4 years, they like, damn, this shit is still working. Let's go. Let's get some more of this. Let's steal some more of their money. Let's go. They still ain't gonna vote for an alternative. They still act like there ain't but 2 people, 2 choices on the ballot. Fuck it, let's go. They still gonna vote for billionaires over working and grassroots organizing people. Let's go. Well, you don't want to waste your vote. Excuse you? When Fannie Lou Hamer had said that shit, Biden, you didn't have to see Biden name in no damn Epstein files to know he was a creepy ass molesting. He was so ballsy, so audacious that while he was running, while he was telling black people, you ain't really black if you don't vote for me. Imagine the audacity of this slimy motherfucker. Imagine. And black people still hightailed it to every corner of this country to put that pig in office. And that motherfucker 2 months later walked us into 2 aggressions. 2 months later, he walked us into this damn Russia Ukraine thing, and 6 months after that, October 7th. Trump didn't do that. He paved the way for it, but he didn't do that. Joe Biden did that with his homegirl Kamala that y'all love so much, and she ain't really got no control. Then what the fuck she up in there for? As the second in command, as the right hand man. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Your adversary is the author of all confusion. And because the title of some shit will sound good, your ass will vote for that shit, not read the fine print, and walk yourself up into a goddamn quagmire. This sister, I was just talking to her yesterday because she's a poller. She's doing polling. And so she was like, I want to talk to you about these 16 petitions that we're polling right now that we got to get signatures for, that are up, that are going up to be voted on, right? And she was like, just read through the titles real quick. So I'm like, boom, 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 boom. She didn't have no content, just the titles listed out on this piece of paper. I was like, oh, that sound all right. I'm going down the list. I was like, yep, that sound good. That sound good. Clean energy, that sound good. BlackRock, bitch. BlackRock, bitch. I said, now I got to go. Y'all gonna help me with this shit. I got to go and read with my highlighters and my ink pens and my little stars and shit with a fine tooth comb. I think it's shit. I think it's like 45 items that are going to be voted on in June. And so they're petitioning like hell to make sure that there are enough people signing the petitions to make sure that the thing that they're most passionate about passes. And so this is just telling me that the way because she runs a business. And so the way she pays people for petitioning, which is good money, by the way, if your ass is listening and you live in California, you live in Los Angeles, get up with me. Email me, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Because I said, well, how does that work? Because, we see all the people, they're like, ma'am, are you a registered voter? And you try to walk by as fast as you can, or you try not to give no eye contact or whatever, because you don't want to take no time to sign no petition, right? So I was the same way. I'm like, I don't want to do it. I did it already, or whatever. So she's put me on. This is yesterday. She's saying, look, the way these petitions pay, she says, I'm a contractor, so I will choose the petitions that I want to have my workers go out with. I typically try to choose those items that I agree with politically. She said, I can buy whatever I want. She said, but I try to make a priority those propositions that I actually agree with, I actually unite with. And she said, but this is the list so far that you need to be looking at and tell me what you think just by the title that she gave me. She gave me 16 titles, baby. 16. That ain't nothing. Out of the 16 titles that she gave me, I'm like, oh, that's put a little star by that. That sound good. That sound good. Just off the title, just off the wording of the title. That sound good. That sound good. That sound like something I can get down with. Do. 6 of the 16, man. 6, almost half. 6 of the 16 are funded by BlackRock. So what this means is, and so the problem is there's a ton. It's so diabolical. There is a ton of companies who do this petitioning, right? And the way that these working class people, don't nobody want to be doing that kind of shit, no petitioning. Ain't nobody out on the street doing no petitioning because they just passionate about the process. A motherfucker need to eat. You feel me? Because I've always said that shit. I was like, damn, that's got to be a fucked up job. To just be sitting out in the hot ass sun all day trying to get people who obviously don't want to do this shit to sign these petitions, right? Baby, let me tell you something. These propositions, they're drafted and they're funded by somebody. The people that are funding them will determine how much they pay for each signature. You get paid for each signature. So with her company, the lowest amount per signature is $7 a signature. $7. a signature. The most money. And she showed me a whole sheet after she told me everything, 6 out of everything that you pick is funded by BlackRock. Cross it out because you don't want that. She said, cross it out because you don't want that. So what she was telling me is, she said, look at the sheet. So by each proposition, right, is a dollar amount. By each proposition is a dollar amount. Let me just tell you this. Beside each proposition, I'm telling you, there's about 45 propositions that they're trying to have go to the vote, go to the poll. 45. She said, I'm going to tell you a secret. I'm telling y'all, I was put the hell on game. She said, I'm going to tell you a secret. She said, look down the side at all the dollar amounts next to each proposition. That dollar amount is how much you get paid per signature. For every signature you get, so there's 9 signature spaces on each page. For every signature you get, the dollar amount corresponding with it is what you will get paid for that signature. Okay. And she said, but let me tell you a secret. She said, what's the lowest amount on this whole page? It was $5. $5 a signature was the lowest amount. So she said, what's the highest amount on this page? I said, $20. She said, okay. She said, looking down the page, what's the average amount that a person can get paid per signature? $10. She said, okay. She said, the secret is those signatures that pay $12 or more are typically going to be some kind of corporation, some kind of billionaire interest. You hear what I just said? So all these people who have to be poor or working class people to be getting out in this hot ass sun. It's 90 degrees today in motherfucking February. It's hot. I just walked 3 blocks. I was like, this is crazy. And you see, I ain't got no clothes on. This is crazy, right? These people out here at 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. So as soon as the business is open, they set up. And just by looking at the people who are always harassing you about signatures, these are working class people that they would be doing something different if they had options, right? So these scandalous, scoundrel-esque corporations and lobbies and big interests and billionaire interest corporations are paying $12 to $20 a signature. So they're kicking out the funds. And the diabolical thing about it is that the people who would benefit the most from the legislation that's paying the least, because these grassroots organizations trying to get these other petitions out, trying to get their thing sent on the floor, put on the ballot. So they got to pay $5, $10. So the people who are out here doing this petitioning, and they was like, well, damn, I really need this money. Let me go ahead and get the petitions that'll pay me $12 to $20 a signature. Why would I go and take the $5? Listen to what I'm telling you. Why would I take, if I'm gonna be out in the hot ass sun all day long, why would I take the petitions that pay $5 to $10 when you got a whole stack of petitions here that pay $12 to $20 for the same signature? Do you hear what I just told you? So I can guarantee you that 99.9% of these poor and working class people who are out here hustling these signatures, you feel me, do not even know the content. Do not even know the content of the proposition that they're trying to get passed because they need to make $12 to $20 an hour because they out here messed up in the game. You see what I'm saying? That's insidious, foul shit that they do. You understand? That shit had my spirit disturbed when the sister told me that. But anyway, so if you need quick work, it's short work. It's only during the election season. It's only during the election cycle. So if you live in Los Angeles and you want to make some quick cash, she's saying that there are some people that work for her that only take petitions based on their political views. They're not they're not like, quote, neutral. You feel me? They only go out with petitions that they believe in, which I think is awesome, right? She said, even those who only take the petitions that are $5 to $10, she said, the people that are working for me that only take the petitions that are $5 to $10 are still making $2,000 to $4,000 a week for this short period of time that the petition is happening. $2,000 to $4,000 a week. And I was like, can I do it even as I'm running for mayor? She's like, absolutely, yes. She said a lot of candidates do it. A lot of grassroots candidates will do this type of work to make sure that they can still live where they live while they're trying to run a campaign. I said, I wish I'd have known about this shit back in December. So I got the training night before last, and have been signing people on all day. You know, I go to a anyway. Y'all hear me? So if you're in the Los Angeles area, let me know, because if you can get to a training, which is only 30 minutes, if you can get to a training, you can start the next day. Get paid every week. Okay. So that's one thing. Also, this girl runs the kind of company where she does this full time year round. And so because this is a big election year, the midterms are in November. California is one of the biggest, Los Angeles in particular, but all of California is voting. We're voting for a new governor this year. Several of the counties are having elections, and everybody in the country is paying attention to California elections right now. I mean, Obama done said something about it. Trump done said something about it. Gavin Newsom, every other day, they got his ugly ass interviewing him somewhere, letting him speak somewhere. So, and so anyway, so California is a big election, but what she was telling me is that if you, wherever you live, if you want to work with her after this cycle is over and you're not in California, the next place that she's going to do the next stints, like 3 to 5 months. So it's smash and grab money. It's not full-time work. I mean, it's full-time work while you're doing it. You can set your own schedule, set your own hours, go wherever you want. You just pick up your petitions and you bring them back. But it's smash and grab kind of work because the cycle is short, 3 to 5 months until that next election. So she was telling me, if you know of anybody that's in that area or could go to that area or here who's willing to go to that area, whether it's for a few weeks or whether it's for the whole time, the next cycle that she's doing is in Colorado. So if you're interested in some quick smash and grab work, you know what I'm saying? Let me know. Email me, EvoEmeTemp EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Thank you for the donation to Nika Lewis. Other people, y'all can donate too. Just in case you do feel compelled to donate. EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. You can send a donation with that email address to Zelle or to PayPal. EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. If you want to send a Cashapp, it's $DaughterOfTheFates, FATES, DaughterOfTheFates. If you would like to send Venmo, it is Cassandra, CASSANDRA -Floyd, FLOYD. DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. 25% off of everything in the store until Sunday morning. Okay. After that, the store will be put in vacation mode until I finish with this election. I have 14 weeks to make this campaign. Okay. These two, I just finished these today. That's why I'm showing these. These two talismans are the last. I was talking to y'all about these for some time. These are the last of the 2 snakeskin scarab talismans that I made. I just finished these today. These are the last 2 scarabs. I still have enough snakeskin to do, I don't know, maybe 5 talismans, but we would have to talk about what you would want in place of the scarab so that I could write out the meaning and the use of that talisman. And then also, if you want to register for the workshop that I'm teaching tomorrow morning via Zoom, That workshop is called The Mysteries and Secrets of the Lower Palace. The lower palace, for those of you who do not know, is the uterus in traditional Chinese medicine. In traditional Chinese medicine, the uterus is called the lower palace. So tomorrow's workshop is The Mysteries and Secrets of the Lower Palace. That will be a Zoom workshop, but you have to register for that workshop. So if you're interested in getting the link to register for that workshop, email me at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Now, I don't like doing that. We have to find a more efficient way than for me to stop my train of thought. Because y'all know I be up in here, I be channeling. It's not just me ranting. Shit be coming through and becoming clarified as I'm talking. And so that shit having to, promote and all of that stuff, y'all should just feel compelled to pay me because I'm a genius. And as I am a genius, you are becoming, your genius is being upgraded. Every time you see me, your genius is being upgraded. You can't tell me otherwise because I refuse to hear it. Every time you see me, my genius is upgrading your genius. This is the weaving process, bitch. This is the dance that we must do. As a matter of fact, let me just say, I had a breakthrough the other day. I'm annoyed, but I had a breakthrough the other day. Remember that little girl that I was telling y'all about that came out here and imposed her will on my life? You understand? And ended up staying in my house for a week, even though I told her I was in no position, zero. And I'm a giving person, so it ain't even like I was just blowing her off. It ain't like that. If I was in a position to accommodate somebody, I told y'all I'm still sweating the eviction man. That shit hasn't changed. That hasn't changed. I'm still sweating eviction, bitch. And so I told her, I was like, no, girl, it's an impossibility. Not to mention my whole life. It's an impossibility. But let me put you on game. There's this, and this, and this. There's these resources, this resources, that resources, this resources. But the first thing she asked me was, can me and my sister stay at your place? I was like, I really wish I could, but I am in no position to do that. Right? And so the answer was no. I said, but then, right? It was like she didn't even read what I said. The next day, I get an email saying, I just landed in LA. Excuse me, what? And what? Excuse me, huh? And what? Right? I won't go over the whole thing. But this young woman spent every penny she had, $400 on a one-way airline ticket to LA with the intention of really guilting me into letting her stay in my place. Because that's what happened. Because I was like, look, I cannot help you. Why would you do that? I told you I cannot help you. I don't have any money. This is the only money I have coming in right now. This here. This is it. This and the readings that come as a consequence. That's it. That's all. That's all. That's why I had to go out here day before yesterday, and do this training to go out here and do some petitioning so I don't lose my goddamn apartment. This is it. Right? And every now and again when I get something, when somebody is encouraged to hire me to teach a workshop, but this is it. I was like, girl, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm treading water. Right? And so when she called me and was like, yeah, I stayed at a hotel room, but I ain't got no more money for a hotel room. I said, why would you do that? Well, I feel like if I could just see you face to face, I could explain and then you would understand. I said, even if I understood. Even if I understood, it doesn't negate the fact that I told you I cannot house you. Well, can I just see you face to face anyway? And cried and cried and cried and cried and cried and cried and cried. So I'm like, well, damn, what's going on? That's a long story. Because there was so much about it that was so dishonest, man. It was that shit. I still haven't gotten over it. But fortunately, I have enough contacts that I worked for, that I earned, that I did shit for. Every connection that I have is some shit I earned, man. I call it human equity, bitch. I go out here and nurture these goddamn relationships. That shit don't just fall in my lap. And so, fortunately, because of the connections that I have, because of the contacts that I have, so I had to derail a whole week of my life to get on the phone and start trying to figure out how to get this girl housed so she is not in my space that I told her I didn't have the capacity for her to be in. Like, she totally did that. I said, don't do that. I said, because what you did was lie about the reason you were coming out here. And the lie was big. It wasn't small. But she was a child, man. This girl was 23 years old. She was a child. So I was like, what? I'm going to just leave the girl on the goddamn sidewalk with all her luggage and shit. So, of course, I brought the child to my house. This child younger than my kids. But that shit, baby, I'm telling you, I really felt violated. And I'm going to tell you, even while she was here, I was hot about it, and she knew I was hot about it. But once I got that shit off my chest about how hot I was and about her taking responsibility, don't be trying to gaslight me, saying, well, the God has told me to come out here. I said, no, the motherfucker, she didn't. No, she didn't. Because once you asked me and I said no, I know good and goddamn well. I know good and motherfucking well the God didn't tell you, fuck that bitch, go on out there. She got you. She got you. That's that bullshit. I said, so don't do that. Don't do that. I said, because you didn't even consider any other options. Your ass all the way on the other side of the country with the same resources available to you. And you didn't consider any of, I even told her in a reading about my daughter who lives in the same city as her. I was like, y'all should connect because she might have some resources for you too, because she's in the health field. She didn't consider none of that. No, she got on that damn plane with the intention of imposing herself on my life. That's what she did. And I let her. And so I got on the horn. Listen, detracting from everything I'm supposed to be doing to try to get this girl housed because she ain't got no money, she ain't got no place to live, and she can't live here, right? And so I started calling all my connects, everybody that I know. What you think? Where she can go? This and that. Don't you work over here? Don't you work? This girl was fully housed. She came to my house on a Sunday. By Saturday, she was gone. She was fully housed. And so while she was here, I didn't mistreat her or anything. I let her have it in the parking lot. I said, this is some bullshit. You dead ass wrong. This is not what we do to each other. This is not what I would call any of you to do. I can be out here doing what I'm doing, trying to run this campaign, this, that, and the other, and whatever. I can even say, if you have the capacity, bring your ass on out here, get yourself an Airbnb, and let's make this shit pop. But I'm never going to be somebody talking about, leave everything you're on and come on out. I'm not running a cult, bitch. I'm not running a cult. I'm not going to have y'all living in a motherfucking hippie commune somewhere. None of that shit. That's not the world I'm trying to create. You understand what I'm telling you? So she come out here. I let her have it in the parking lot. I said, I would never do that anyway. I said, so you need to take responsibility for what you have done, because what you have done is literally going to impact my whole life. I said, you got 24 hours. I said, you got 24 hours to find a shelter, girl. You can't stay here. And of course, I wasn't going to put the girl out in 24 hours, but I put my foot down. I was like, you got 24 hours. You better get on the phone. Here's the contacts. Well, I gave her a whole list of contacts. Call this person, do. You feel me? Of course, I wasn't going to kick her out in 24 hours. So I was like, you got 24 hours. 24 hours turned into 48 hours. 48 hours turned into 72. Whatever. Right? And gave her my bus card. I'm old, so I get free bus passes every month. You feel me? So I gave her my bus card, so she didn't have to try to pay to get on the bus. And but while she was here, we were cool, watching TV, hanging out, talking for hours. She taking notes. We was chilling. We would go to dinner. We would do this and that and this and that. Because I'm not an evil bitch. I'm not. I told her my mind. I told her how I felt about what she had done. Because it was so insidious. It really, really was. There's no other way to say it. It was really insidious. I get desperation, but it's like at the juncture that you aren't even trying to solve the problem, you see an end to impose your will on somebody. That shit was not cool. I blamed it on her youth and let it be. I let her have it. I said, you need to take responsibility. And what taking responsibility means is first you need to apologize, and then you need to tell me how you intend to rectify this shit. Because this is the craziest thing I've ever experienced. And I've housed so many people before. Y'all don't know how many people I have taken in over these. 3 children. One, I got approved to foster. This was my daughter's best friend whose mama abandoned her. I went and through the whole process to foster one child because her mama abandoned her. I've been taking in people my whole goddamn life. This is my shit. This house, this apartment, I call Sanctuary. That's her name. My car's name is Sovereignty. I talk to them. Hey, Sanctuary. Hey, Sovereignty, let's go, girl. You feel me? To have somebody do that is not, child, that shit had me so disturbed. But while she was here, we were cool. When she was getting ready to go to the place that they had for her, I told her, I said, I don't know if you know it or not. But you getting an apartment, an efficiency apartment by yourself in a week is a fucking miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. So even though you was with that bullshit, the mother still had your back. Don't tell me she sent you out here, but she still wasn't going to let you fall on your ass. She had your back, bitch, because this girl was housed in an efficiency apartment by herself in a week. In a week. And the reason I brought her up is because she told me when she got ready to go out of here, she said, is it okay if I still call you? I said, girl, yeah. I said, you've been up in here for a week. I said, we eat together. We talk all the time. We laugh and crack jokes. Oh, hell yeah, you out here. You know, we up in here now, right? And she was like, because yeah, I still want to come by and hang out. And, I want to help you with the campaign and this and that and this and that. I was like, awesome. I expect that. I expect that. That girl got that apartment. I haven't heard from her since. I've not heard from her since. I've called her. I've emailed her. Left her text. Because the reason I got on that, the reason I mentioned her in the first place was because I tried to call her again a couple of days ago because I had a breakthrough. And it has to happen. So I called her because I was like, yeah, she could use the money. I tried to call her about this money. This thing that I'm telling y'all about with the petitioning, I've been blowing her up because I know the girl's out here without no money. You know what I'm saying? She's cool. Like she's living in a place where she doesn't have to pay. It's a housing program for homeless youth. And so they give these kids efficiency apartments. Some of them have to do roommates, but she didn't have to. I said, girl, to come here in a week and have an efficiency apartment to yourself is a fucking miracle. You feel me? No wait list, nothing. And so, anyway, and she's not far from here. And so, I was thinking the other day because I was like, damn, this girl could use some money. Let me put her on. You know what I'm saying? Let me call her. I've been blowing her up for 3 days, trying to put her on to this opportunity that she could, if she could hustle, she could be making $2,000 to $4,000 a week for the next 3 months. She ain't answering the phone, ain't returning the phone calls. I know her phone is still on because her voicemail still comes on. I ain't answering the emails. So she sat in that car for an hour crying, trying to convince me, you can trust me. All that shit. I ain't talked to this girl. She ain't called me my phone. She ain't called me back in 3 weeks. See what I'm saying? The reason I was calling her the other day, the first time, the money, this new money thing is new. But I tried to call her last week because I had this epiphany. And I was like, ooh, she ain't got nothing to do. I can break her off a few bucks. She can come over here. And I have an idea because my brain, man, I've been saying that I need a scribe, right? And I get it. Some of y'all are like, oh, you just need to get an audio recorder. Well, Taylor gave me an audio recorder for my birthday, and I love it. But it is not the same. So this is the little audio recorder I carry around with me, and I love it. And I've heard so many of y'all, every time I've said that, so many of y'all say the same thing. Oh, well, you can do that on your computer, or you can do that, you can get a recorder. Y'all don't hear what I'm saying. Y'all don't hear what I'm saying. And y'all don't hear what I'm saying. When I be saying that I need a scribe, I mean what I'm saying. We're talking about taking all that has been robbed from us back. That's what we're doing. Do you go to court right now? Do you go to court and the judge just take and put an audio recorder on so that the whole thing can be recorded that way, and then they can just come back later and like upload it into a computer or whatever. Do they do that? No. To this day, some woman or some person, but mostly women, got to go to school to learn how to do stenography. To this day, somebody is still taking personalized notes, word for word, whenever you go to court. Why they do that? They may have somebody doing audio recording, but that stenographer is still. And so I was sitting here one day, last week, and I was filling a jewelry order. And I had been getting, I love making, this is the first thing that I've made in so long that didn't feel obligatory. And when I say obligatory, it is because the only time I make jewelry now is to fill an order. UNG radio, we need to talk, bruh. Like stat, like I actually woke up this morning thinking about you. As soon as I get off this live, I'm calling your phone. But it's been so long, and my creative self has been really struggling, really suffering, because I'm so perpetually busy, and I'm perpetually frustrated by how busy I am. And that busyness, knowing the need to be busy right now, is going to pay off after the fact. Like after this hump, I already see clearly the work that I'm doing and how it's going to pay off after the hump. But I am in crisis now. So much of the busyness that I'm doing, like the platform and trying to get the website launched and all of this shit, is not paying me anything. So at the same time that I'm trying to pull together a campaign that I can see crystal clear how it's going to happen, how it has to happen, I'm still having to do the piecemeal shit. I have to do a live every day because at least a couple of y'all are going to give a donation. At least one person is going to book a reading every 2 or 3 lives. Yesterday we entered into Mercury retrograde. Y'all should be paying me to get a reading. You feel me? In 4 days is a massively huge fucking lunar eclipse in Virgo. Y'all should be calling and emailing me to get your readings. In the absence of that, and I know everybody's money's funny, so even where the readings is concerned, the readings, I used to get readings. Y'all used to people used to email me for readings. I was getting like, I don't know, 5 to 10 readings on a good week, 5 on average. I'm like, okay, I can live with this. My landlord's still mad, but I can live. I can live until breakthrough happen, right? That's not happening. I did 1 reading in the last 2 weeks. So book your readings. The readings are discounted until tomorrow. You feel me? And I might do another discount anyway because March begins Women's History Month, and that's a huge month, and we gonna do that. So anyway, so when I'm telling y'all, when I sit down to do something like fill a jewelry order, I know it's gonna sound crazy, but when I sit down to fill a jewelry order, I made this because I had to sit down today. I was like, I can't do shit else until I fill this jewelry order and get it out of my life. You feel me? So I had to sit down this morning. I was up at 6 o'clock this morning. I did not go to sleep until 4 o'clock this morning. I was like, all right, I can't be no later. I got to get up and get this jewelry order filled so I can get it out of here because it's late. You feel me? And so I'm sitting there and I'm stressing, and it's like I don't like creating that way. I don't like making jewelry in that energy where like, damn, this is time I could be using to do this and this and this and this because I really got to get this website up and this and this and this and this, right? And so that's always how my brain is working because there's so much, and I can see clearly the place where it is going to smooth out because I've been there before. Right now, it is just me. When I had a committee of 20 people, sometimes it didn't take that. Baby, I made miracles happen with a committee of 5. I had made miracles happen when I didn't have a committee, but I had a husband and 3 kids. We made shit look like 30 people made that shit go off. I wish I could just share with y'all some of the fucking events. I met a dude just the other night, last Wednesday. And he like the comedian was shouting, different areas out. He's like, my boy over here, he's from Tampa. I was like, what? I'm from Tampa too. Tampa, what? Right. So I shout out big. And so after the comedian stops, the brother who's from Tampa walks up to me. He was like, you from Tampa? I was like, yeah, man, I lived in Tampa so long. I did so many events in Tampa. I said, there ain't nobody in Tampa that don't know me. I said, for years, 4 years straight, I did the only Marcus Garvey festival in the city ever. Nobody, I even tried to give it away to different organizations. Like, look, I already did the legwork. The event will build itself. People want the consistency. I did this Marcus Garvey event every year for 4 years. It's easy money and people love it. Anybody want to take it? Nobody wanted to take it. No Garvey events since I left Tampa, right? I did dope ass fucking work. He was like, we probably know everybody the same. He was like, oh my God, I was at that event. You hear me? I've been lived in Tampa since 2014. He's like, oh shit, you did that? I was like, yeah, man, I did that. He was like, I was at that event, man. Yeah. And so I'm saying that because I need a committee. I'm going to be working on that this weekend. But when I was sitting here filling this jewelry order and being really frustrated because so I'm making this jewelry, and as I'm making this jewelry, because that's how I am a real kinesthetic learner, like what they call circular learners. I need all the things. I need to see it. I need to hear it. I need to say it. You feel me? I need to touch it. I need to see how it applies. And so once I start making jewelry, this happens all the time. Once I start making jewelry, y'all see it happen. Once I start talking to you, because I can have breakthroughs by myself in my head, but as soon as I start working these ideas out that are in my brain through my mouth and getting feedback from y'all, I'm like, oh shit. Ooh, I didn't see that. I have to write it down right now. That's how I learn. So I'm making this jewelry. And as I'm making this jewelry, this is the breakthrough. I know it seems like a roundabout way to get to that. I'm making this jewelry, and it was like fucking fireworks were going off in my head every 2 seconds. I'm like, oh shit. I'm having to stop what I'm doing making the jewelry to take these notes so I don't forget them, because I'm like, oh my God. And that's what I called the girl. I was like, it would be dope. It would be dope if I could set up my cell phone so y'all could see it. You feel me? Well, I'm sitting here making the jewelry, and instead of having to stop stream of consciousness of filling this jewelry order, but I'm having these breakthroughs as a consequence of working with the jewelry. Instead of having to stop stream of consciousness, be able to just say the shit out my mouth. Oh, write this down. Oh, this too, while I'm doing this. And to have people watch what ritual is supposed to be like. Ritual is not supposed to be ceremony, ritual, embodied spiritual epiphany. Is not supposed to be some motherfucker at a podium beating on the podium talking at you, and the only response you allowed to give is yes, praise him, say that again, he said that. That's not it. That is not weaving. That is not problem solving in organic embodied problem solving. That's what we're here for. So what y'all feel, because so many of you email me, so many of you have told me your life story, and how when you found me, it was like everything was sparking at the same time. Oh my God, I can't believe what was happening to my head. Every time I hear you, it's like something is shook loose. That's the way it's supposed to be. And when we can come into space with one another, where this is not the primary mode of communication, that I already told y'all a whole long breakdown about how I see temple services looking once we have our building. Once we got our building, you feel me? I done already told you what temple service gonna look like. It ain't gonna be me standing on the goddamn stage with a motherfucking podium trying to put y'all on game. Ew. That sounds boring as hell. And that's what's wrong with the whole world. Y'all are bored to death. Y'all are bored. I was like, nah. I said, temple service. Yeah, I'm gonna be talking. I said, but there's gonna be about 12 other women on the stage with me. We gonna have live weaving sessions. There's gonna be 12 bitches on the stage with me. We gonna have like big ass giant like poster boards or canvases or something all along the walls. As you come into the temple, and our temple, just for y'all who don't know what I'm talking about, our temple, we didn't already identify the building that belongs to us. It's the big dome over here, the Cinerama over here on Sunset Boulevard. That's ours. It don't know it yet. The owners don't know it yet, but that's ours. And as soon as we go in there, right, it's a geodesic dome for those of you who do not know. It's a geodesic dome. So it looks like you walking into a giant pregnant uterus when you go into the Cinerama, okay? And it's got like these reclining seats where you can look at the ceiling and they be putting stars and shit all over the ceiling, whatever. And around the room, there's going to be canvases on the wall and there's going to be women along the wall. You feel me? I say women, but I mean females from as young as 13 to as old as 100 assigned to the walls. And then when you come into the temple, whomever you are, everybody that comes in the temple is going to get either some paper or a little booklet with a pen or pencil. If you got babies, like little kids that get ornery and need to be entertained, they're going to get paper too, like a little coloring book or something, and some pens and crayons and so on and so forth. And you're going to let them play on the floor. You feel me? And as we are weaving in real time on this stage, every single person in the audience, every single person in the temple is going to be weaving right along with us. Do you understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? So this is what I was like, this is what it's going to look like. I had this epiphany last week. I was like, I don't have to be frustrated about what I might be losing because I'm not writing fast enough because I'm doing something else. I'm always doing something else. I'm always trying to do the work of 20 people by my goddamn self. But I'm like, if I could have people in the space with me, for 2 hours, this is what we're going to do. Division of labor. But all of us need to be paying attention because this is, listen, we have to see. That's what I'm trying to teach. That's what we're trying. That's what we're trying. I think that's what we're longing for, and nobody can conceptualize it. But when we talk about, especially in this book, The Great Cosmic Mother, I promise I'm going to finish reading this chapter to you. But when she talks in the earlier chapters about what the pre-patriarchal world looked like from nation to nation, from culture to culture, when she talks about why it was so significant and why its absence is the thing that is making us sick, it is because there might have been much later on these things that culturally we did together as a part of like the routine of ceremony. But in the earlier stages of human development, man, in our earliest infancy, getting to know in rhythmic ways a relationship with our mother, I'm talking about the planet, with our brethren and sistren, I'm talking about the other inhabitants of this planet, like the bees and the birds and the animals and shit, learning rhythmically in our new conscious self how to move cyclically with this planet. There was no separation of, quote, real life and, quote, ceremony over here. That every single act of your day, from the time your eyes open in the morning to the time your eyes close in the evening, is you being consciously engaged in ceremony. Everything that you do, if what we say in the temple, I didn't read the Global Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs. I should do that since it is the first full day of the Mercury retrograde. Let me do that, because if our conspiracy tells us that God damn it. And our conspiracy tells us that I gotta memorize this thing, so I son of a bitch. Sorry about that. So I can stop. Now what did I do with that book? And I don't never move that book. What the fuck? Damn, man. I don't ever move that book. So where the fuck is the book? But if our conspiracy tells us, if every conspiracy that we have tells us over and over and over and over and over and over again that mommy and I are one, and if mommy and I are one, right, then it means if my mama is God, then it means my mom that I'm God too. Why? Why am I God? Why can I confidently, audaciously say that I am God and it not be some weird shit like Kanye saying, "Well, I'm God." You feel me? Or like the brothers on the block, with the nations of the gods and earths and all that weird ass shit. It's weird and it don't hit right because it's fucked. You feel me? Why can I say that I am God with a level of confidence that I can? Son of a bitch. With a level of confidence that I can. Because if mommy and I are one, and mommy is God, mommy can only give birth to God. That's some hard shit to sit with, y'all. It's going to be some hard shit to sit with a lot of y'all, because y'all think I'm just talking about humans too. And I'm not. What the hell? Do not understand. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm sitting here annoyed by why I cannot find this book that's been in the same place for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and now all of a sudden the book is not there. And I just told y'all I haven't had my freaking remote control in 3 days, and so I was like, well, maybe she just don't want me to have the remote control because I would get preoccupied or something. So I accept it. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it to her to give me my remote control back, and I'll just listen to music on my phone while I'm doing shit. And now I can't find my goddamn book. Hold on. Is this it? Of course not. God damn it. Damn. Man. That's that bullshit. Anyway, I really wanted to read that conspiracy on this here beginning of this Mercury retrograde, but I guess it ain't for me to do today. So I'm gonna just give that up too. So anyway, but in the conspiracy, we say what? We say so much. What do we say? We the weavers. What's that mean? We the weavers create the new world. What does that mean? We the weavers rewrite the book of life. What does that mean? Do y'all think y'all just saying pretty shit? Is that like, do y'all be reading this conspiracy with me because it sounds nice and make you feel warm and fuzzy inside? Is that what y'all think it means? Because before I am anything, I'm a scientist. I want y'all to know. Y'all can call me priestess. Y'all can call me seeress, whatever y'all want to call me. But before I am anything, I'm a scientist. So when I write these conspiracies for you, I am so deliberate. I am so deliberate. I mean exactly what I say. When I say we the weavers, we the tree. And am I just talking about women? Am I just talking about females? Absolutely not. Why would I just be talking about females? It's still, all these years later, people still ask me, is the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence just for females? You got a mama, don't you? Don't you got a mama? We have to change it all. We have to change the way we see the world. And it's easy. I'll be honest. Trump has made it easy to see the potential of seeing the world differently. Mad at him? Fine. Knowing he's a diabolical motherfucker? Fine. But what his audacity, his insane audacity has done is it has created an opportunity for us to match his audacity. That's what he has done. He don't even know it yet. What he has done is open up the opportunity for us to match his audacity. But we can't do that if we can't even conceptualize the bridging of the gaps. When I say we the tree, we the weavers, the tree is a metaphor. The tree is a metaphor for your flesh. The flesh, your perfect flesh is the bridge between heaven and earth. Your feet are on the earth. Your head is in the sky. Your head is in heaven. Every religion, every tradition, everywhere on earth has said that your feet or your ass, your root chakra, represents earth and its roots. What does that mean? It's just a beautiful metaphorical way to say that your ancestors are in the ground, bitch. But you can still spring up out of the earth because your ancestors lived. That's all it's saying when it say we the tree, is that your ancestors, you bury your ancestors in the ground, typically. So your roots are in earth. Every time you plant your foot, every time you sit your ass on the ground to, quote, reconnect, that's not metaphor. The fact that there are people still today talking about spirituality as if it is not a scientific language stupefies me. What is the point of learning about how our actual words, speaking, like when we talk about, what's his name? Dr. Masaru Emoto, who was the scientist who displayed they have a museum dedicated to him in Japan, who demonstrated scientifically with your eyes that you can observe how your words and the intention behind your words can change the molecular structure of water. What's the point of knowing that and just reducing it to something very spiritual about how to talk and the power of manifestation? What's the point of learning about what's another one y'all love so much? You know what I'm saying? About your what you call your aura. Okay? Because everything that y'all communicate spiritually is disembodied. And if your spirituality is disembodied, you're missing the boat. The miracle, the miracle, singular, the miracle is this process that can only occur through your mother. This miracle is the process that can only occur through your mother. The only way, quote, spirits. There's a song. I was just listening to it today while I was working on this jewelry. This is the first self-engaged creative thing I've done in so long. And I was like, oh, look at these cute little charms. I got little spiders and unicorns and all kind of cool shit. And I was like, let me go outside and flaunt my little new thing. That shit changed me today. It changed my whole attitude. But anyway, shit, what was I saying? I don't remember. But just know that when you're listening to me, oh, that's what I was saying. I was making this thing and just letting my playlist play out. And I want to talk to y'all about that too. But anyway, I was letting my playlist play out. And all my this particular playlist is all songs from all songs that were popular from 1989 to 1991. I'm on a vibe. I'm gonna tell you why I'm on a vibe. Oh my God. I know I'm all over the place, but I'm gonna tell you why I'm on a vibe. I have a playlist. Of my selected music. It's a folder and it's called 1989 to 1991. That's the playlist. Why would I do that? Why so specific? Because we just transitioned into a Saturn-Neptune conjunction a week ago. And the last time there was a Saturn-Neptune conjunction, which is a big event Saturn-Neptune conjunction. The last time there was a Saturn-Neptune conjunction was 1989, and it ended in 1991. And so I was listening to this astrologer like 6 months ago talking about the significance of the Saturn-Neptune conjunction and this and that and this and that. It was like a 3-hour live this dude did, just going down the list of historically significant events that occurred on Saturn-Neptune conjunctions in the United States, right? So your ugly ass president was born under a Saturn-Neptune conjunction, and all of these magnanimous things. 1989 to 1991, I remember. You feel me? So I was like, damn, he's saying that we need to be preparing for the Saturn-Neptune conjunction because it is enormous. He talked about births, people who were born, famous people who were born during the last Saturn-Neptune conjunction, and how what they do for a living could have perfectly been predicted based on the fact they were born under Saturn-Neptune conjunction. The Cold War ended during the last Saturn-Neptune conjunction. The fucking Berlin Wall was torn down, not by the government. The government didn't do that. Remember me telling y'all the story about how there was a concert? Pink Floyd was doing a concert at the Berlin Wall, and somebody, this was before cell phones. There were no cell phones in 1989. This was before cell phones. This was before computers in mass, where everybody had a computer in their house. This was before going viral and all of that shit. They had a concert at the Berlin Wall, and somebody seed some information in the crowd because they misinterpreted a speech that I forget who was it. I think it was George Bush Sr. No, it was Ronald Reagan. About tearing down the wall, about tear. You can see him. You can go on YouTube and you can see Reagan saying, "Tear down that wall." And so apparently this was airing live, this speech that he had made, and the information is in Berlin, and people was like, "They tearing down the wall, y'all. They gonna tear down the wall." They was like, "What? They gonna tear down the wall?" They was like, "Let us go ahead and help them. We out here anyway." We out here anyway. And so at the concerts, people started scaling the guy. I gotta find the video of this. I remember this shit. I was 10 years old when that shit happened. I remember watching it on TV and people being like, "Oh my God. Oh my God." And these motherfuckers at a concert. It wasn't the government that did that. It was the people that did that. They didn't plan it. They didn't have no strategic, layout of this revolutionary action that they was going to take. The spontaneity of the moment and the moment meeting destiny. And somebody in the crowd was like, "Well, fuck it. If they're going to tear it down anyway, we out here, we might as well do it." And people started scaling the wall, taking whatever they could find, tools off the street, and deconstructing that goddamn wall at a fucking concert. People taking pieces of the damn thing home. This wall that had destroyed families. This wall that had caused so much trauma to human beings. They was like, "Fuck it, let's go. We out here too." And the music popping at the same time. Let's go. So this guy was doing this whole great breakdown of the political significance of the last Saturn-Neptune conjunction, which was 1989 to 1991, right? And the impacts of all of these different events that were happening. As a matter of fact, 1989, guess what else happened? You remember the Tiananmen Square demonstrations in China? And the tanks you can see the picture of the tank facing off with this one person, and then all these crowds of people, and how the Chinese government slaughtered all these protesters. Remember that? That was in 1989. Remember then there was some, when was it? It was there's another big event happening. There's another big astrological event, because that happened in I don't know. I have my notes. But anyway, I was like, damn, that was not only because I was 10. Okay, so while I might not have known anything about what was happening politically in the world, I loved music. And so he said 1989 to 1991. I was like, damn, there was some good music that came out in 1989 to 1991. And so I started writing a list of all my favorite music from 1989 to 1991 and all the musically significant events that happened in them years. The rock festival, Lollapalooza, which was highly political, was in the last Saturn Neptune conjunction, right? The attack on Sister Soldier by Bill Clinton during the last Saturn Neptune conjunction. Her career never fucking recovered after that. Never recovered. Sister Soldier. That happened during the last Saturn Neptune conjunction. The first band in the history of this country to be arrested for, quote, lewd behavior, to be arrested and found guilty. They went to jail for a little bit and then they got off. Because, other people have been arrested, but just like kind of let off. But to go to jail, to be convicted of lewd behavior on the stage, 2 Live Crew. That happened during the last Saturn-Neptune conjunction, right? The end of the Satanic Panic, 1989 to 1991, last Saturn-Neptune conjunction. So I was like, he had 3 hours of historically significant evidence of the potential of this Saturn-Neptune conjunction that is happening under a Pluto return. You see what I'm saying? He was like, that Saturn-Neptune conjunction was already over the top in a million different ways. Whole political structures. When I'm telling you, the Cold War ended. The Soviet Union does not exist anymore. Last Saturn-Neptune conjunction. The Soviet Union ceased to exist. Last Saturn-Neptune conjunction. 2 countries that used to exist no longer exist. Saturn-Neptune conjunction. What are those 2 countries? West Germany and East Germany. Those was countries. Those was countries that don't exist anymore because the outwardly imposed wall on their life was deconstructed, not by governments who gave a fuck about the people. No. By a spontaneous act, supposedly of confusion, motivated by music, bitch. You should be excited about today. You should be excited about right now. You should be excited about today. You should be excited to be always put on game about what the actual potential you have, just you in your perfect flesh, as God in this moment. As God in this moment. And so, when I'm talking about, I keep telling you, and I am convinced, every time I have one of these fucking epiphanies where I'm like, I wish I could call the little girl to come over here and be my scribe. I will pay you to be my scribe so I don't have to break the flow of what I'm doing while I'm making this money that I got to make by filling this jewelry order. But as soon as my hands start moving, as soon as my hands start to construct something, because I am a kinesthetic learner, as soon as my hands get involved in the process of thinking, shit is going to start firing. And I can't stop long enough to take my own motherfucking notes. But I know that what's coming through me is important or it wouldn't come. Feel me? Anyway, I'm done ranting and raving about that. Let me finish reading this book. Shit. I only got a few more pages left. Okay, so I'm gonna say one more thing. I think I told y'all this before, but I'm gonna say it again anyway. The organization that I was in, I was just thinking about the chairman today. I love this man. I was in the party 12 years. I was in the organization 15 years, but I was in the party 12 years. When I tell you, I love Chairman Omali Yeshitela like a blood father. I lost my father very young, and so it was very, very easy for me to love the chairman. And I mean that, to love this man. He was the longest running mentor I ever had. Brilliant. And I could not see any flaw in the process whatsoever. But in hindsight, because I'm sitting here thinking about him today, and he is one of the many that I'm always talking about. Because I remember I used to live in the Uhuru house. We had a building, and there were apartments in that building for people who needed a place to live. For those of us who was working for the party full time, and what full time meant was 60 fucking hours a week. And his office was right down the hall from my apartment. And chairman was always in that office. The only time he ever left that office was he would use that as an opportunity to go outside, walk around so he could go get some lunch. But that was it. That man was in that office all day, all night. If he didn't want to go outside and get no sun, he had a full-time secretary who would go out and get the things that he needed, come put his food on. So when I'm always talking about, I'm usually only talking about opulent ass white boys, billionaires and shit. But no, they're not the only one, because I had to accept this morning that the chairman is brilliant. The chairman is brilliant. But the chairman is not brilliant by himself. Do you hear what I'm telling you? The chairman is brilliant. Do you know that in the African People's Socialist Party, we called ourselves African internationalists? And after a time, people started to say, the theory that guided African internationalism is called Yeshatelism. And I refuse to say it. Something that, even though I love the chairman, I was like, I don't know. When people ask me, I'm an African internationalist. You understand? I'm in the African People's Socialist Party, and I subscribe to African internationalism. You feel me? But to say Yeshatelism, I never said it. Never. And I didn't understand why, like, I felt cringy when people started saying Yeshatelism. And it wasn't, and I never questioned it, because after I left the party, and I didn't leave, like, my part with the party was not, an easy one. Right? It was like a divorce. And after I parted ways with the party, I tried not to think about the party too much, because, like I said, my whole adult life at that point, I joined the party when I was 24 years old. So my whole adult life was in that organization. It was, I cried for many, many, many weeks after I left the party. And so I try not to think about it. Every now and again, I'll talk about, like, valuable lessons and experiences that I had in the party. I wouldn't be the organizer I am today, having never been in the party. But today I had a breakthrough while making jewelry. I was thinking about the chairman. I don't know why. It was so random why it came up in my head. But I was thinking about, he is a genius. He really, really is. His mind is incredible. To be in the party up close and personal to the chairman, to hear, man, chairman was, y'all think I'm a storyteller. Chairman was such an exceptional storyteller, man. And when he, not just past stories, he would tell us, only us in the party though. It wasn't anything that he made very public. And I don't know if it was because he was, working it out in his head before making it a declaration in the world. But he used to tell us, especially, we used to go every year to London for this conference called the African Socialist International. And man, that's why I'm be trying to hear none of this shit y'all talking about with these diaspora wars. We went to London every year to organize with black-skinned people from the known world. These conferences were 200-300 black people, black as night to high yellow, if you will, a whole week of listening to work that brothers and sisters around the world were engaged in their own communities, what campaigns they were leading, the successes of those campaigns, the outcomes of those campaigns. Man, that shit was so goddamn exciting. Music. It was just music. It was a party the whole time, even though we was hard in the work. We were in these damn conferences 12 fucking hours a day, man. It was so, and you didn't feel tired. We would still go to the club afterwards, just hype, because we gonna take this shit. Just hype. We used to go to the Louvre in Paris. We used to go to the fucking Louvre. When we went to the Louvre one year, And all you talking about a gang of niggas, a gang of black people dressed in straight RBG gear. You feel me? Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, RBG wristbands, fucking dreadlocks, you name it. We was in there black as fuck in the Louvre. It was a part of the tour every year. We would spend 1 week in Congress. We called it the Congress. We would spend 1 week in Congress, and then we would spend 1 week touring the rest of Europe. We would go to the Louvre in Paris. We would go to Amsterdam, and we would go to King Leopold. Where was King Leopold? Belgium. We would go to Belgium. And everywhere we went, we did not go as tourists. We went to the Louvre, and 1 year, all these black people walk in the goddamn Louvre. This old white lady she looked concerned, but she was faking a smile. She was like, what are y'all doing here? What are y'all in here to see? And just as calm and without instant beat, the chairman says, we're here to take inventory. Okay. He said, we ain't coming in here as tourists, bitch. We came to take inventory. And she was just like, okay, well, y'all enjoy it. Belgium, same thing. There's a massive museum of African art in Belgium. A massive museum of African art in Belgium. And same thing. Baby, we ain't tourists up in this bitch. We coming up in here to see what we need to take back. Other thing was we never stayed like tourists. Every year that I went, and I didn't go every year, but every year that I went to Europe with the party 6 times. And every year I went, there were members of the organization everywhere. And so we all working class people. You feel me? We all full-time revolutionaries and shit. We never stayed in hotels. We never stayed in people would open up, people would get cots. We stayed, this sister, I'll never forget this shit. I never will forget this shit. Everywhere we went in Europe, we automatically went to where the black people lived so we could see how brothers and sisters are made to live in Europe. I stayed with this sister who lived in, I don't even know what the area of London is, but it's like way far off from like the main area. It's like where they send all the colored people to live. That's what y'all remember Cabrini Green in Chicago, the high rise ass projects that Oprah participated in having dismantled because the police. You know why they got rid of all the high rise project complexes in this country, right? It's because the police was having a real hard time executing their missions and their warrants and shit because people was dropping shit out the windows on their head and shit. It was strategically very difficult to execute warrants in some kind of safe manner for the police. So strategically, over about 30 years, that they dismantled all the goddamn high-rise projects. But them high-rise project complexes still exist in London. I ain't never seen no shit like it in my whole life. In my whole life. I took the train to the sister's house that I was going to be. She lived in the projects. And she was a member of the party. And she was saying, okay, my apartment is small, but I can house comfortably 5 people. In her project apartment, I can comfortably house 5 people. We gonna be doing this old school style. Okay. So the sisters, they can partner up. I got mattresses. I got a cot. I got a couch. You feel what I'm saying? We was all over this. There was 5 of us spread out all over the sister apartment. You feel me? The goddamn elevator looked like one of them industrial freezers. It was so small, all 5 of us could not fit in that goddamn elevator. We had to split the 5 to get up the elevator. It was so small. But on the train, going like over the hill where you clear the hill and you see the project houses, all you see was sky-rise buildings all the way out to the goddamn horizon. It was the most shocking, mind-blowing thing. I said, this is the goddamn projects? She was like, yeah, this is the projects. And I was like, how many people live up in here? She's like, girl, I don't know, scores of thousands maybe. So, child, as far as the eye could see, sky-rise buildings just piled up on top of each other. And so when we got there, we're walking to her apartment. So we have to walk away from the train station. All you see is black, brown skinned, hijabs. I said, so the only people that live in the projects is colored folks? She said, yes. There ain't no white people over here. Scores of thousands of people. Ain't no white people over here, girl. This shit for us. Everywhere we went. Amsterdam's projects. And so you Negroes be globe trying to talk about you want to be professional travelers, and you don't ever go where we at. You don't ever go and see that the conditions confronting black people in the United States of America are the conditions of black people every the fuck where. All you got to go is go look for them. We met a brother from, this brother was born in Sweden. His parents were immigrants from Congo, but he was born in Sweden. The most beautiful black child I ever seen. He was probably about 18, but he was the local president of our organization. He had started a branch in Sweden. Y'all just love Sweden so much. It's ranked so high on the happiness scale. Meanwhile, they don't tell you that black people in Sweden have a permanent 10 o'clock curfew. We were sitting there listening to this young man talk about the kind of work that he has to do politically in Sweden. If you black skinned it, a permanent 10 o'clock curfew. That the thing now is that don't nobody use their real name to apply for jobs, because if you use your African name, the only job you're going to get is as a street sweeper or a janitor. That's what he said. Looking just like somebody from over here, looking just like us. Y'all talking about some goddamn diaspora wars. Black-skinned people suffering wherever the fuck they are. And black people got fucked up ideas wherever they are, just like we got fucked up ideas over here. And that shit ain't got nothing to do with no goddamn diaspora wars. It's got to do with perpetually imposed war. Now I'm gonna get back to this because it's a perfect segue into what I started reading y'all in the first place before going on. Oh, I was talking about the chairman. Let me finish that thought though. I just reminiscing about that time with the party, man. That time with the party. These are human beings that, even though many of them, because like most of these cultist organizations, politically cultish or otherwise, once you leave, you may as well have never existed. And that was the hardest part about leaving the party. There were so many human beings in that organization that to this day, I love them. I love them. I love them like family. I love them like blood. I love them. But especially those that are still in the party, that's the party's line. That's the party's position. Because if you leave the party, you ain't no better than any other reactionary out in the world. That you can't possibly be anything of any value to anyone if you are not in the African People's Socialist Party. That's their position. That's their line. And so there's so many human beings, man. So much that we did. I was 24, man. I was a baby when I joined that organization. Everything that defined my life was that organization for all those years. And I was thinking about the chairman today because I love the chairman still, even though, I got my beef with the fact that there are people that I care about. I care about their lives that I dare not call because I already know what their position is going to be because I'm no longer in the party, because I, quote, betrayed the party by leaving. You feel me? And so I was thinking about him today. And this whole thing about Yeshatelism, it's not until now, having a different worldview, I understand what my initial ill-informed rejection of Yeshatelism was. Because it is a really fucked up presumption to call, quote, an ideology Yeshatelism, as if Yeshatelah's brilliance occurred in a vacuum through which no one else contributed. Do you hear what I'm saying? to call a political ideology that you are convinced has the capacity to change everything, and then you call this political ideology Yeshatelism, as if you've never read a book that has contributed to you coming to this conclusion, as if you've never heard another lecture, as if no one else on earth has contributed to your peculiar understanding of the world. What you say is your peculiar understanding of the world. I have every book Chairman ever wrote. You know why I have every book Chairman ever wrote? Because we wrote it. We wrote every book that the Chairman ever wrote. He said the words, but every book that has Omali Yeshitela's name on it was the consequence of, because this was very early on. I joined the party in 2001. So you talking about I just get a recorder and record it and then just upload it. That's not real-time engagement. That's not the kind of firing that happens when multiple people are in a room having breakthrough. Chairman, we used to take groups of like 5 to 10 people. There would be people in the crowd taking notes as the chairman is speaking. There would be a brother with a camcorder recording his speeches as he was speaking. There would be 5 of us who would come together and take the notes and take the recordings, and just like old school style with headphones on, start the recording and type everything out and stop it and rewind it and type it out. Every single solitary book with Chairman Omali Yeshitela's name on it was scribed, typed, and produced, edited, all the sound. I used to do sound editing. I ain't doing that shit no more. I ain't done that shit in 15 years. I don't know how to do that shit no more. I don't know how to do video editing. We had to become master multitaskers, doing video editing till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning so the DVD can get out. He didn't do none of that. None of it. He didn't have to do none of that. He didn't have to do none of that. Everybody saw the importance of Chairman Omali Yeshitela's brilliance being afforded the opportunity to express itself, and we contribute in the ways that we need to support him through us taking on the facilitation. Every word that came out of that man's mouth, we was typing, listening, stopping, pausing, typing. All of us, there'd be a room of 20 motherfuckers transcribing the chairman's videos, words, audio recordings. I was over the political prisoner campaign. So I was the one responsible for making sure that all the prisoners who were signed up, because we did free newspapers to anybody who wanted it from a prison. I was responsible for doing all that work. I was responsible for doing 2 radio shows, 2-hour radio shows. I worked for the party full time, 60 fucking hours a week, making $300 a week. Convicted. Running the wellness center, managing the health food store. I was the secretary for every organization in the party. The party was an umbrella organization. I was managing the health food store and organizing the wellness committee as a member of APEDF, the African People's Education and Defense Fund. I was the secretary for MPDOM. I was the secretary for APEDF. I was the secretary for ADEPT, which was our Sierra Leone project. I was the secretary for our local party unit. And I was the one organizing for years every Sunday mass meeting, making sure everybody bought food, calling everybody, sending out postcards so everybody would come. I was coming up with the themes every week for the Sunday mass meeting, and then I would have to email it to the chairman for him to say, yes, I will speak on this, or no, come up with another topic. And everybody did that to this day. Everybody did that because they understood that this person who, at his age and with his life experience, we need to free his genius up. Yes, we'll type every word that come out of his mouth because this is going to change somebody's goddamn skull. This is going to transform somebody's goddamn life. Y'all love me, and I know you do, because y'all wouldn't be laying up on here with me for these 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-hour goddamn lives if you didn't care about my life a little. You feel me? The me that you know and love, the cocky, the audacity, the confident, the certain, would not have existed without 12 years in the African People's Socialist Party. And I say that all the time, even though I have legitimate beef with the party. The person that you know and love could never have existed without the party. Never. The genius that I am has, in part, a mentorship under the chairman of Omalia Shatella in direct contact. People envied us so much. They had branches all over the planet. People's like, damn, you live in St. Pete right there where the chairman at? I see the chairman every day. I feed the chairman every day. You understand? People all over the world like, damn, y'all so lucky. Oh my God, y'all get to see the chairman speak at the Uhuru House every weekend. That's the difference. That's the difference. That's why I thought about him today. Because chairman is brilliant. I would never take that from him. Never. Never in a million years. He is brilliant. But his brilliance has thousands of contributors. His brilliance is not his alone. But because he is a patriarch, he can have the nerve to call a worldview Yeshatelism as if no experience he has ever had, no person that he's ever come into contact with. The man been married 7 times. How many kids? He got 15 kids. As if no woman that has ever supported his life has contributed to what we see in real time as the brilliance that we just give credit to one singular human fucking being. Do I do that? Do I do that? I don't do that. You hear me? I've heard. I ain't even gonna say that, but I don't do that. When I'm talking about something that I heard somewhere, I try to cite whoever I heard the fuck say it. Or I try to have one of y'all say, Google real quick, who said that? You feel me? I don't have any stakes in the preservation for no aspect of this fucking monstrous shit. And I don't care how many people come out in the world with these, how many men come out in the world with these mega declarations of how something that they have come to understand is new and different. That's why I got a problem with this whole esoteric bullshit. This what they call it, the S, like Aleister Crowley and them motherfuckers. Bitch, you didn't have no epiphany, not in isolation, not by yourself. This is a web that we all exist in, and every word and every action and every experience contributes to who we are. We cannot say we are who we are without acknowledging who has contributed. Who has contributed to the you that you are right now? That's why I tell y'all mama is God. Y'all will thank everybody but your motherfucking mama. I worked in the African People's Socialist Party for 15 years. Whether I was in the mass organization or actually in the party. And do you know that to this day, I don't know his mama name? To this day. To this day, I do not know his mama name. The man was married to 7 women. I think he had 15 children. Don't quote me on that. I think he had 15 children. But I know he was married to 7 women. Do you know? I only know the name of 2 of the women he was married to. All of whom were leading members on the Central Committee or the Political Bureau of the African People's Socialist Party at one time or another. And once, quote, they broke up, of course, it's the woman that's going to have to leave. And so once they broke up, these contributing women to the ideology that is now called Yeshatelism disappear in the goddamn ethos like they never fucking existed. Like they never contributed sweat, blood, tears, hurt feelings to that organization. Like their blood, sweat, tears, titty milk, uteruses, like that blood, sweat, and tears didn't in some way or another free him up just enough to have yet another breakthrough, to have yet just another breakthrough that he will say just came by itself from the genius of his own skull. And they disappear into the ethos. Man, he's been the chair of the African People's Socialist Party since its founding in 1972. Since 1972, all these women coming in to the organization, seeing crystal clear how the ideology of African internationalism is different than just base level Black nationalism. How this shit can really change. This shit can really, we can really do this shit. Baby, I love that organization so much. I did. Do you know, from the time that I left the party in 2008 to today, I've never been another dues paying member of any organization. I've worked with a lot of organizations, a lot of Black organizations since I left the party, because there are a lot of Black people, man, doing a lot of really amazing revolutionary gangster awesome shit that your ass don't know about. Changing the game work. But and so I was quick. You need me to contribute some hours? You need me to organize a fundraiser for your shit? Awesome. I'm with it. I'm all in. But I was like, I will never again be in no organization, no dues paying, committed organization if some man is the head. Never again. I love us. I love African men. I love us. But I had to, and it was a hard thing for me to come to accept, because I don't think we call them pick-me's. I might have been a pick-me, because there was nobody rooting harder for our men to be the best, most exceptional version of themselves. There wasn't nobody rooting harder. I was like, look, like me and my ex-husband, baby, we used to go toe to toe politically. This is why we were still dating. This is why we were still courting. We could, we could spar. You feel me? Like, we could spar. You feel me? Because that's what the party teaches you to do. The party teaches you that to strengthen your understanding of the line through engaging sternly with your comrades. The reason you can do that is because come the end of the day, y'all ain't gonna be mad at each other because y'all chose each other, comrades. You are in this shit together because unlike your family that you can't choose, the comrade, that was the line. You choose your comrades. And so the love that you have for your comrades is something different. Not more, just radically different than the love you had, the obligatory love you have for your kinfolk. You choose your comrades, and you choose your comrades because you have a singular vision for our future as a people, that we are going to not only survive, we are going to thrive. We are going to change everything that threatens our right to exist. That was the line. And we was about that life. It was about that fucking life. It was the most, I ain't met another organization since. And that's the unfortunate thing. That's really, really, really the unfortunate thing, is that the party, after I left the party, and I was doing work with so many organizations, and I was still living in Tampa, but I was doing work in Tampa. We created our own organization while still doing work with the Nation of Islam. I don't agree with any single aspect of the Nation of Islam, but I love Black men and women who give a damn about Black people. And that was the base level requirement that I had. You got a program on the ground that's serving Black folks, we can work together. The Nation of Islam, I was doing all kind of work in Atlanta, DC, Philadelphia, even after I left the party, trying to maintain a connection and a relationship to work that Black people are trying to figure out on their own, in their own hood, where they at. And I knew that I had a specific and vital skill set that I knew none of these other organizations had, and they didn't. The party was exceptional. What made the party exceptional was not the brilliance of Omali Yeshitela. Not it alone. That was the attractor, though. It happened to me. It happened to everybody that joined the party. Everybody who joined the party after they heard the chairman speak for the first time. Everybody. He is a charismatic. It helps that he's easy on the eyes. I joined the party. The chairman was 65, and he was more fine than anybody. All the people that joined that was my age. Chairman was fine. Chairman is 80, 82 now. Chairman still fine. He was so disciplined on his diet, on his workout routine. He had guns. He had guns at 65, sharper than the 24-year-olds I joined the party with. You understand? But the chairman of that organization, or any other organization for that matter, let me back that up. The African People's Socialist Party, which I still respect, I do, but I had to recognize the moment that I had met my limitations for what I was able to learn from the party, to glean from the party. I outgrew the party. I don't have no problem saying that. I outgrew the party. Because the party, as awesome as it was still rigid and dogmatic in its application of the political line. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And it wasn't until I left the party outside looking in that I could see, right? The African People's Socialist Party is what it is. This day and every day that it has been in existence, the African People's Socialist Party is what it is because the line of the party, as created by Amalia Shatella, is rigorously and enthusiastically carried out in the real world by its women. That's why. Anywhere you go, the party's in Detroit, the party's in DC, the party's in Chicago, the party's in Miami, the party's all over Florida, the party's in London, the party's in Belgium, the party's in goddamn Sweden, the party's all over the continent of Africa. And everywhere, the party's in Texas, the party's here in Los Angeles. I met the brother who leads the African People's Socialist Party here, and I met him and his wife. And in 30 minutes of talking to them, I knew right away who actually led that organization. Everywhere. I do not give a fuck where you at. Look over the party's history. And it's not me beefing on the party. It is me having a moment of recalling why the chairman gets all this praise, all this praise, all this praise. It's only his name that you will hear. Everywhere you see him. And sitting here today, disappointed because I couldn't get a young girl that I housed for a week in an emergency to come over here and take notes while my mind was blowing the fuck open. And for whatever reason, chairman came up. I was like, oh, that's how he did that. That's how he did that. That's how he did that. So chairman will get the credit for the party has so much property. The party's in Oakland. The party has so much property. I won't even say how much the party is worth, how much work. And that it's not to say that the party didn't earn that. You feel me? But the party has been around since 1972. Building organization everywhere, establishing buildings, programs, after school programs, all things. So the party got money. The party up in there, at least where the value of its property is concerned, right? But everywhere you go, man. So like we have, I keep saying we, the party has a nonprofit. That was the nonprofit I used to work for. And one of the aspects of APEDF, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, was to raise resources for the programs of the party, right? And so one of the programs was a furniture store. So in Oakland, in Philly, in Chicago, and there was one in St. Petersburg, there were antique furniture stores that the party ran. The people who ran these were high-end antique furniture stores. The people who ran those stores as an economic institution of the party were white people. The party had an African People's Solidarity Committee, a committee made up of white people whose sole purpose was to raise resources for the goddamn party. That's it. That's the only reason y'all the fuck up in here. Okay? Y'all say reparations. We call it material solidarity. I keep saying we because I was in the party for so long. But what the party called the work of the Solidarity Committee was material solidarity. That concept don't even fucking exist in LA. Okay? All you have to do is be white and have great ideas. All you have to do is be white and wear a Che Guevara t-shirt, and you're just assumed to be, right on. The party wasn't having none of that. The party was like, white person, I hear what you're saying about how you want to be in the organization, because I know, I'm paraphrasing. It's dynamic, it's exciting, exhilarating. It's like no matter how tired your ass is, you are lit. Listen, I could be dog ass tired and still be high. The party was an extraordinary experience. It was, man, it was. That's why I couldn't be in no other organization, not as no member. Even out here, I volunteered with so many goddamn organizations out here. I could never be a member, especially not out here. The way shit, woo, I ain't got it, because y'all like infants at this shit. And anyway, so the chairman was like, look, while y'all sitting around, while all these other organizations screaming and crying, and the party did have a reparations organization where they were, more politically, creating the process, to fight for reparations. But it's like, we ain't just gonna wait around for a motherfucker to pay reparations. Like, we gonna make the struggle, because we had this. I keep saying the party had this event that it had been doing for many, many years called the African people's fuck, I forget, reparations, the World Conference on Reparations to African People, the World Conference on Reparations to African People in North America. That's what it was called, right? And so this was like what do you call it? A tribunal. It was a tribunal. So a tribunal is how you conduct court on a grand scale. That's what a tribunal, and it was conducted based on law, like you would conduct a legitimate tribunal with court. There was a stenographer taking written notes. There was audio. There was video. We would be interviewing people so people could come in off the street. Did you have, and we would market for it. We would promote for it. If you have a family member who had been killed by the police, come to the conference. We want to collect your information. We want to collect your story. If you have had this and that and this and that, this and that, whatever crime that can be identified to contribute to the case for reparations, come to the tribunal. We have breakout rooms where we will collect your information. Tell us the story from beginning to end about what happened to you, so we can archive it while we make this case on the world stage for reparations. But the chairman was like, we ain't just gonna sit up here and do tribunals every year and wait for a motherfucker to pay reparations. You white people who say y'all about that revolutionary life, because you know them, you feel me? And they think what revolution mean is to have a black partner. They think being revolutionary mean they grow some dreadlocks and, want to fight the power, so they go to a demonstration or some shit. And that's the extent of understanding what revolution is and shit. Bullshit. You feel me? Chairman was like, no, none of that. If you white and you want to be up in here with us, these are the terms. You cannot be dating no colonized person. You hear what I just said? The chairman, the bylaws for the Solidarity Committee, that's the white people. It was only white people that could be in the Solidarity Committee. Now, there were other more mass organizations where anybody, Mexicans, natives, anybody could join. Those were the mass organizations. But the requirements by the party of white people who wanted to do more than just mass work, because they could do mass work, but people who were like, I want to make a more committed, I want to be more committed to the work of the party. The African People's Solidarity Committee was a cadre style organization under the leadership of the party, whose sole purpose was to bust up the solidarity that regular everyday white people have to the state. Y'all are our spooks, bitch. Y'all are spooks. You want to be up in here? Your ass is going to be an agent for us. Your ass is going to be funneling them goddamn resources that y'all got access to that we don't have access to. Y'all purpose is to go up into these institutions and these spaces where we can't get no access to and channel all them resources right into the motherfucking work that everybody's so dumbfounded by when they see it. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You want to be up in here with us? Bitch, your ass gonna pay. Your ass gonna pay. We ain't gonna just be rattling off statistics about the disparities and the wealth disparities. Nope. If you want to be a white person that's really about that life, your ass is going to be paying material solidarity. That's what they call. They didn't call it reparations. They called it material solidarity. That's what they called it. Mm-hmm. I remember Chairman telling us the story about this girl that wanted to join the party in '74. She was a freshman in college, a Jewish woman, and 74, it was still really revolutionary. You know what I'm saying? The CIA, the FBI just killed damn near every black militant in this country. And so Oakland was still on and popping, and the party's headquarters used to be up in Oakland. And Chairman was saying there was a lot, it was a really militant and revolutionary time, and there were a lot of white people, well-intentioned white people, who were trying to join the Black Panther Party, who were trying to join the African People's Socialist Party, trying to so-called support these black militant organizations that were under assault by the state. And he said, when we were there, we were clear that a lot of these white people that were coming into these organizations were agents, like actual agents. He started naming, it was, man, I'm telling you, the party, to hear these stories from brothers and sisters who were revolutionaries in the 1960s, who were actively engaged, who were having, I met a sister when she was in her 80s, while I was in the party, who was telling us this sister was in her 80s, telling us this story about how, because she was a doctor, she was Jamaican and she was a doctor, and she had a really pristine reputation, and white people just loved her and all of this shit, that her position as this well-established, affluent medical doctor from Jamaica, it made it really easy for her. It made it really easy for her to provide safe shelter to scores of men and women who were fleeing New York and Jersey and Detroit and all these places where the feds had started coming down like a lead bomb on people they knew were in these revolutionary militant organizations, the Black Liberation Army, the Black Panther Party, the Young Lords. When I tell you, it wasn't just Fred Hampton. When Fred Hampton was killed, this was an organized relationship between every police department in every major city. Fred Hampton, we know, hundreds of black men and women disappeared, murdered, or fled in exile during this same period, like 68 to like 75, right? And so we sitting in a room, we're having dinner, and this sister is telling us about how she was one of them ones, because everybody don't need to know who you is, boo. You feel me? Everybody got a role. Everybody don't need to know who you is. And so she was the one, she was an avid supporter of the Black Liberation Army and the Black Panther Party in New York. So when the word came down that the feds had started this camp, this, like, what do you call it, when this operation where the feds were working with local police departments to execute these raids on these organizations, several people got the word ahead of time that this was happening and were able to go underground. And the way that they were able to go underground, sometimes for months, the way they were able to, quote, go underground was people like this sister, who was an upstanding citizen with this really extraordinarily massive house on the outskirts of New York City in a predominantly white neighborhood where everybody loved her because she was so brilliant and such a wonderful doctor. And she used that shit. Nobody ever suspected. She said people would stay in my home for months on end until we could get them the money and the resources to get them out of the country. I'm sitting here in this room. I'm a baby. I'm 24. I'm like, damn, this shit is amazing. Or another story. My mentor, Gaida Cambone, was telling us about how she joined the party when she was 24. She was an old head when she's telling me the story. She was like 65, 67, something like that. But when she joined the party in New York, and she was from Panama, And when she joined the party in New York, she said, when I joined the party, it was so exciting. And there was this brother, and he was like, he was like the director, the head of our security forces. And she's like, this dude was bad. You know what I'm saying? She's just hyped as she's telling the story. He was bad, man. He had us sharp as nails. He said he was like a 5th degree black belt. Everybody had to train. Everybody, men, women, children, up from like 5 years up. Everybody had to train at least 3 times a week. He was so rigorous, but even though your ass was dog ass tired and hurting from toenail to fingernails, it was like he kept the shit so hype that everybody just loved him. He was like the rock star of the party. Like everybody loved this nigga. He was so disciplined, but even when he was disciplining others, it wasn't something that made you feel like ashamed or like fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like you feel when your boss be trying to discipline you and no shit. Like you felt like, you know what? Yeah, I did that. I need to take responsibility for that. You encouraged his discipline because it grew you. She's telling us this story. We all sitting around like little kids. There's like 12 of us sitting around listening to the guy to tell us the story. We all in it. We was like, damn, that sounds awesome. Because when we joined the party, and I joined the party with like 15 people all around my age. It was so exciting. And so she's telling us this story. We all in it, like little kids around the campfire. Like, damn, what happened? Damn, what happened, right? And then her whole tone changed. She's like, everybody loved this motherfucker. He was always well dressed. He was so disciplined. He made us all want to be better revolutionaries. We loved him. And one day we were out at a demonstration or something and he got arrested. He was like, damn, because when we would do a demonstration, only certain people who would be identified by the party could interact with the police. So if the police stepped to us and be like, why y'all out here, this and that, only one person could talk to the police. Everybody else, you keep doing what you're doing, right? This was the dude designated to engage with the police, whatever, right? So he gets arrested, okay? And everybody's like, automatically, like, how we gonna get him out? We gotta raise the bond, this and that, and this and that. And then he's only been in jail. He's only been in the city jail one day. And we get an anonymous call at the headquarters. And the anonymous call tells us that the person that was arrested, your chief of security, was a paid agent. This nigga was police. That shit. She told us this shit when I was like 25. I'm telling you, I can still sit here and see in my mind's eye our response because we was in that story. She was telling that story so good, and then she said, "We get an anonymous call from somebody saying, check your boy. That motherfucker is a paid agent. He is police, bitch." The anonymous caller said, "If I was y'all, I would pack up what you can carry and get the fuck out of Dodge." So the old head that I was telling you about, that was telling us that she was one of the, quote, facilitators of the new Underground Railroad, housing people trying to escape this crackdown made by the feds. This is who Gaida went to go stay with in her basement for months, taken care of, fed, all that thing. But this motherfucker that had gotten arrested at the goddamn demonstration, they deliberately took him because 3 days later, was a whole goddamn raid of the headquarters. And if that anonymous call hadn't came in saying your boy is on the take, bitch, he ain't arrested. They took his ass in to throw y'all off. Y'all over here raising bond money for this motherfucker. He about to go home. This motherfucking police. Y'all better get y'all shit and get the fuck up out of Dodge. Hearing these stories, man, so many elders whose names you know that I met while I was in the party, who aren't alive anymore. Mafundi Lake and his family, I met them. Y'all don't even know him. You understand? What was the name? Pam Africa, that's my homie. You understand what I'm saying? And she ain't got no time and no smoke for no spiritual motherfuckers. She hate black spiritual people. She said, all these goddamn motherfuckers. Now, if you've ever met Pam Africa, you know she talked just like that. Every other word is motherfucker. She is a gangster. She said, every motherfucker that's calling themselves priest of Ifa in these traditions, and they doing all these ceremonies, and they doing all these rituals and all this bullshit. Why Mumia is still in prison, bitch? Y'all got all this power. Y'all be talking about how much magic y'all be doing and all. Why motherfucking Mumi is still in prison, bitch? I don't want to hear that shit. She would go the fuck off every time. She said back in the day, I went to some of them motherfuckers who was like big in the tradition, people who was really powerful in the tradition, and these motherfuckers are completely detached from the suffering of our brothers and motherfuckers who made it possible for them to own land, motherfuckers who made it possible for them to speak and practice their tradition out loud without being aggressed upon all the time. And our brothers and sisters are still lingering in these motherfucking prisons as goddamn political prisoners. And y'all can't work your pots for the homies. Y'all can't work your pots for America. The United States of America, to this day, has more political prisoners in cages in this country than any other country on earth. But this country only makes up 1/18 of the population of the world. More political prisoners in this country than any other country on earth. Even China, who got, what, 1 billion motherfuckers? 2 billion motherfuckers? Even India, that's backwards as the day is long. This country has more political prisoners than any other country on earth. She said, y'all can't work out pots to do that? Motherfucker, what y'all in here for then? What y'all in here for then? Well, she used to go off. I love Pam Africa, Ramona Africa. But I tell you, there ain't nobody in the movement that I don't know. There ain't nobody of significance in the movement that I don't know well. Professor James Small has been a mentor to me personally, has stayed in my house, has eaten my cooking. Dr. Leonard Jeffries is a mentor to me. What's his name? Daruba Ben Wahad, giant that he is in this brother, gotta be 86, 87. I'm telling you, y'all can't tell me shit. Y'all can't tell me shit. That's why I be up in here angry all the time, especially in California. What they call revolutionary spirit out here is concerning. I said it from the first day I got here, because revolutionary work in California, you can actually have a full-time job. Did you know that you can put your revolutionary background, your revolutionary work on your resume? I said, y'all can do that. I said, y'all can do that. Because when I went to, quote, work my resume when I first got here, in Florida, you had to have 2 resumes, bitch. In Florida, in the South, nigga, you got to have 2 resumes. We called it your white people resume and your revolutionary resume. If you're trying to go get a job to pay at the corners, you know what I'm saying? You got to go down here and get a job with the white people. You need a white people resume and you got a revolutionary resume. You can't put none of your revolutionary work on your goddamn resume. Them white people won't hire you. And I got out here and I'm telling this girl, I'm paying this girl to help me with my resume. And she was like, well, let me send me a copy of your resume. I got 2 resumes. She's like, why you got 2 resumes? I was like, well, one is my white people resume and one is my revolutionary resume. She said, white people resume. Now, this is a white girl. She said, white people resume? She said, what the fuck is that? I said, girl, there's some shit you don't want to be putting on your resume if you're trying to get a job with the white people. She was like, what kind of shit? She said, I ain't never heard of that. And so I sent her both my resumes. She said, girl, all that bullshit you got on your white people resume, you can throw that shit in the garbage. This revolutionary resume, this the shit you want to lead with. I said, to get a regular ass job in this city. She's like, to get any job in this city, you want to lead with that shit. That shit you got on that revolutionary, that's the shit you want to use. Honey, motherfuckers out here making a good living as revolutionaries. I put revolutionaries in quotation marks. Because I done been to some of these revolutionary meetings. And with the money that is coming into, quote, revolutionary work in the city, I used to say when I first got here, sitting in other people's committee meetings, committees that I was volunteering for, whatever, I was like, man, if we had this kind of flow of resources into our organizations, we could have been shut this shit off. In the South, nigga, on the East Coast, we could have been took this shit already. All this money y'all got flowing through here to go do revolutionary work. We could have been took this shit. We still doing fish fries and car washes and all. We had to scrap for every single penny that we made to make these programs happen. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. It was just amazing. I haven't been, yeah, anyway. It was an amazing time. It was an amazing time. I don't miss it. I don't miss the party at all. I don't regret the decision that I knew was clear I had to make when I left the party. Because, and it's not until I got into this work with the goddess, which was many years later. It wasn't until I got into this work with the goddess that I understood more clearly the decision that I made to leave the party when I did. And even thinking about the chairman today and about why his mind is the way that it is, how his brain came to be what it is, what were the contributing factors to the bourgeoning of the genius that is now called Yeshatelism. First of all, that nigga got a mama. And for me to have been in the party for 15 years and not know his name is enough. If anybody else was to say, I'd be like, that's if I don't know your mama name and you somebody big, I already know what you own. You're a patriarch and you don't even know it. I'll tell you this, that any man of any position, any man of any genius, whether identifiable or self-proclaimed, any man in any area of life, any man anywhere that you know his name, if you don't know his mama name, he ain't shit. And nothing good can come from it. I'm trying to give you a word right now. Why we don't know Brad Pitt mama name? I'm telling you, this has to be the new standard. Because for any self-proclaimed y'all know my mama name. I say my mama name. I wish I could say it today. Because I can't find the damn book my conspiracy in. But every time we do the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, I tell y'all my mama full name the day she was born. Jacqueline Jeanette Cook. That's my mama. This is the way in the first paragraph of the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. I say, I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, the name that I had the moment I was born, I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's creation. I am divine because she is divine. No, I am guided and protected by the blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. That's why I say that. You feel me? I told y'all before, my position is this. Anybody, any man that's any kind of, quote, brilliant, and he does not preface anything that he says. If he's teaching a workshop, if he is, whatever the fuck he doing, whatever he doing, if he got something to say that he so-called putting y'all on game with, and it is not prefaced by the words, I want to give thanks and praise to the one who allowed her body to be my body so that I can stand in front of you today and share this vital information that hopefully will change your life. I want to give thanks and praise to sister so-and-so who was my mentor, who taught me this and this and this and this. I want to give thanks to some woman who made me possible, whether that is by birth or whether that is by proximity to me. Because every woman that comes into contact with every man changes him for the better. Whether he acknowledges it or not is another story. But bitch, you are who you are because women exist. Because women, even when you do them dirty, give a fuck about your life and are always rooting for you, always holding out hope, even for our lovers, holding out hope, even for our lovers, like they were our children, holding out hope that they're going to be the best version of themselves. But we just got to rock with them because I can see their potential. And all I got to do is love them enough, and they too will become the best and most glorious versions of themselves. So when I tell you, I don't let That happened years ago. I don't let men divine for me. I still get readings from other people. I will never let a male access my head again. This is not the period for that. This ain't the period for that. This is not the period for that. Doesn't mean that the period will not return where males will be able to divine. They can divine. I'll say that. In the temple, I may very well allow males to divine in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, but I will not allow for males to divine for women. I will not allow males to divine for trans people or for gender nonconforming people. I may very well ordain males in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence to facilitate groups for males, to divine for males who are in that uncomfortable place of transitioning, of making a break with their inner patriarch. That's some uncomfortable shit. And so it may be baby steps. They may not be willing to get direct guidance from me in their infancy, and they try to purge this cancer out of their spirit. I may very well. I mean, there is a brother on the temple committee, the founding committee of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. There is a brother, and I talk with him. Now he used to be in the party too, so we can talk like that. We can talk like blood raw. You feel me? And so I be kicking his ass all the time. Like, yo, you can't be timid doing this shit. Like, you be kind of timid and kind of, sometimes like you iffy about your position. Bitch, we still us. Yes, I'm the founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. But what people need to start to see regular is that when you come into a certain level of political and spiritual consciousness, that this default that you got to become some kind of creature, some kind of weird ass version of yourself to be truly spiritual. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. First of all, it's so gross. It's so presumptuous. And that tells you how deep patriarchy is. There are young men who have been to events ceremonies and rituals that I've organized as the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, and they're wonderful people. But it always strikes me, and I had been pondering why. Why is it that men who feel the call, who something starts to resonate with their spirit and there's something they want to know, and so for the first time they'll come and get a reading, or for the first time they'll come to a ritual, but in coming, and you can tell it's not them, but they'll come, I don't know, in this weird way, like they presume that because they men, they got to dress a certain way, or they gotta walk with their shoulders down so they don't seem intimidating, or they gotta look kind of like hippie ass. But bitch, I know you got a suit and tie job. I know this ain't how you dress in your regular life. You know what I'm saying? I know this ain't how you dress in your regular life. Why you feel? Hold on. My ID acting up. Like, why you feel like you gotta, like, what?
I have an embarrassing confession to make.
Like, where does that come from? I'll tell you where it comes from. It comes from the state. The state invading every space, every space, corrupting every idea, right? Because that shit, it always bugged me. And that's another thing I have to say. I know, but I guess we in here. This is one day after the Mercury retrograde began, so that might be why I'm trying to get all this stuff off my chest. But there's another thing about the party that I really, really appreciated and had never seen anybody do or articulate. And now that I'm thinking about it, as I do events and I do especially like rituals and ceremony, and it's always this. As a matter of fact, I'll be blunt. I'll be blood raw. I'll be blunt. I'll be blunt. The last ceremony that I did, I don't know, it might have been over the summer. The last ceremony I did, again, it's always going to be like the few males that come are always going to be on, their vibe is weird. Their vibe is very like, I'll tell you what their vibe is. Their vibe is patriarchal, but in the opposing way. See, not in the quote hypermasculine way. Their vibe is like the antithesis of the hypermasculine way. So if I'm going to this spiritual thing, if I'm going to this spiritual event, then in your mind, because we talking about the goddess, in your mind, which is infected with patriarchy, and you have a penis, so you internalize that you as an individual is the enemy, and so you have to, in your mind, you have to present as weak as possible. Like literally seeing these men's posture change when they come to a ritual or a ceremony or a spiritual event, that the patriarch in their head tells them that's some weak bitch shit, so you better dress accordingly. It never ceases to amaze me. I just be wanting to pull them aside like, what made you do that? What made you wear what you wearing today? And I ain't trying to shame nobody about what they wearing, but I'm telling you, I read your vibe. I know all the intricate ways patriarchy tries to play with your skull, bitch. And right now, the way you dressed and the way you got your shoulders like slunched over because you scared to stand up straight or some shit, like somehow this is going, what is it that you thinking? You feel me? This shit is bizarre. But what you saying without saying it, you may not even be conscious that you saying it, because patriarchy has done such a good job at making everything that is quote spiritual synonymous with weakness, synonymous with submission, synonymous with martyrdom, synonymous with powerlessness. That's why you don't know it. You don't know it. But the distinction that you make early on in your spiritual life, in your spiritual journey, when people ask you, what you believe, and you say, well, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. You in your baby self don't even understand that you are making a declaration about the absence of fucking power. That's what you're doing. Because it is religious institutions that have power. It's religious institutions that have power. Why? Because religion is an arm of the state. But you can't see that because your ass still believe that the state is just a political question. That the state is just an economic question. That's it. That somehow nothing else that exists is impacted by the state. And so that shit is so deeply seated in the collective consciousness and fabric of this country, that you, who is a surfing, good looking, jockey style, like your teenage football player who was a jock who grows up and decides he wants to be a surfer. So he ripped, he good looking, debonair motherfucker. You see him anywhere else, his shoulders are up, his chin is up. He confident. He walking through the world like y'all run this shit. Like I'm me, bitch, I'm me. And then he comes to a spiritual event and he lost his spine because spirituality is some weak bitch shit. So I guess I need to dress like a weak bitch to go and get up in here, and because his spirit is seeking something too. His spirit is seeking something too. And any of you who do any kind of spiritual work for others, facilitate spiritual work for others, readings, divination, that type of stuff, you've seen it, even if you haven't been able to articulate what it is you're looking at, but you be like, damn, why they did that? Or, ooh, like you get a slight little ick, a slight little cringe, like, why he acting like that? Why he walking like that? What? I know he don't do that. I know he don't dress like that in the world. I know he don't be like that in the world. You feel what I'm saying? Because the state has done an excellent job at teaching you in a very low level, damn near imperceptible way, that to be spiritual is to be powerless. And so the only thing you can do is hope for the best in the perpetual chanting of mantras and manifestation rituals. Because otherwise your ass ain't got no power because you're spiritual. Huh? The state did that, by the way. The state did that. The police up in your spiritual spaces did that shit. So when I'm constantly going off about my rage towards all of these men that I've been talking to y'all about for months and months and months and months and months and months and months now, every time you turn around, you find out not just Aleister Crowley, who was well known, but even with Aleister Crowley, to this day, people will talk about Aleister Crowley like he was a game changer, a trendsetter, light years ahead of the game in his understanding of all things esoteric and spiritual. And all of that shit they will say about Aleister Crowley and put as a tiny little footnote, he happened to be the fucking police. He happened to be a double agent for the British and the United States of America. He happened to be 20 years before they even thought about it, the one that gave the CIA and the FBI the idea that became MK Ultra. Did you know that Aleister Crowley was already doing MK Ultra-esque shit in his temples, in his religious institution, in his religious organizations, in his ceremonies? The shit that he was doing in these ceremonies in 1910, 1920, 1930, and taking mental notes. They have all of his journals. He taking notes. He faking like he taking the medicine. So everybody else, he giving everybody else plant medicine. He giving everybody else drugs. He faking like he drinking the same shit they drinking. And he's facilitating this ceremony, and everybody's so deep in it and shit. Meanwhile, this bitch is taking. They say he had a photographic memory. He taking notes of how everybody is behaving in the room, the different ways the medicine is impacting different people, how he concedes suggestive ideas into them while they are in ceremony, and journaling the shit like the cop he was. Like the super cop he was. They said they found journals and journals and journals and journals and journals and journals and journals over 50 fucking years of him moving around the world, entering into not only creating his own shit, but entering into all these other people's ceremonial spaces. He was a member of 2 secret societies, and they tossed his ass the fuck out the secret societies. He was like, fuck it, let me build my own shit. I got enough from y'all to build my own shit. He was kicked out of 2 secret societies, and they kicked his ass out because they was like, this motherfucker suspect. This motherfucker suspect. And he was like, thank you, appreciate you, and went right out and started his own religion. You hear me? And do you know, I read it to y'all before because I'm sitting here reading this man's life. I said, how come none of these white people who be bigging up Aleister Crowley talk about this aspect of it that's easily readable everywhere on the internet? I got 3 of this nigga books. And do you know what one article I read about him said? I was so, because I already knew he was the cops. You feel me? So anything that he said after that was useless as far as I was concerned. I told you I got 3 of his books. This is what you call knowing your enemy to know yourself. You feel me? To me, every documentary I'd ever seen about Aleister Crowley. This is before I knew any of this shit. This is before I knew he was the police or any of that shit. Just on some, let me see what's going on with these secret societies, because the black people was talking about it a lot. Like Professor Griff and all of them, they was always talking about like the Illuminati take over the hip hop and this, that, and this. And that. I was like, let me see what these brothers and sisters talking about, right? And so Aleister Crowley's name comes up in every last one of these spaces. I was like, well, let me check out what this white boy talking about and why even black people love this motherfucker so much, right? And I read this piece just recently, within this year. And I never heard this on any of there are so many documentaries about this man's life, and it never saw once in any of these documentaries what I read in an article about his life just this year. This article was saying that this was a quote from an officer in the CIA, that we had collected all of Aleister Crowley's journals, and MK Ultra was fashioned after the quote work he was doing in these spiritual and occult spaces. He said, this same person in this article said that his notes were so specific. What we discovered was not the quote random nomadic movements of a self-proclaimed wise man. What we saw reading his journals was the very specific and strategic maneuvering from spiritual space to spiritual space to spiritual space. And he said that the thing that made it possible for Aleister Crowley to enter into any spiritual space, no matter how secretive it was he would feign stupid. They said this man was never seen as threatening to any of these spaces that he entered into. He said that Aleister Crowley wrote of himself in his journals that everybody thinks I'm stupid, so they ignore what I'm doing. Do you hear what I just said to you? Do you hear what I just said to you? In his own words, in his own journal. The greatest weapon that I have had to do my job as a double agent with British and American intelligence for damn near 50 fucking years. The greatest weapon that I have employed was to pretend that I'm stupid. And when I pretend that I'm stupid, don't nobody even pay no attention to the fact that I'm collecting intel. I'm taking notes in my brain, my photographic memory. That's why I continue to tell you, stop calling Trump stupid. Stop calling Biden senile. Stop calling Newsom stupid. That motherfucker got into just 3 days ago, did this whole presentation on a stage in Atlanta in a room full of black people, in a stadium full of black people, and talking about, I'm just like you guys. I barely graduated high school. I had a 970 on my SAT, and I don't read. In a room full of black people, y'all let this white nationalist play in your face. He didn't get a shoe to his forehead. He didn't get booed the fuck out the room. Nothing. I done told y'all Newsom is not a metaphor, not I kind of think or suspect. Newsom is a white supremacist. Newsom is a white nationalist. And because you don't study your enemy, it goes over your head that in 5 fucking speeches in the last 3 months, he has uttered the same exact words that are the dog whistles that only other white supremacists know. That's why y'all ain't burnt his house down yet. This smooth talking, slick haired, Ken doll motherfucker that I see black women talking about. Oh, he is handsome. I'm not surmising. I'm not coming to a conclusion based off of. I study white people. I study white supremacy and white nationalism and have for a very, very, very long time. And so I know the symbols. I know the little catchphrases, the little buzzwords. And me being the scientist, I'm like, why the fuck he just said that? And it'll go over everybody in the room here, including the white people who in the room who don't happen to be white supremacists. They don't puzzle. They're like, he just a political guy making a political speech. And as soon as he said it the first time, I'm like, why the fuck he said that? And then for the next 3 weeks, he's saying the exact same sentence in interviews, on CNN, at speeches. And I was like, that's what Google is for, bitch. I was like, why does nigga keep saying this shit? Google, what does motherfucker mean when he say this shit? And Google say, bitch, he a white supremacist. Google say he a white supremacist, bitch. Only white supremacists say that dumbass shit. That's what Google said. I'm paraphrasing for Google, but that's what Google said. These are common phrases used among white supremacists, white nationalists, white nationalist organizations. You want to know what the phrase was? That everybody on every news station ignored, and he said it 5 times in a row in 3 weeks. I said, why the fuck does he keep saying that? Why the fuck does he keep saying that? And so me, initially, I'm just like, okay, he a politician. You feel me? So let me search it on the political level. Because he said it when all these so-called Democrats swept all these seats in Texas. And he went down to Texas to congratulate the Democrats on them sweeping all these seats in Texas, right? And so they have him get up and do a speech at the victory event. And the very first thing he says out of his mouth is, what a glorious day in Texas. What a glorious day. It reminds me so much of our, what did he say? He said, today reminds me of our wonderful Greek democracy and our what did he say? Glorious Greek democracy and a wonderful Roman Republic. I said, nigga, what? This wonderful day reminiscent of the glorious Greek democracy and the wonderful Roman Republic. And that exact sentence, word for word, over the next 3 weeks, in every interview and every speech, that's how he opened his speech. And not one interviewer, not one person, not one post, except my own, on this whole of the internet, puzzled about why he would keep saying over and over like a goddamn democracy. What a wonderful day. What a glorious day. It's so reminiscent of the glorious Greek democracy and the wonderful Roman Republic. As well, I started doing a deep dive on what was so wonderful about the Greek democracy and the Roman Republic. Because if my mind remembers, wasn't both of those societies slave societies? Like, wasn't like 93% of the population slaves? So what he talking about, a goddamn glorious Greek democracy and a wonderful Roman Republic? Why he keep saying that shit? So I'm just looking technically. What's the etymology of democracy? What's the etymology of a republic? What's the origin? What did the countries look like when they were governed by democracy and when they were governed by a republic? What was the difference between Greek democracy and Roman republic? Because, the Greeks were conquered by the Romans. So the Greek democracy went away and and they say that the Romans kept some of that shit and they added some shit and that became the Roman Republic. What was the common denominator? Like how did the people live under this glorious Greek democracy and this wonderful Roman Republic? That sent me on a whole ass wormhole. Y'all can go back and watch the video for that on another day. I did that in November. But then, because the mother is always, I take a hard ass position. I don't have to have no background, no understanding, no information about the position, but my position ain't gonna wave. This motherfucker suspect, and I'm just waiting for the information that is going to affirm and confirm the justness of the decision that I made in opposition to that motherfucker right there, whoever that is, whatever the situation is, right? And so I did the whole breakdown of the history of the Greek democracy and the Roman Republic. Go back in February, I did that. It should change your mind about some things before you take your ass to the polls, right? But I still wasn't satisfied, okay, to learn the ins and outs of how the Greek democracy and the Roman Republic, functioned on a daily basis. One day, I had my YouTube just running, where it would just play for you after for you after for you. I was filling out the jewelry order. And all random, like this sister who I don't subscribe to her channel, don't know why I came through. I do know why I came through, because Spirit was like, bitch, you need the confirmation. So that if anybody ever asks you, you have the actual information that you can explain and justify your position of opposition to what this motherfucker keep saying every time he speaks. Glorious Greek democracy and wonderful Roman Republic. So come through my For You is the sister, and she is interviewing. I have to find this video, as a matter of fact. she's interviewing this dude who is a professor of Greek and Roman history in some college out on the East Coast, right? And he had just written a book. I don't even remember the name of the book. Probably need to buy the book. But he had just written a book, and he says, so she's interviewing him, and she says, I love this book, and I just wish more white people were talking about this. This shit blew my mind, whatever, whatever. So he is giving the premise of the book that he just wrote in 2025. The premise of the book, as he's saying from his own mouth, was over the last 2 to 3 years, I've been hearing, he said, I was doing research for my book. But what got me to come to the idea that I needed to write the book was I had started, a lot of news articles were coming out, headlines were coming out about the growing white supremacist organizations, white nationalist organizations in the United States. And he said, I wasn't really paying much attention to it until I started hearing some of these people were in these organizations, and some of the shit they were saying was concerning. And the reason that it was concerning is because in a lot of these white supremacist and white nationalist organizations, they are referring to particularly Roman, but Greek and Roman history to, quote, validate the justness of their plight as white supremacists. He said, I was hearing this more and more and more as as regular news was reporting more and more about the rise in white nationalist organizations membership. And he said, damn, well, this is my subject. And he said, it's not, quote, unintelligent, uneducated people who are saying this shit. He said, I am seeing well-educated, college-educated, degree-having, wealthy white men in these white nationalist and white supremacist organizations saying verbatim about Rome and Greece ideas and concepts that I learned in college majoring in Roman history. He said, and so what they're saying is not incorrect. The context with which what they are saying is highly incorrect. But if the majority of your membership is uneducated or poorly educated young men from the South, from Appalachia, from the most poor areas in this country, because that's who you seek out if you are intelligent and rich and leading, creating, forming a white nationalist organization. You don't want a whole bunch of thinking motherfuckers. You don't want a whole bunch of reasoning motherfuckers. You don't want a whole bunch of motherfuckers in there with college degrees. You feel me? And so because what they are saying about Rome and Greece is historically accurate, the context with which they are using these ideas that you see regular everyday men and women articulating, the context is completely incorrect. And so he said, I started hearing more and more and more and more and more these little dog whistles that are based on Roman and Greek history to, quote, validate these articulations by these white nationalist organizations. And he was like, since this is my major, this is what I got my PhD in, I have to say something about this. I have to do something about this. And so he went into this long thing over the last 3 years, this long bout of research to demystify how this, he said, the first thing he said, y'all, he said the first thing that to me is obvious because because this is what I study, this is what I do, is Roman and Greek history. He said the first thing that stands out to me, the first thing that's very shocking to me and stands out to me is that all of these white nationalist organizations and white supremacist organizations, he said how they came to the conclusion that the majority of people in ancient Greece and Rome were white is beyond me. That's the first thing he said. That's the first thing he said. He said how they came to the conclusion, like what the methodology is that they use to assume that the majority of people in ancient Greece and Rome were white or white-skinned, it is beyond me. He said, but that's a discussion for another day, but it is something that we need to mention, that Rome was an empire for which many, 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 many people from the empire existed in Rome. He said, so how they came to the conclusion that Rome was white and Greece was white is something we're going to have to study more deeply on another day. But that assumption is extremely incorrect. That's what he's saying. The motherfucker with a PhD in Greek and Roman history. Okay. He said, but the other thing that is really interesting is what I was saying when I just did a Google search. Why he keeps saying that shit? Because when I was just doing the political etymological research on the difference between the Greek democracy and the Roman Republic, and how the main thing that they both had in common was, bitch, slavery got to exist. So the only people who are, quote, citizens up in this bitch is land owning wealthy men. And I didn't say white men. I said land owning wealthy men. Because we know, we read Mama Zogbe, right? But then we read Mama Zogbe when she was talking about the Sibyls, right? And how the black Sibyls ended up in Rome and in Greece and all over the Mediterranean, what we call Turkey, and all of that shit. And how the last great Sibyl, her greatest enemy, her greatest opposition, the one who wanted to reduce her to a crazy witch so people would stop going to her, was a Negro Roman emperor. Didn't we read that in the Sibyls? The first prophetesses of MamiWata and the theft of African prophecy by the Catholic Church. And how even the Negro Roman emperor and his others, they might have been white, but his council and his military council and his spiritual council, when she said, look, I can't, y'all don't want me to divine no more, that's cool. I'm gonna retire. But before I retire, you're gonna pay me for these 9 books here. These nine books of spiritual auricular genius, bitch, y'all about to pay me for, so I can retire well. And he was like, we don't want that shit. And the whole gallery is like, and they ain't say nothing because they scared of the Negro. And she said, I want, what'd she say? I want 30 pieces of gold or 60 pieces of gold, some shit like that. For these 9 books, I want 60 pieces of gold. And he's like, we don't want that shit. And she's like, you sure? He's like, we don't want that shit. And everybody in the room was like, and she said, oh, okay. So she take 3 of the books and lay them on the palace floor and set them ablaze. She set them on fire. Everybody in the room is shook. He's like, and what, bitch? Told you we don't want that shit. She's like, oh, you sure? Because now the price is still the same. There ain't but 6 books left, but you still gonna pay me 60 pieces of gold, bitch. He's like, I told you I don't want that shit. Everybody in the room is shooketh to the core. She's like, oh, word? You must not have heard who the fuck I am. That's okay. 3 more books set on the bonfire that she had set with the previous 3 books. There are 3 books left. And so finally, somebody in his gallery got up the courage to yank his ass. And his advisors was like, motherfucker, do you not know who this is? He's like, I don't care who this is, this black bitch. They was like, nah, bruh, do you not know who the fuck this is? They was like, why? He was like, why y'all tripping? She just a woman. Why y'all tripping? They was like, bitch, she ain't just a woman. This is the Oracle of Kumeya. This is the Sibyl of Kumeya. She is the most globally renowned seer there is. Everybody who has won any victory came and sat at this bitch feet. Buy them books and stop bullshitting. They said, you better pay that motherfucker what she want for them last 3 books and stop playing games. Nigga, who the fuck you think you is? You ain't been here long enough. Who the fuck you think you is? He's like, word, it's like that? They was like, yeah, bitch, buy the books. Give her what she asking for. So he buy the books. He give her the 60 pieces of gold. And the way Mama Zogbe tells the story is that he read the first page. And the look of shock on his face when he realized the grave error he had made at letting her burn the previous 6. That it shook him so much, the first page, that it shook him so much that when he got the books, the last 3 remaining books, he had a place built for them where they were under 24-hour watch. But y'all can't support the genius of black women. Y'all can't understand what you have in your possession when you are in any type of proximity to a black-skinned, nappy-headed, big-nosed, big-lipped, big titty, big ass having, jiggly belly with a stretch marks and everything ass having human being with the whole of the goddamn universe not only resting in her uterus waiting for that to be exposed as the genius that it is, but the whole history of the goddamn planet pulsing through her fucking veins at any given time, waiting to be let loose, waiting to be let free. And what the goddess is seeking in males who are really about that life, stop coming to my ceremonies and my rituals like hippies, bitch. This is not the place. There are a ton of ashrams. There are a ton of Hindu temples. There's a ton of that bullshit over there. Go take the spineless, hippie-esque, peace and love at all cost bullshit where the fuck it belongs. I love that book by Mama Zogbe so much. I keep coming back to it because it was such a short book. It was such a short book. I think it took us 2 weeks to get through that book. Such a short book. But she wrote that book not with hands. She didn't write that book with hands. She wrote that book with sledgehammers. She wrote that book with sledgehammers. Feel me? And it is not until, because let me tell you something about Mama Zogbe. Because I'm going to constantly challenge y'all. And in my challenging of you, I'm going to constantly challenge you to challenge others. In my challenging of you, I am going to constantly challenge you to challenge others. I am going to challenge you all, men, women, and all the genders in between, black people, white people, and all the races in between, babies to elders. I am going to challenge you because I don't ever want to hear I don't want to ever hear another motherfucker talk about the goddess in some kind of ambiguity. The goddess is not ambiguous, bitch. The goddess is alive. The goddess is embodied. The goddess is real. The goddess is you, pulsing through your veins, no matter who the fuck you are. And the only way you will show up, because that's what everybody's talking these last 2 weeks. I'm all over the place, but y'all up in here with me, or you can leave. It's whatever. But everybody has been, lamenting and woeing and doing video after video about all the revelations of the damn files. I could give a fuck. Nothing that y'all have said, so why y'all saying it out loud? Nothing that you have said, nothing that you have read is news. Nothing you have, not only is it not news, not only is it not news, it is not like we have not had hundreds in general, but in particular, 110 years of Hollywood in our face saying who it is. 100 years. 100 years. So stop using your mouth to read to us the content of the files. If you go ahead and spend your brain energy reading that bullshit and ass bullshit, the only reason you should be reading it, and I would never, but the only reason you should be reading it is if it is going to inform action afterwards. If it is going to inform you on what must be done. You have, after reading this monstrous shit, after allowing this monstrous shit into your skull as if you don't know it exists. How many times you have to read diabolically monstrous shit to know that monstrously diabolical shit exists? You feel me? This shit is modern. I'm telling you, and I've been telling y'all for years, man. This shit is modern snuff. That's the purpose that it serves. So while you can get no limit on how many times your eyes are assaulted by modern snuff that you share, thinking that we must know what's happening. So I'm going to share 1,000,000 times videos of people being killed, videos of babies with missing body parts, videos. There ain't no fucking, listen to me. There ain't no fucking censoring on the shit that assaults your eyeballs. There is no shortage on regular social media that every child has access to. There is no shortage of the most monstrous machinations that a human could possibly come. How you even imagine such monstrous shit in your head? There's no shortage of that coming into your eyeballs on any given time. But I can't make no money because I say motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? You can't say nothing about the monstrous shit that you are allowed to see, but you cannot articulate with the power of your own ashe and mouth the monstrous shit that you see. Them same things that you see, you can't say. See? It is because censorship, extreme censorship like we are witnessing today, like I've never seen in my whole life, not even when I was a child. I've never seen this gravity of censorship that we comply with, because we must comply if we want these people to pay us. So we will say grape instead of rape. Meanwhile, y'all reading Epstein files from all the way back to the 1980s before you even started saying grape. And in these goddamn Epstein files, they are using the word grape to hide what they are doing. You see what I'm saying? This is in the 80s. This is in the 90s that they saying grape. And you saying grape because you think it was just a safe way that the culture just came up with to say what you trying to articulate and still make this money. You have been had, bitch. There's nothing. That's why I refuse. I struggle with it. I really, really do. I struggle with it. It's a real serious internal struggle that I have, because I know the type of potential that my channel has to make me money. I started the Patreon and other things, and so I'll get on that. But I've debated many times back and forth about whether to go ahead and capitulate and clean up my language and not get too hyped, because if I get too hyped, the explicitives just gonna start pouring out like hot sauce on a pizza. You feel me? You feel me? Because if I get hyped, there ain't no, the floodgates is open, bitch. There ain't no walking back to cuss words. So I'm like, okay, can I be calm and cool and collected and, methodical and about how I communicate these very pressing and urgent matters that I want to communicate to you in a way that will not cause the white people to clutch their pearls, and in the clutching of their pearls, they stomp on my money. I go through this a lot. And I know to some of you, it may seem small. It may seem like a non-issue. Bitch, just self-censor so you can get this money. Just self-censor so you can get this money. But I stay convinced that my money is going to come. I do. Yes, I'm still facing eviction. I know it seems crazy. I know everything that I'm doing seems crazy to you. It seems crazy to me on some days. Like, bitch, why are you running for mayor and your ass is these motherfuckers threatening to put you out your shit? Because I am certain. My certainty is, to some will appear to be insanity. I promise it will. And some days to me, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Just let me go ahead and pull my name off this shit and get out here and get a regular edge. But this is not the day for that. This is not the day for that. And that's the kind of courage and confidence, even without evidence right away, that we have to move with. I am fortunate enough. I am blessed enough, even as I got my real life issues. You feel me? Real urgent and daily pressing issues. I more than fear, more than stress about my house. I want to stay in my place. There is a creepy calm a creepy certainty that I'm like, y'all all have had that feeling where shit gets so tense, and you like, God damn it, I can't take no more. God damn it, now this is it. I'm done. Right? And then you hold out one more day, and then the floodgates open up. You like, holy shit. Oh my God. If I wouldn't have waited one more day, I'd have been fucked up in the game. That's the intensity that I've been experiencing since I turned 50 in September. It is, every day has been that challenge. Like, and I don't want it. I be up in here arguing with the mother. Like, bitch, I don't listen. I be up in here arguing. The way y'all pray is not the way I pray. Okay? I be up in here cussing. Like, look, now, goddamn it, I done accepted the charge. I had no interest in entering into electoral politics. Zero interest. I was sure that the way that my objectives were going to get met was going to be solely and strictly through the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And this call came down on my head like a lead bomb in ceremony on the summer solstice this past June. And every day since June, I was trying to talk myself out of it. This is not me, right? This is somebody in my head, you feel me? On some delusions of grandeur and shit. What the fuck I want to be mayor for? I spent from the summer solstice to December 9th trying to find all the ways to talk myself out of doing what I'm doing. December 9th, I walked my ass down there and said, okay, I'm gonna run for mayor. I'm gonna run for mayor. From December 9th to 2 weeks ago, I still spent every single solitary day because my landlord is on my back like a bad habit. Everybody wants something from me. I ain't been working, you feel me? This is the only work that I have right now. This, and then the readings that come from this, and the support that y'all give, and the donations, which I love you for it, and the jewelry or the books or the spiritual tools that you buy from my Etsy store. That's work right now. And it ain't cutting it. My landlord got an attitude, bitch. My landlord got an attitude. You feel me? And so all of that. And every day I'm like, what the fuck do I think I am doing? I have to secure my life, bitch, from day to day. I don't know if the sheriff don't come and serve my ass. It's like that. And I'm still paying them every penny that I get. I'm like, here's a chunk, here's a chunk, here's a chunk, here's a chunk. You know what I'm saying? But baby, it ain't enough. And so every day I'm like, even today, I was like, damn. And then the other thing is, there are 38 people running, right? But I can guarantee you that none of the 38 are like me. I've seen the faces of many of them when we had to go down for that last thing to grab our petitions. And, you know, everybody colors within the line. So we had to go and pick up our petitions. Everybody was well dressed. Everybody had on like business casual. Everybody looked exactly the same. We were all in a big warehouse together, sitting at different tables, getting walked through how to get our petitions, this and that and this and that. And I'm the only motherfucker in there with piercings in my face and tattoos on my face and some nappy ass hair. And I had on a mini skirt because I was like, it's nice outside. Let me show my legs. You feel me? Everybody up in there in business casual. And I'm up in there like the me that I am. Right? And so every time somebody asks, first of all, every time I announce that I'm running for mayor, people are like, there's a pause every time. There's a pause. Every time, no matter who it is, no matter how long they've known me, no matter how much political work I've done for their organization, no matter how many hundreds of hours I have donated to their organizations, doesn't matter. Every time I say I'm running for mayor, that I'm on the ballot as a legitimate candidate to run for mayor, there's a pause. Then there's a puzzle. Then there's a reaction. Really? Because people are not accustomed to real human beings having the audacity to stage a contest for the seizure of power. Y'all would do the same thing. Y'all would do the same thing. Right now today, as much as you know and love him and have grown up with him, if Denzel Washington made the declaration today that he was going to run for mayor, Y'all would probably be happy about it, but y'all would puzzle first. Y'all would pause first. Like, Denzel? Wouldn't you? You would. He an actor though. What? And Ronald fucking Reagan was an actor. That's why y'all got rocked to sleep. Donald Trump was an actor. See? And so the problem is that you do not, it takes a second for people. And even when I tell them, and even after the pause, and even after the puzzle, and even after the weird kind of response, like, really? Right? Like, not trying to hurt my feelings or whatever. You can still see their mind trying to reconcile what somebody like me has just told them, and is deadly serious. This is not just spectacle. Deadly serious, right? Because we have grown accustomed to we have accepted who has a right and does not have a right to hold power. And that shit is deep and it's etched in all of us. Not only that, child, not only to hold power, because once you seize power, what the fuck do you do with it? What the fuck do you do with it? So we black folks be constantly living in a make-believe world. We do that. We be so deep in our heart chakras about the first Negro this and the first Negro that and the first Negro this and the first Negro that. And we be so prideful and in our heart chakras about a first Negro this and that we will look past every single solitary crime committed by that beloved Negro. And then look at those of us who have eyes to see, clear eyes to see, when out of love for you and your condition, try to reason with you about why we must have a discerning eye, especially with first Negroes this and first Negroes that. People out here, I had a woman today, a Mexican woman today, tell me, so distressed. This woman, my age, damn near on the brink of tears, at the Senior Citizens Center. Tell me, damn near with tears in her eyes, looking completely defeated. She's like, "You running for mayor?" I was like, "Yeah." She was like, "Well, I just hope you better than Karen Bass. I really believed in her." This Mexican woman. I really believed in her. I was so excited because I just knew that as an older black lady, she was going to do the right thing. I just believed in her, and I just can't believe how she done us. How much worse things have gotten in the 4 years she ain't did nothing for us. Now the Senior Citizen Center is partnered with an organization that provides support for the homeless and particularly homeless youth. So next to the Senior Portion Center, there is a whole like dormitory for would-be homeless youth, right? Especially LGBTQIA youth, because they make up the great percentage of homeless children and young people in this city. Do you know that there are 16,000 homeless school-age kids in Los Angeles, bitch? 60,000 homeless youth under 24 in the whole county of Los Angeles. The majority of the homeless are children and young people in this rotten motherfucker. You feel me? And so she talking to me because I'm trying to put everybody on game. Anybody need some extra cash? I got a homegirl who was just telling me you can make $2,000 to $4,000 a week signing petitions, but it's only gonna last 3 months. So you got to treat this shit like it's a smash and grab. Come on, the train is only 30 minutes long. She'll give you the petitions. You can start the next day, and you get paid every week through direct deposit. And you don't even have to have a checking account. Just go to Walmart and get one of them damn cards that you can get direct deposit put on, and she gonna pay you because that's who she wants. This is a Mexican woman. She want people who really need the money to do the work for her, and she pay them well. $10 a signature. And so I'm making the announcement to this room full of elderly people who are always complaining about needing money, but this city hates the old. So they can't get hired, can't find work. I met a woman the other day at the Senior Citizen Center. She's 72, cute little old woman. And we were just talking, and she said, I have a long, extensive background in the industry. I said, really? She said, yeah, I was the director of this television company, and I directed this television show for this many years, and this and that. And this, it's like a long, like really radically impressive, like resume of who she worked with in this industry. She's like, today, I can't get no work, and I need money so bad. That's what she told me. Thank you for your service. Thank you for letting us bleed you dry, bitch. And you can leave the industry with no cushion after you done generated us millions of dollars, and you can go out here and try to be a bag lady if they let you at the goddamn grocery store. So I make the announcement because everybody in the Senior Citizen Center are always complaining about how they don't have access to money, to resources. Most of them have been in the industry, most of them. And so I make this big announcement. Everybody bum rush from table. I'm trying to eat. They was like, no, I need that job, right? How did I get on that? But so the girl, she was like, you said you running for mayor, right? I was like, yeah. She was like, I just hope you do a better job than Karen, because, man, nowadays I'm even ashamed to say I voted for her because I just really believed her. I said, I'm so sorry that happened. She said, you didn't vote for her? I said, hell no, I didn't vote for her. I said, and unfortunately, people to this day, when you are going to quote vote, you still treat candidates as if you can just trust them on face value, on just what comes out their mouth. That's all you got to go on. And so you don't even study. You don't even read articles from 10, 20, 30 years ago about who the person is. They're saying one thing right now, but they might have said something totally different. And is there anything in the real world? Is there any evidence in the world that their position has changed, that you can trust them now when you couldn't 10 years ago or 15 years ago or 30 years ago? That's what I was telling everybody about Biden. You ain't going to vote for Biden? Absolutely, positively not. 10,000, 100,000% negative. Negatron. No. Anything but Trump, I'll vote for anybody but Trump and Biden. As if you don't have options. And as if enough of you don't make that decision that y'all can't tip the scale on this bitch. But they know you aren't going to color outside the lines. It's either red or blue. You ain't got no real choices. Anyway, she was so demoralized. People are exhausted on being betrayed by colored people. By brown skin, red skin, black skin people. People are exhausted on being betrayed by colored folks. Feel me? And that's why everybody looking at me crazy. Because you don't really fit the profile of the motherfuckers that be running for office who have, political ambitions and shit. Like, you running from here. Yeah. Okay. How long I've been up on here? Okay. Those of you that are on YouTube. Oh, okay. That's so weird. They just changed the format for YouTube. Like from yesterday to today, they just changed the format for YouTube. I didn't see the timer. I was like, where the fuck is my timer? Am I even still on here? I've been talking to myself for hours. That's so weird. Anyway, they just changed the format on YouTube. Okay. There's so much I want to talk to y'all about, but it's just so much. There's so much I want to talk to you about. I had another breakthrough, man. And I know I'm onto something, but I don't want to be like premature. I talked to y'all about it a little bit. I think last week I for a very short period of time talked to you about like deep diving into Hitler and what his obsession was with the letter S. Do y'all remember me talking to y'all about that? Somebody put your hand up. Somebody say I do. Nobody? It's crazy. I be sharing so much and I be going so deep and going so okay. Earth Beauty say, I remember. Is that the hands up? Like, yeah, I do. Jessica Giroux. I hope I didn't mispronounce your last name. Jessica Giroux, 4132. Thank you so much. She said it's the first time that she's listening to my live stream. Bayoni, I actually do remember you begging to talk about that, but I think I went to bed. Let me shout some of y'all out. I know I've been going off since I entered up in here saying I was only going to do this for an hour and it's 3 hours later. Uh, Diva, Honey Dip Chocolate, Occult Examiner, QB, 1312, Peter says, Yolanda, and Tanika, who gave a donation. Thank you so much. And Persis Andrew is up in the house. Can Color Box. What? Black Pint 22. The Alchemist Poet in the building. Who else up in here? Grace, the Empress. Let's go. Vayoni 777. Okay, I think I said that. Okay. That's everybody that's up in here with me. Jessica Giroux gave a donation. Thank you so much. And I will also encourage y'all to, if you're not already, become a paid subscriber to this YouTube channel, Daughter of the Fates. There are different tiers, so go through and make sure you read the tiers. Make sure you read the tiers and what comes with the tiers, because I need you to respond based on what I put in the because we can't facilitate through here, but there are things in the tiers that you should be emailing me about and sending me your address. Okay, so make sure you read the tiers when you become a subscriber. Let's see. I think I got every Phoenix Rising. Let's go. Earthbound Beauty. What's up? Okay, that's everybody on YouTube. Let's see who is up in the room on this IG. Don't look like many. Donna Tracy, Goddess Satet, and Tanya Pettis. Greetings. Okay. So what I was saying, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because, like I said, it's something that I'm really working out in my head, because I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be like a revelatory workshop, because I've never heard nobody in no sector, in no space talk about this. But it started very innocently. I was wondering why Hitler was so obsessed with the letter S. Like, why is it in everything? Everything he did was like code for the letter S. And so you remember I was telling you, we were, as a matter of fact, we started. That's weird, Ken's color box. It is Mercury retrograde, though. It is the first day of Mercury retrograde. All my shit has been acting funky. But remember, I started talking about the S because I started talking about the S from astrology. Remember, right? So I was starting with the S, right? But teaching y'all that in navigation and in astrology, the S that we talk about, even spiritually, is referring to sign, SINE, right? That, right? Sign. So what we're looking at is the equator here, right? And then we're looking at the what do you call it? Longitude. This is a longitudinal line, right? And so the sign, or the S, or the serpent on the cross that you see, is the moon's cycle as it goes in and out of the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. That's all you're looking at. This is the Earth, And this is the relationship of the sun at the equator around the earth. What gives us day and night, what gives us our seasons. So this is like up in the northern hemisphere. This is the Tropic of Cancer, right? And in the southern hemisphere, it's the Tropic of Capricorn. And the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn is just based on the relationship of the sun going in and out of the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, and how if it's summer here, it's winter here. That's it. This S-like serpentine motion. I said, and so let me use another color marker. This is how I got on this diatribe that I'm leading up to when I was teaching it last week. I was like, so I was being put on game initially by Santos Bonacci. He spends a lot of time on this particular aspect of the sign, and because he calls himself an astrotheologist, right? And so he spends a lot of time talking about our Earth and its relationship to particularly the sun, and that being the basis of astrotheology, right? That's what he focuses on the most. And I really like Santos Bonacci, but I have a couple of disclaimers about him. If you choose to go into that wormhole with that dude, I have a whole singular notebook, and nothing in that notebook is other than notes from lectures taught by Santos Bonacci. But your brain better be well rested and real fed and real hydrated before you go into that wormhole. His shit is really deep. The kind of deep that sometimes you be thinking so hard your brain hurt. That's what you got to be ready for when you go into the wormhole with Santos Bonacci. Overall, I love his shit. Disclaimer 1. Be ready to descend into a wormhole unlike one you have ever been in. 1. 2, still treat him like the man that he is. That being said, no matter how brilliant he is, if his worldview and his understanding of what he is teaching is not centered in a relationship with the mother, he can only come to certain conclusions and can't go no further and can't get no deeper. Do you hear me? And it's evident if you know. I love the way he teaches. I love what he teaches, but I always still feel hungry after the lecture ends because I'm like, damn, you was right there and you didn't see it. While males are sick with patriarchy, no matter how genius they are, they can only get so deep. They can only go so deep. They can be putting your ass on game and will leave you with a cliffhanger because anything to avoid facing the mother. And they ain't even conscious of it. That's how pervasive patriarchy is. They will walk you all the way to a cliff of massive potential epiphany and leave you right there with the cliffhanger, bitch. Because the patriarch is waging war in their skull and they will never see the mother in anything that they talking about, no matter how deep it is. They will do everything to avoid facing the mother, not knowing that they're only deepening their own suffering and handicapping their own genius. Your genius can only be handicapped by avoiding the mother. So those are the 2 disclaimers. Santos Bonacci, he about that life. He will put you on game. He will level up. He will level up your spiritual journey. He will level up your understanding. He really will. But you can only go so deep. Okay? With him. So this is how I started really getting onto that, the whole S thing last week that I was trying to put y'all on. And I was like, damn, it's been in my face all this time, but I've always seen it like this, only like this, right? Even though we know it's the other, that I've only ever, no matter who the astrologer was, I've only ever seen it presented just like this, a sideways cross with the little S on it. And that's what the Bible was trying to say. It was a metaphor and that type of shit, right? But I've only ever seen it like that. Last week, when I was trying to teach y'all about it, I was like, I've never seen it Sorry about that, you guys. I've never seen it this way, and I don't like. Am I making a presumption? Because I still tell y'all I'm not an astrologer, but I refuse to learn astrology the way people teach it. I intuit based on everything else that I know: Chinese medicine, five elements theory, yin yang theory, all political science, political history, economic. Everything factors into what I'm looking at when I'm listening to some astrologer say the same dumbass shit over and over and over and over and over and over again. Well, Mercury retrograde just really means that you have to watch what comes out of your mouth and the energy with which it comes out of your mouth. Child. So I always preface by saying I'm not an astrologer. I am a student of astrology. I am a baby novice in the quote science and the scientific and mathematical application of astrology and the bare basic mythology that feeds into each one of these signs and shit. But I do not accept it as dogmatic holy writ. I do not accept it as dogmatic holy writ. In fact, I just watched a 2-hour astrological update yesterday because it was Mercury retrograde. I watched a 2-hour astrology report. I like this guy. I love the fact that he goes back and really talks. He speaks to my left brain, the historical significance of any particular coming event. He goes down and he tells you everything politically that happened in the world the last time there was a this and that and this and that, everything that happened culturally. He's very specific, very studious, and I like that. Doesn't mean that I have to accept as holy writ his interpretation of said coming event. And the reason why is because one, he is a man, and two, he is a British white man. Worldview matters. Worldview matters. Worldview and its impact on your experience in the world matters. And there is nothing in the whole of the universe that is static and dogmatic and unchanging. So that being said, every time I saw this, people are talking about a sign, and this is just, this is a small glyph that teaches you about the sun's relationship to our equator as the earth is spinning on its axis. And that's why the sun's pattern looks like an S, is because our planet isn't straight up and down, it's tilted at an angle. So as the earth has its own rotation and it's revolving around the sun, because it's wobbling just like a top you would spin, wobbling back and forth on its axis, the relationship of the earth to the sun is going to look serpentine, right? Awesome. But that's the only way I've ever seen it. And so I wish I had a red marker, but I don't, but whatever. Last week, I got on this for a reason, because I was like, oh, okay, so why don't they ever put this part on it? Right? And the reason I got on this was because I was telling you, in my own grimoire, this is how I got on it. In my own grimoire, I've been in this laborious study and relationship since the winter solstice. I've been walking y'all through this for some time. Since the winter solstice, what I thought was going to be just like a little week, mild meditation in my relationship with the planet Saturn that I decided on doing on the winter solstice has been one mind-blowing, gut-punching, jaw-breaking epiphany after another. And every time I have a breakthrough, she like, that ain't all, bitch, go deeper. That ain't all, bitch, go deeper. I know your mind is blown right now, but keep coming. Keep coming. Go deeper. Go deeper. You almost there. Keep going. Mind blown. Okay? That's how I got started. So when I started writing in my grimoire what was going to be the study of Saturn, that's how it's titled in my grimoire, is studying Saturn studies, right? And I was like, okay, well, let me just start all the way back to the beginning. What is the etymology of the word Saturn? That's what I started out with, right? The etymology of the word Saturn is to be satisfied, to be filled. Did you hear what I just said? To be satisfied, to be filled. I was like, what? And so then I broke the word in half. I said, okay, what is the etymology of the prefix SAT? Full, abundant, satisfied, satiated. SAT. SAT. Huh? And then the second part, splitting the word in half, literally says who it's referring to. You are in. What you need to earn for? What you need to earn for? What you need to earn for? What do you use and earn for? After you have lived a life that is satisfied, SAT, after you lived a life that is abundant, SAT, after you live a life where you have been satiated, then you can return to the urn, to the earth, to the grave. I said, goddamn, mine already blown. I was like, I got to go back farther than that, right? So I said, okay, what is the history of the letter S? This is in my grimoire. I said, what's the history of the letter S? The earliest reference of the use of the letter S, which they say is the origin of what we say is the modern letter S, is Egypt. And Egypt, the letter S was synonymous with the snake. And so when you needed to make an S sound when speaking, the hieroglyph for the S sound when speaking was a serpent, right? And the letter S, I said, okay, what's the etymology? Not the origin of its use. What's the etymology for the letter S? Did you know that you can search the etymology for letters? I said, what's the etymology for the letter S? She who hisses, she who whispers, she who keeps secrets. That's what the etymology for the letter S is. Not only that, when I was looking up the etymology for the letter S, right? She who hisses, she who whispers, she who keeps secrets. Some etymology said to whisper, to hiss, to keep secrets. But I found one site that said she who whispers, she who hisses, she who keeps secrets, right? Next to that one where it says she who hisses, she who whispers, she who keeps secrets, it listed in parentheses S-E-E and S-E-A, C and C. I said, oh shit. Oh my God. Because it didn't say she who sees. It didn't say she who in the sea. It says she who hisses, she who whispers, she who keeps secrets. And then in parentheses, all random like, it said S-E-E and S-E-A. I said, oh fuck. I was in here screaming. Right? And so that was how it started. And so I said, Saturn is my meditation. And I've told y'all, I've been telling y'all this for 2 years. Y'all have been walking through this with me for 2 years. I came out of ceremony saying, because I have a Capricorn moon and me and my money has always been funny. No matter how much I do for people, I've always been in some type of occupation of service, always. And, but I've always been the type of person where if I don't feel appreciated on the job, if I get disrespected on the job, if I don't like the job, my mom used to be so upset with me. Even when I moved out of the house, she was like, girl, how are you going to live? You quit jobs like you changed draws. I would be quick. I would work a job for 7 hours and be like, don't worry, I ain't coming back tomorrow. Can I get paid for these 7 hours? I ain't coming back tomorrow. I was terrible. My spirit wouldn't let me do it. I don't give a fuck. I do not give a fuck. If this don't feel right, I'm not staying. And shit would always work out. It would just always work out. I raised my whole child. I raised another person, children. I raised other people, babies. Shit just always worked out. I was like, I'm just not going to do I'm just not going to do what I don't want to fucking do. I'm just not going to do it. Right? But, I've lived an awesome life. I really, really have. I have lived an extraordinary life, an awesome life, a fun life, an adventurous life, even while raising children, even while being a mama and cooking and doing all the things and going to medical school full time. I would seize any opportunity to have fun. It was when I was married and his two kids moved in with me, I'd be quick. I'll wake up one morning and I'm supposed to go to school and I don't want to fucking go because my commute was an hour and a half away. And if I didn't want to go to school, I just assumed the kids didn't want to go to school either. So if I didn't want to go to school and I knew I wasn't going to go to school, I'd knock on everybody's door. Hey, y'all want to play hooky today? I was in medical school, so it was easy for me to get doctor's notes. But like, y'all want to go to the beach all day? Y'all want to play hooky? It was nothing but that. We play hooky often, bitch. Just know. We play hooky often. I had a wonderful life, man. I've met so many extraordinary people from all over the planet. I have had such an exciting and wonderful life. But at the same time, I have always envied. I've always envied the stability and the certainty that I saw everybody else in my family have. Everybody that I knew as friends, every friend that I have, I always felt like, even though I was having an amazing life, like I just want to live, man. I just want to live this life. I just want to see all the things and meet all the people and do all the stuff, right? That at the same time, I was in this perpetual state of frustration. Like, damn, bitch. Because it ain't just recently. I've been a genius for a long time, bitch. I'm going to tell you. I've been a genius for a long time. And so that was the frustration. Was like, why? What's the point of me being... I used to say this shit to Spirit. I'm having a whole moment right now. I used to say this shit to myself, not knowing what Spirit was. You feel what I'm saying? When I was an atheist, when I was a Christian, when I was a political activist, socialist, dialectical materialist, I would still have this inner voice that was based in my frustration. Why do I have these skills? Why do I have these experiences that are so unlike everybody that I am around? Like, why would I have the extremely peculiar experiences that I have being born and raised in Alabama? Why do I have these random skills that nobody around me has? Couldn't see in real time what purpose they served? Why have I collected all these skills? I'm talking about extraordinary skills, most of which I still haven't freed myself up enough to be able to engage. I used to ask myself that shit all the time. What is the purpose of me having these skills? Knowing what I know, having the memory that I have, having the skills of communication. It does not matter. It doesn't matter. There is no place that I can go to this day, even when my attitude is stinking, even when I got an attitude because I'm stressed, there is no place that I can go where people do not come to me, just are drawn to me, just feel the need to want to be in my cipher, want to speak to me, want to talk to me, want to tell me their whole life story. I don't let them. But I understand why the way I communicate, not only the way that I communicate, the position that I took becoming a revolutionary at 24 years old, having learned like everybody else that looked like me how to code switch very young. That is a skill that we must master being Black in America. We are taught by our parents and everybody around us how to code switch as an instrument of survival. I learned that shit and I mastered it. White people love me in high school. Oh, they love me because I mastered the art of code switching. And it helped the fact that my dad was so neurotic about how we spoke, because he too had internalized that the only way you are going to get the job that you need to sustain your life is to, he didn't say it, he didn't say this, but it's to appeal to white people in positions of power. And if they see that you are more intelligent than the next Black person, then they will give you the job that bare minimally will support your life. And so I mastered the art of code switching. Y'all see me, and it's not code switching now, because now it's just one of the instruments that I have. It is the flow. It's the ebb and flow and how I can communicate in and out of one dialect to another dialect. That's not code switches, because see, I don't code switch no more. You feel me? What I do is speak different languages and different inflections, all in English, because I know that there is a vast, diverse audience that is engaging in what I'm saying. And I have to make sure that the greatest number of you can not only hear what I'm saying, but can receive and feel and make a part of your own flesh and DNA what I am telling you, that is coming from some place that's familiar to you. Do you see what I'm saying? And sometimes people cannot hear the depth of what it is I need to communicate to them, because maybe they only have an 8th grade education and some of the words that I use may be over their head. And so I have to backtrack and translate for those who have a right to the information that I have at a level that they can not only understand, but internalize and go out in the world and make use of. Some of you are so still deeply entrenched in the necessity for code switching. I recognize that, and I do not judge. And so sometimes I have to walk back what I just said and articulate it in a way that is not so overbearing and so powerful, because you come from a culture that is not really completely and embodied in expressiveness. And so while I may talk, to you what seem hard, you feel me? But this just how Black people communicate with each other. We get hype. We use our hands, we shake our head, we do that. We over exaggerate our language, because you know what I'm saying, and we get it. And there's no aggression, there's no offense at how, quote, I'm articulating what I'm articulating. But I recognize culturally that this is not other people's experience, particularly white people. Their cultural method of communication that is peculiar to them. That's cultural. It's peculiar to them. And so it is easy to see why a white person may feel the need to clutch their pearls if my eyebrows squinch when I'm talking. Because in their mind, because this is not their cultural way of communicating, they see the eyebrow squinch, they're like, why she mad? And then I happen to have a little bass in my voice because I use my whole diaphragm when I communicate to you. So it may come off a little bit more. And white people in general, white women in particular, speak more airy. They don't speak from their deep diaphragmatic oomph. They speak more airy. This is learned, by the way, but it is still a cultural learning. And because they speak more airy, they speak more from the top of their lungs, as opposed to drawing up from their goddamn solar plexus, which is fighting like hell in white women to be heard. That's a story for another day. White women. So that little airy way that they speak, and then they slow down when they presume that there are people in the room who are dumb and may not really get it, and so they slow down just in case they're not as smart as I am, and I might. You've seen people do it. You've seen white women, well-intentioned, completely innocent, don't even know that it is a part of their cultural conditioning. It's so deeply embedded in the cultural conditioning that they will talk to a Spanish-speaking person or a French-speaking person or a foreign-speaking person, and the person may say something in their language first, like French or Spanish or whatever. And so this happens in a split second. That's how you know it's conditioning. And in that split second, she has already come to the conclusion that the person who speaks a foreign language is not as smart as you are. So what they do in an attempt to help you understand what they're saying, they will still speak in English, but slowly and maybe a little louder. Because maybe if I say it in English that you can't understand, but slower and louder, maybe you'll get it. I'm telling you, our conditioning is deep, deep, deep. And it shows in so many ways that we would never even think about unless somebody like me sees every fucking thing and is trying to put you on game to rescue yourself from the patriarch in your goddamn head that is always, every day, every minute of the day, even while your ass is asleep, trying to sabotage your goddamn life. That motherfucker is trying to sabotage your life every single millisecond of the day. And ain't nobody exempt from that shit. Ain't nobody exempt from that shit. And I just want to tell you, I want to show you yourself. Seer Cassandra, prophetess Cassandra, right? Priestess Cassandra, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I have come to this moment in my life to be a divine galactic mirror for you all. That's why I didn't have the language. I didn't have the context. And so I was even though I was always having fun, I was always doing things, I was always seeking fun, I was still perpetually frustrated. Why? What is the fucking point of me having all these skills? Every time people talk to me, they're like, damn, it never fails. Every time person had somebody who ain't never knew me have a conversation with me for 10 minutes, they're like, damn, where's the book? It happens so much that I feel judged because I haven't wrote the book yet. I'm not exaggerating though. No matter where I go, no matter who I talk to, within 10 minutes, somebody is going to ask me, girl, have you wrote the book yet? Like, that's crazy. So I'm always asking Spirit, like, what the fuck, yo? Like, can my money be unleashed the fuck already? This is bullshit. This bullshit. You know what I'm saying? This bullshit. I went to a goddamn event at the Philosophical Research Society deliberately because I knew I was running for mayor. And I was like, I need to be in these spaces where all these rich white people be at who are spiritual people, just so they can see my face. Because they're going to see my face in mass. But I need them, when they see my face in mass, to say, oh my God, I met her. Oh my God, I remember her because she was the only black person in a room with 300 people at this freaking film showing about the Dalai Lama. My homegirl was like, why are you going to see a film about this? A white girl. She was like, why are you going to see a video about the Dalai Lama? She said, don't you hate the Dalai Lama? I said, I don't hate nobody. I said, but I can't stand the Dalai Lama. I don't fuck with it. She said, so why are we going to a goddamn film showing about the Dalai Lama? My IG is about to die, y'all. I mean, my phone is about to die. And I don't have no way to prop it up. So those of you who are on IG, you may have to come over here to my YouTube channel, which is, let me see if I can, I don't know, it still may die because it's only on 1%. But I'm ghetto rigging it. It's charging, but it still may die because it's only on 1%. She's like, why are we going to see a goddamn film about the Dalai Lama? I said, because there are going to be a whole bunch of bleeding hearts with big pockets and big hearts going to see this documentary about the Dalai Lama. And plus, what's his name was there? Richard Gere is the executive producer for the documentary. It hasn't come out yet. It was a pre-screening. But he's the executive producer. And he was going to lead a panel discussion with the two directors about the documentary after the documentary. I was like, Richard Gere is going to be there. He probably ain't made a movie in 20 years. Don't matter. This is me changing my 6 degrees of separation to 1 degree of separation. And if you don't know, you'll know, right? I was like, I need to be in a room where I know that rich motherfucker is going to see my face. And all the other rich motherfuckers who go there is going to see my face, because as soon as this campaign launches, I need them to remember. I need them to have face-place association. Oh my God, I remember her. And so I couldn't just be there being pretty, which I was. I got my hair did, you feel me? I had an updo. I had this pretty new dress on with off the shoulder sleeves and shit, you feel me? Nothing showing. It was real up here, so y'all seeing everything today. But it was, just off the shoulders, very classy, all the way down to the feet, you feel me? And I said, they can't just see me. And of course, in a room full of 300 people in this super spiritual space, there might have been 2 other melanated people, but it's always the same old situation. I'm always the only black woman with the 2 other Negroes in the room being black men with their white partners. It's always the same. It's always the case here. It's always the case here, right? I was like, that's all right. I said, let me get cute. And then let me make sure I have something witty to say in the comment section. So, of course, when they opened the floor for discussion, I was the first to raise my hand because I need to set the tone. I need to make sure that everybody up in this bitch remembers me when they see me again. And let me just first say, I already knew what to expect with the documentary. And my homegirl that went with me, she's a white girl. She's like, why are we going to this shit? I said, because this is strategy, baby. This is strategic. I don't give a fuck about the goddamn Donald Donald. Feel me? She's like, I thought you said that. I was like, yeah, but you coming with me. So we went. I threw up my little hand. First of all, the documentary. I took about 8 in the dark. I took about 8 pages of notes off this documentary. About 8 solid back and front pages on this documentary. And the whole time I'm writing, I'm mad as fuck. I'm seething. What the fuck? I was so outraged. Just when I thought that I could not have any more disdain for the Dalai Lama, bitch, he outdid himself times 20. This documentary set my blood the fuck on fire. Even Annie was, throughout the whole thing, she elbowing me. She's like, can you believe this shit? I was like, girl, and there wasn't a dry eye in the room. Except me and Annie, of course. There wasn't a dry, people. And then guess what? Guess what Richard Gere had the nerve to say? Guess what Richard Gere had the nerve to say? He said, yes, it's so, every time I see it, I'm just moved. Because apparently Richard Gere is a practicing Buddhist. I didn't know that. So Richard Gere is Buddhist. And so he in there sniffling and shit. Like, oh my God, I've seen it so many times. Every time I'm just moved. And he said, I think the thing that's just so the most profound about the Dalai Lama is the simplicity of how he communicates. I could not have rolled my eyes any harder without having to get them surgically corrected. As soon as I'm telling you, the first 5 minutes of the documentary, that's the first note I took in my book, was the first 5 minutes of the documentary. He comes into this room and he sits in this chair. There's nothing in the room. The room is black. He's sitting in the chair in his orange and his red and orange or gold robes. And he's sitting in the chair talking to the camera. And the first thing he says, I'm still rolling my eyes. That shit was months ago. The first thing he says is, you have to excuse my language in how I speak. I know that it might be difficult to understand. Every 2 seconds, he was laughing. I said, what the fuck is he doing? Why is he doing that? I said, what the fuck is he doing that? First of all, the thing that stood out to me, don't let these motherfuckers play in your face. Stop letting these motherfuckers play in your face. First of all, this is not the first time that I've seen the Dalai Lama make some type of presentation. So that little shuck and jive bullshit he was doing, excuse me. I have seen this man give serious presentations. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing that? For a whole hour. The documentary was 2 hours long. The interview that they did with him was an hour long. Why are you doing that? When people talk about the brilliance of the Dalai Lama, how incredibly intelligent, how worldly learned he is, and this and that, and this and that. And then they take you into the house where he is in exile in India, and his shit look like my shit. Ceiling to floor, wall to wall, every room, books as far as the eye can see. And the interviewer asked him, how many of these books have you read? I have read them all many times. All these books, I have read them all many times. Then why are you behaving like this? Why are you doing this shuck and jive bullshit at the beginning? Why are you behaving do you know how long he has been the Dalai Lama? Do you know how long he has been a monk? I didn't know until I saw this documentary. This motherfucker became a monk at 7 years old. 7. There's video footage of him, his parents taking him to the monastery and his mother crying crocodile tears because once he leaves her grasp, he will leave her grasp for forever. He will go to live in the monastery with a bunch of old ass men forever. He left his mother at 7 years old to become a monk. Do you understand me? This context is necessary when you go back 2 years ago and the controversy about the Dalai Lama asking some child to suck his tongue. There's context there, bitch. And it's not cultural context like they was trying to play it off. Oh, give the Dalai Lama, give him a break. It's just the Tibetan culture to stick your tongue out. Yeah, it's the culture to stick your tongue out. It is not the culture of some old ass fucking man holding the head of a baby. And you can see the baby trying to get away. 7-year-old child talking about suck my tongue. And everybody in the room is laughing while the baby is in obvious distress. There's context there. And so he playing stupid. He literally was acting infantile. Do you hear what I'm saying? Who else you know who do that? Who be fake laughing, but like on some infantile shit. Or playing like you a little kid. Excuse me for how I'm talking, but it is a language barrier. But you done read every last one of these books. You've been a monk since 7, and you have been touring places around the world. America, Europe, Africa, South Africa. The majority of your most devoted followers are white-skinned Europeans, and ain't nothing rubbed off on you and your ability to articulate the language through which you choose to communicate clearly. You lying. You lying. And do you know the reason why he was lying? Is because he knows white people. The majority of his most devoted followers are white people. And he knows the nature of white people is to need for their sense of absolution some brown skin, yellow skin, colored skin guru who is going to grant them that absolution while still allowing them to be the smartest people in the room. So Richard Gere's saying that what was so profound about him was his simplicity. Really, Richard Gere? It was his simplicity. Well, then why does that not apply to y'all in general? I ain't saying Richard Gere personally. I don't know the man. You feel me? But why does that that articulation and that position that you have, that most white people have, who call themselves spiritual and love themselves some brown gurus? You feel me? Why is it that the spiritual simplicity in its articulation by the infantile guru who, after 50-something years of being the Dalai Lama, still can't say a complete English sentence without acting like a child, like he just learned the English language yesterday? If this is true, that the brilliance, that the profundity of the Dalai Lama is in his simplicity, right? Giggling every 2 minutes, while the video is being spliced with the most gruesome images of warfare. I said, what the fuck are we watching right now? The video is called The World of Peace or some shit like that. If he's not talking, they are splicing the video with images of the most brutal wars in modern history. They are showing videos of why he had to end up in exile, where all of these goddamn Chinese soldiers descended on the goddamn descended on Tibet like a plague. They look like something out of a zombie apocalypse movie. The monks, who are completely nonviolent, so all the monks are sitting Indian style meditating. These motherfuckers, the soldiers, the Chinese soldiers. Not only that, the Dalai Lama said that when they were young, when they were in 20s, he and Mao Zedong were homies. He said Mao Zedong was like a brother to him. You're talking about communist China, who we ex-socialists be holding up as one of the most successful revolutionary movements, the Chinese Communist Party under Mao Zedong. He said we were like family. I loved him. But when he came to power, he changed. And when he changed, he set his sights on Tibet, attempting to squash any type of spiritual dissent. And Mao sent these goddamn soldiers to a place where he knew that everybody was unarmed. Not only that they were unarmed, he knew because of their philosophical beliefs, they would refuse to fight back no matter what happened to them. Watching this video of hundreds of monks in the center of Tibet. Tibet is not just populated by monks, by the way. There are 1.6 million Tibetan people who live around the monasteries, whose whole lives revolve around supporting the monks. And these military men under Mao Zedong descended on that goddamn monastery like a plague. That shit was distressing. It was, and they didn't leave anything out, y'all. I'm sitting here watching this documentary like, oh my fucking God. Watching these men with bayonets running up on meditating monks and stabbing them with their bayonets. It was like the soldiers had this insane rage. They were like, they were so insane. Most of them put their guns down and just started clamping down on these men and young, because the children go to the monasteries as young as 6 years old. Men and children sitting and knowing what's coming, sitting and meditating, and these men were just like, like they were in. That documentary felt like it was not inspiring. And how everybody was in there just was so amazing. I was disturbed. No filter, no censoring, raw, never before seen footage of the Dalai Lama as a child, the Dalai Lama under the circumstances that sent him out into exile, watching these Chinese soldiers. And when I say their eyes look fucking dead, man, it was crazy. Banging on them, beating on them. I forget how many hundreds of monks they said that the Chinese Communist Party killed in this aggression against Tibet. Hundreds of people that you know philosophically won't fight back. And that like invigorates you more. It makes you want to see just how much more damage you can do, knowing that you can do whatever you want and they won't fight back. That shit is gruesome. And between every diabolical clip, never before clip they weave into the thing, is him. That shit felt like an assault. It did. It felt like an assault. And so after the shit is over and we could take a breath, he said, it just never, every time I hear him speak, what's so profound is the simplicity of the message. Oh, you mean he talked like a moron? I'm not exaggerating. I get the difference. So don't anybody be offended. I get the difference. I went to school with a plethora of Asian people, different types. Filipinos was huge in my school, but a different plethora of Asian people, Asian as immigrants. And even with thick Asian accents, very thick, I can still extract from what they're saying, what they're trying to communicate. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about no arrogant American, why don't you speak English type of shit. That's not what I'm talking about. Because his intentions shone through. You see? It's not what he said out of his mouth. It is the insidiousness that is being pushed in your face everywhere. Dalai Lama ain't the only one guilty of that shit. Your president plays in y'all face all the time, and y'all fall right in line. Y'all fall right for it. Trump's so stupid. He's so unintelligent. How did he become? Excuse me, what? What the fuck you mean Trump's stupid? Why y'all keep saying that? Well, you know his health is bad. Maybe he's senile. Huh? Why y'all keep saying that? Thank you, Earth Beauty 01. That's exactly what it is. It's a goddamn strategy of infantilizing men. No matter how old they get, no matter how many degrees they got, no matter how much crime they commit, no matter how malignant the fuck they are, the first thing you want to do is infant. Well, maybe if he had just... You feel me? Yes, Power Kismet. That's exactly what it felt like. That's what I've been talking about for the last hour. That shit felt like a snuff film. I'm like, damn, the damn documentary is called A World of Peace. Why? We don't need to see this to know what the fuck we up against. Why you got a whole 2-hour documentary of all these unseen footage of warfare from the last 100 years? Why y'all got to do that? We get it. The whole the documentary is called A World of Peace. I said, what the fuck? I said, I feel like my skull has been assaulted. And then every now and again to like, what, placate you? You got the Dalai Lama shucking and jiving and shit in your face? That shit was gross, man. Stop letting these motherfuckers off the hook. Stop calling Trump stupid. This motherfucker, Gavin Newsom, just sat in front of an auditorium full of black people and said, verbatim, I'm just like y'all. We ain't no different. I barely graduated high school. I only got a 940 on my SATs. I have never read a speech. That's what the fuck you mean, asshole, that you just like us. What the fuck you saying? And then these Negroes will come and say, it ain't what he meant, y'all. Stop letting these motherfuckers play in y'all face. And I'm talking to all of y'all. White people, you have been used as an instrument because you are predictable. You and your peculiar internalization of patriarchy, because we all are sick with patriarchy. We all got it. No matter how up on game we are, no matter how many ceremonies we did, no matter how much ayahuasca we done ate, bitch, that motherfucker is still alive and well while he's alive and well on this earth, the patriarch. Do you understand? And unless you can face that as a white person in the peculiar way that expresses itself in you, that your enemy, white people, has weaponized you. That's why no matter how much ceremony you do, no matter how much ritual you do, no matter how many fucking wellness retreats you go on, no matter how much ayahuasca you eat, no matter how many times a motherfucking week you microdose, you still feel a hole that you cannot conceptualize how to fill. It is because your adversary has used you as an incessant and reliable weapon against yourself and in that mode against the rest of the world. And if you can't even accept that you have cancer, because you do, you have cancer. Your cancer is called patriarchy. My cancer is called patriarchy. Our cancer is called patriarchy. And unless you can face that and face that it's not my imagination, it's not just my idea, it's not just my belief, that in the goddamn catacombs of the Catholic Church, they can retrieve the papal bull of 1452 written by Pope Nicholas V that created whiteness as a race to do exactly what it continues to do. He created whiteness as a race to use as a weapon against the rest of the world. And you continue to function that way today. And you don't want to function that way. You want to be a good person. You want to have a good heart. You cannot understand why so many people blame you for everything. Because there has not been a resolution to what has been done. There hasn't been a resolution to this construct, this actual political document drafted by a so-called spiritual leader. He is a spiritual leader. He is the spiritual head of the state. He's the spiritual head of the state. You understand? And he recognized, because white people have a culture, white people have a past that's far older than their role as foot soldiers in colonialism. They have a culture, they have a past, they have a history, they created music, they have all kinds of wonderful shit that they could go back to if they could just go back prior to colonialism. But you white people are invested in colonialism. That's what you have to reconcile. That's what you have to reconcile. You are invested with the position that colonialism and your participation in it, whether active or passive, your participation in it affords you a level of comfort that you can see clearly don't nobody else have access to. You can see clearly, you can say anything you want, but you can see clearly the dynamics that exist between you and the rest of the world. And so you stay silent. Or you ask yourself questions like, well, what can one person do? Or you become spiritual tourists, constantly seeking absolution from some colored person that will make you feel better about your position in the world. Well, why don't you just go back to the Catholic Church? If you're seeking absolution, just go back to the Catholic Church. Y'all don't do that. Y'all don't want to go back to the Catholic Church because y'all know that shit's some bullshit. But you still want the what do they call it? The benefits of Catholicism. You want to be able to pay for absolution, bitch. You want to be able to move. What did she say here? What did she say here in this reading I was supposed to read y'all 3 hours ago? She say here, huh? What did she say? She said, fueled by their money, talking about the wealthy, fueled by their money, it not only returns wealth manyfold, it also returns social order. Patriotism being so often the repressed form of revolutionary energy. Social order, your complicity, your silence, your quiet, you're constantly confused. Well, what can one person do? I don't understand. Black person, please help me understand what I'm missing. The black person got an 8th grade education. Your ass got a master's degree, but you perpetually stupid. The chairman used to say that I was in the organization with. And not only him, the woman who was the chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee, Penny Hess. Penny Hess would give white people spankings. She was like, look, I come from a wealthy family. She does. Hess is her last name, like Hess Oil Company, Hess. And she left all her wealth and all her money to follow the party. She'd been in the African People's Solidarity Committee for 32 years, some shit like that. She said, so I more than most. She went to college in France. So she was like, I better than most understand what white people think in their head it means to be on the right side of the question. I've been there. She said, but don't play stupid. She said, when white people play stupid, it is an ignorance of convenience. See what I'm saying? It is because if you can claim ignorance, I just didn't know, then somehow you think you can be absolved. See? So she would say all the time, ignorance in the white world is a deliberate ignorance of convenience. All you have to do is say you didn't know. Even though you have more access to upper level education than anybody on earth, you have all the best schools, you have everything that could inform you, that could put you up on game with the rest of the world. Why everybody else colored know everything about the world, but your perpetual answer is, I didn't know. Right? I just heard this white guy today on IG do this whole little thing on IG. Poor baby. You know what I'm saying? He was maybe in his 30s. Poor baby, though. Do this whole long thing. I bet you didn't know. I'm going to tell you something today. I bet you didn't know. And gives a whole rundown on the history of the Lakota and their battle for the Black Hill Mountains. What's the Black Hill Mountains? Where Mount Rushmore was erected. And he's like, and did you know? And then even as he's so-called putting you on game for something I bet you didn't know, he conveniently leaves out the fact that in the struggle for the preservation of the Black Hills, Abraham Lincoln signed off on the execution of 21 men at the base of that mountain. That was a ritual that Abraham Lincoln signed off on. 21 men considered rebels for fighting to defend land that was treaty land. Not only was it treaty land, it was land that was told to the Lakota that the American government would protect and prevent anybody from encroaching on that land. That's what the treaty said. That nobody would be able to encroach on that land. That do what we asking over here in this treaty, and we'll make sure nobody, for perpetuity, for forever, nobody will be able to encroach on that land. And a year after the treaty, they discovered gold. And so the Lakota was like, yo, you know what I'm saying? We met the terms of the treaty. Now you talking about our most sacred land, you about to encroach on to put some cracker faces on it? The fuck you say? And so they went to war. And instead of seeing it as a war, Abraham Lincoln, your beloved Lincoln, is the only president in the history of this country that signed off on the public execution of 21 sovereign human beings who have been betrayed in a treaty and used as blood ritual sacrifice to ordain this mountain before these motherfuckers got up on there and put these 4 white boys' faces on it. That's Mount Rushmore. So even this boy, like, he's so sharp. Let me put y'all on game and tell y'all what I have found out in shit today. 2026. You just found out today at 33 years old about the origins of Mount Rushmore? I mean, didn't they just make this whole declaration a few years ago where the president, who was Biden, wanted to pay them people for the mountain, give them so many millions and millions and millions of dollars because it was fucked up what we did. And the people was like, bitch, it ain't never been about the money. We want our goddamn land back. Like, can you just get the fuck up off our shit? Like, can you chisel these white boy faces up off our shit? They rejected the money. This was just a few years ago. So what you mean you just found out yesterday, boy? Why y'all do that? Why everybody else around you who don't have access to the wealth you have access to, and you still conveniently ignorant? This boy really thought he was teaching something and conveniently just left out, because there is no way that you can research the story of the fight that the Lakota people put up to preserve the Black Hills and not see in anything that you read that Abraham Lincoln came under huge fire for signing off on the execution by lynching of 21 Lakota men at the base of that goddamn mountain that millions of people go to every year to this day. That is as a matter of fact, when I became a devotee of Ifa in 2008, I didn't know nothing about the tradition. So the elder priest is teaching us about the history of ancestral veneration. And I grew up in the church, and I was like, ancestral veneration? This is brand new to me. I'm like a kindergartner. And she was like, why y'all look perplexed? She said, y'all participate in ancestral worship every day. Every day of your life, you are participating in ancestral veneration and worship. We was like, what? Everybody in the room was like, what was she talking about? She's like, somebody pull out a dollar bill out your motherfucking pocket. She said, what do you have to do to get that dollar bill? She said, your ass got to set that damn loud ass alarm clock at 5 o'clock in the morning, knowing good and damn well you don't want to wake up. You got to fight yourself to get dressed, to brush your teeth, to eat something, to rush out the door, to fight traffic, to go and sit in some office you don't want to sit in, or do some bullshit you don't want to do. Fighting against yourself all day, every day, for years and years and years and years and years and years and years, literally giving your life essence to some shit you don't. Your spirit is raging against every day for the acquisition of a pocket full of dead white presidents that will determine your ability to live or not live. That is ancestral veneration at the highest form. She said, have you ever asked yourself why we have dead people on our money now, when back in the day, when we first started using coins and paper and all of that shit, back in the day, they didn't put dead people on the money. She said the money would change every time a new ruler would come into power. The face on the money would be the living new ruler's face everywhere on earth. China, Africa, all over Europe, Greece, Rome, everywhere where currency was used for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. That the money would change as soon as the emperor or the leader or the pharaoh would change. It would be living faces on that currency. She said right now today, they ain't got dead people on their money in England. They still got, well, she dead now. You know what I'm saying? Somebody tell me who live in England. Did they change the currency when Queen Elizabeth died? Is her son, who the king now? What's his name? Charles? Is his face on the money now? Somebody tell me that. I don't even know. But the last time I saw money from England, it was still Queen Elizabeth's face on the goddamn money. Did they change the money when Prince Charles became King Charles? Somebody put me up on game. That's a genuine inquest. But at the time that she told us this in 2008, she was like, even right there in England, there ain't no dead people on their money. The Queen of England's face is on that goddamn money. So why here do we have dead people faces on the money? Everywhere. And you will do everything for it. Why? Because America is a god of war. So you'll do everything for it. You'll rob, steal, kill, cheat, rape, pillage, plunder, make yourself a slave, doing work you don't want to do and is literally killing your spirit slowly. But I gotta pay the bills. You know what I'm saying? Gotta pay the bills. Gotta pay the bills. You'll do the same job for 50 years and then find out after you have been diligently paying into your retirement that they have robbed you of your goddamn retirement. And so you still, after spending 50 years with that job, won't get a severance package. Not only will you not get a severance package, but somebody done stole your goddamn retirement. And so in 10 years, you only got enough money to live 10 years on your retirement. And then you got to go get a job bagging groceries some motherfucking where, because all them years that they've been stealing from you in the job, now they turn around and steal from you, even as you have been diligently playing into what you think was going to secure your life in your old age. She said she was the first person to tell me. She said, don't you think you practice ancestral veneration every day? She said, it ain't just the money. She said, how many streets in this country? How many roads in this country? How many highways in this country got dead people names on them? And as soon as you observe the name, you are venerating the ancestor. Remember this whole conversation we had a few days ago about how science teaches us that there is nothing in the universe that is left unchanged by observation. That as soon as something is being observed, it is being changed. Not only is it being changed, the observer is being changed. She said, as soon as you read the name in your head, as soon as you say, oh, we need to turn on Washington Street, this is ancestral veneration. You have used your ashe to speak that shit out loud. What'd she say? She said, oh, you think I'm being too deep? Because we was all novices in there. We was all mind blown, right? She said, you practice ancestral veneration every day. How many schools your babies go to every day? There's got some dead white Dixiecrat, some dead rebel, Southern rebel, what you call it? Some Southern Confederate white boy name on the school that your baby go to every day. She said, you practice ancestral veneration every day. Unfortunately, it ain't your black ass ancestors that you venerating, that you're giving power to, that you're giving ashe to, that you are giving life force to, that you are bloating like a tick that it is every day. She said, do you know that the United States of America, these are verbatim quotes from this woman as I was a novice in E5. She said, didn't you know that the largest ancestral shrine exists right here in the United States? We was all like, what you talking about? She's like, Mount Rushmore is the largest shrine, the largest ancestral shrine in the United States. My skull was cracked open. My skull was cracked open that day. And so what I just told you should now offer the context through which why, even though they had announced that it was a certainty, why those two next presidents walked back this idea of putting Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill. Because they know, even if we don't know, what the actual spiritual, energetic, political, economic, historic implications are to have a revolutionary gangster, military masterful, black yay on currency that's flowing through the entire country. They was like, I don't know who the fuck idea this shit was, but that shit she can't be the one. Now, if they start talking about we need a good Negro to be on the money and it get to a point where we so pressed we got to comply, we'll put Martin on there or some shit, but she can't be the one. She can't be the one. There ain't no females on none of the money. Who the fuck decided Harriet Tubman gonna be the first black person on the money? She and she black as all hell, and all these features that are indicative of extra blackness. How she got a big ass nose? Y'all talking about putting her on our goddamn money? How she got nappy ass hair? Y'all talking about putting her on our motherfucking money? How she was 56 years old. 56 years old when she traversed swamps and shit by herself on foot for 400 motherfucking miles and was not happy with what she saw black people and feel just chilling. She was like, damn, don't y'all know that black people enslaved just a little ways away? Y'all living life over here. Ain't y'all got no people them down there? It was like, yeah, but we're gonna do this the right way. We're gonna go through the legislative process and go through the courts. We've really made huge gains going through the legal ways to get our family members from the South. She was like, okay. Well, y'all just keep doing that. But I got peoples. And so I'm about to go back and get my folks. And it was like, and the men were trying to talk her out of it. They was like, you don't know where she couldn't read, y'all. She couldn't read at 56 by herself, 400 miles on foot. And so she was like, well, y'all just keep doing that. You keep meeting at your little club meetings and going through the quote democratic process. But I'm going to do what I just did. And if any of y'all want to come with me, that's cool. But if y'all don't want to come with me, that's cool too. 33 trips on foot this old yay made and couldn't read a map. Had to read the stars. Was so efficient in her memory of this trip that the Northerners, what was they called? Who was the North? It was the Confederates and the whatever the fuck. The Northerners was like, damn, like you really know this route. She was like, yeah, nigga, I did this shit like 33 times, bitch. What you heard? I know how to hide my scent from the dogs. I don't want to go into it. I love her so much. And so she said, well, y'all fighting to free black people, right? That was the myth. Y'all fighting to free black people, right? They was like, yeah. She was like, well, I can put y'all up on game. I can tell y'all where the Confederates be hiding they had landmines, the Union, thank you. Where they hide the landmines in the water, in the river. They got alligators right now today that look like goddamn dinosaurs. Ask me how I know. I would sit by that bridge every fucking night just trying to imagine how the fuck she did that. How the fuck she go? I could go. They call it Harriet Tubman River, Harriet Tubman Bridge, Harriet Tubman River. That little portion of the river that she had to traverse in order to hide her scent from the dogs. That water is brackish and it's always been inhabited by, I'm telling you, 10-foot alligators that look like goddamn dinosaurs. I have seen them with my own eyes. And I'm sitting here trying to imagine. I wouldn't put a big toe in that fucking water. I'm like, how the fuck did she do this? How was she wading through water for miles up to her goddamn chest by her motherfucking self? How did she do that? So these motherfuckers were like, that is the last motherfucker on earth that need to be on. We do not need that kind of energy flowing through the currency. That is doing so much for us that we needed to do. This will fuck up everything. I don't know who fucked out that shit was cool, but that ain't happening. You feel me? See, just what I said. I asked because I didn't know. I asked and hadn't even thought about it until this. The alchemist poet just said that when that white woman died, Queen Elizabeth, King Charles, today is on the motherfucking money. That was in 2008. That priest, she was 82 then. She's like, y'all niggas, and they rely on you niggas in particular, you black-skinned people with this melanin that is the greatest and most prolific conduit on earth. There's more melanin on earth than anything else. We ain't the only ones with melanin. All the animals on the earth got melanin. Did you know all green plants got melanin? They're like, you niggas are the last people we need seeing themselves represented in the money. But we need all that melanin. We need all that melanin going into the flow of this currency. And if your ass can put some blood on it while you're doing it, all the better. When I told y'all 3 days ago that there is nothing that we do in this country, and I mean nothing. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. There is nothing that we do in this country that is not a deliberate and conscious ritual. Once you see it, all you can experience is rage. Like these motherfuckers been really playing it in our face. I went to another film showing at the Philosophical Research Society just last week. It was a panel discussion and like a little mini doc about the new phase of spirituality. There's a 5-person panel, but these are all people that are in the industry. They're either one was like a film producer, one was she works with like AI. She calls herself an AI artist, but the way she uses AI is really like, cutting edge or whatever. Then there was a dude who was just like a regular artist. He refuses to use any kind of like, modern technology in the producing of his art. So it's just like this whole panel, but how art must inform this new spiritual age that we're walking into or whatever. I recorded the whole thing. I should let y'all hear it sometime. Because, okay, I want y'all to hear me. I'm not judging anybody. I don't judge people. But if we aren't saying anything, that people were in there so moved too. So moved. Oh my God. It's because people have been bored to death. And so the bare minimum moves them. The absolute bare minimum moves them. I said, what the fuck? And so I get up. I was like, look, I said this because 2 of them were film producers and talking about like how they weave goddess spirituality in the films and documentaries that they make or whatever. Okay, cool. And there were some good topics. I just felt like people are scared to get deep. Like people just be skimming the surface. I was like, really? That's all you gonna say about that? Okay. So I was like, I stood up, asked a question. I was like, but I prefaced about how over the last 6 months I've been telling y'all that why, because every now and again I'll do the movie reviews, right? And in the movie reviews, what I had been doing was just like, revealing these hidden occultic symbols in these movies and what this might mean in the context of the movie or whatever. And it wasn't until we started getting in this work when the movie Sinners came out. And we started getting in this work with Gemini and with Saturn in our discussion about Sinners. If you haven't seen the Sue Sinners breakdowns that I did when the movie Sinners came out, so was that May? Go back. So that was when we started really talking a lot about how much Gemini is showing up in this period in modern society. Your president is a Gemini sun and a Leo rising. His birthday this past summer was on 9/11, like it numerologically reduced to 9/11, right? His first term as president number 45 reduced because of the year that he became president, 9/11. This year, as number 47, the numerological year is 11/9, mere images of his 2 terms. Was that done? It was just a coinky dink. And he's a Gemini. Not only is he a Gemini, the motherfucker he was running against that y'all love so much her ass is a Leo sun and a Leo sun and a Gemini rising. There she is. You think that was an accident? Them being mere opposites of one another, relatively young, that she is black. Do you know what Kamala Harris's middle name is? Do y'all know what Kamala Harris's middle name is? Why everybody was calling her the Antichrist. Do y'all know what Kamala Harris's middle name is? They be playing in y'all face, but y'all don't accept it. Y'all think everything on the earth is a coincidence. Okay. Kamala Harris's middle name is Devi. Do you know what Devi means? It means goddess. Kamala's middle name, her birth middle name, is Devi. I said, why do they do that? Why do they play? Why they stay playing? Do you know that that the last name Barack? Did you know that Barack Obama? Barack, the first name Barack. Did you know that Barack Obama's name is in the Bible? Did y'all know that in the King James Version? Did y'all know that Barack Obama's name is in the Bible? His first name. Didn't know that? Did you know that Elon is in the Bible? Elon Musk. Elon is in the Bible. Did you know that? Did you know his name is in the Bible? Did you know that? I was like, is Elon Musk a Jew? Because Elon is a Jewish name. I said, is he Jewish? And so they say he ain't Jewish. Well, why they gave him that name? Why he got the name Elon? And it's a Hebrew name in the Old Testament, in the motherfucking Torah. Why they did that? Do you think that Barack Obama mama gave him, she raised him. He was not raised in Africa. He was not raised with his black side at all. At all. So why she gave this black boy with his jet black ass daddy from Kenya, why she gave him, and she from America, she from good old Midwest America, why she give that black child that she knew she was going to be raising by herself this name Barack Obama? Why she did that? You think it was just, where she got that from? You think she let the Negro name him? Do y'all know who Barack Obama mama was? Does anybody know who Barack Obama mama was? That's why I'm always telling y'all, you got to know who a motherfucking mama is. That's my position, to know what they about. You got to know who their mama is. You know who Barack Obama mama was? Anybody? Anybody know? Anybody know who Barack Obama mama was? Not without looking. Just tell me, yes or no. Do you know who his mama was? Why she was significant? Why was his mama significant? Nobody? This is a one answer question. Nobody knows why this woman was significant. I can see I need to teach these people. Thank you. I was really concerned for not one person. She was CIA. She was CIA, doing CIA work in Africa. Do you think that her and Barack Obama daddy just fell in love and decided to have a baby together? Do y'all really think that happened? That's why this young 20-something-year-old white girl working for the CIA, whose work was Africa, her assignment was Africa, that she just went and saw this Negro and he was so dashing that she could not help herself and gave herself to him so they can have a baby. You think that actually happened that way? When we have whole stories, CIA papers, whole stories of female agents with the assignment to woo foreign leaders to get as close as they can. If you need to get married, if you need to have babies with that nigga. If you need to have babies with them. They were telling us one story, I think, was it Iran? Where this white woman who was an agent, and Iran, for whatever reason, I don't know the whole history of it, but there was it was under the Shah of Iran. That might have just been it. Under the Shah of Iran, there were a lot of white people in Iran. You remember the band Police. The Police, the drummer, what's his name? Something Stewart. What's his name? Something Stewart. But he was raised in Iran. The drummer for the band, The Police, His ass was raised in Iran. Both his parents were agents, bitch. Both his parents were spies, bitch. Yeah. What's his name? Stuart Copeland. That's his name. Stuart Copeland. Stuart Copeland was raised in Iran. Why? Because his mama was a British spy and his daddy was an American spy. His daddy wasn't just an American spy. His daddy was a world-renowned jazz musician who played with everybody. Everybody just loved his daddy, who was a world-renowned jazz musician on the beat, and everybody that he was playing with, who he was on the beat with, didn't nobody know this motherfucker worked for the United States government. Not only did he work for the United States government, Stuart Copeland's father, as a young man, he was so good and proficient at his job, so well respected, so many successful campaigns, that when he pitched this idea to the Pentagon, they were like, oh my God, this shit is genius. You know what the idea was? Stuart Copeland's father is the creator of the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency. Stuart Copeland's father, world-renowned musician, running in all these spaces with these black jazz musicians. To their ignorance, didn't know this motherfucker wasn't just police, he was super police. So well respected around the world for his work in South America and Iran and all over the goddamn place. He was tasked with building a training school in England similar to the School of Americas that trained all these operatives that were training to destabilize South America. So he built a school to train spies, and he did such a good job. And he was really good friends with Ernest Hemingway too. You know something? He's really good friends with Ernest Hemingway. And so he did such a good job in creating a school of spies and destabilizing governments and shit. Now he came up with this idea, and the state was like, this shit is genius, let's go. And that Stuart Copeland daddy gave male patriarchal malignant birth to the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States of America. So do you think that Barack Obama mama just went on holiday and could not help herself? She just fell in love with this strapping black man and got pregnant and came back and raised her baby over here? Do you think that actually happened? They don't even hide the fact that the girl worked for the CIA. You don't even have to look for it. They don't even hide it. They know they don't have to hide it. They know they don't have to hide it. They ain't gonna do shit. They ain't even gonna think nothing about it. We love Obama. They don't see that the birth of Obama was a strategy. Because y'all can't see that far behind, so you damn sure can't plan that far ahead. You cannot even conceptualize. Like, why is that? Like, why is the concept foreign? There are places on the earth that still do that today. Have arranged marriages and arranged pregnancies for whether it's political power or economic power for the family, economic consolidation by bringing together the two. That shit still happen everywhere on earth. But y'all really out here believe that this white girl fell in love with this Negro who happened to be a man of power and presence in Kenya, and they just fell in love and had a baby. And it's not even a conspiracy. It's actually been proven already. But the whole thing about how every single solitary U.S. president is related, right? And how is the Negro? How is Barack Obama related to all the other presidents? How can that be? Why all the presidents are related? Not only are they all related, it's deep. Every single solitary U.S. president can be traced back to 5 male lines that came over on the Mayflower. Isn't that crazy as fuck? I sat there and did the math with the person who was doing the math, walking you through the family trees. So there's 47 presidents. Every single president, their bloodline can be traced back to one of the, quote, 5 patriarchs or leaders that came through on the Mayflower. Isn't that crazy as fuck? Anyway. I'm gonna have to get up off of here soon. But now I'm gonna shut up. I've been ranting and ranting and ranting. I don't know how I got all the way over there, but I was talking about this S. What does this S look like? We never see it that way. We only see it the one side. We only see it as the serpent on the cross. But the earth's movement changed. Its revolution changes. So why they don't ever show us the S as what? I am going to tell you this. As what? Why they don't ever show us this S? So you got the frontward facing S, your regular S, right? Your frontward facing S. But if you know now that the S is supposed to be the primary like hidden meaning of the S is the sign, S-I-N-E. You use it in geometry, you use it in, what's the other one? Geometry and algebra and what's the other one? Anyway, but you use it because it's obvious, right? But it's still based on the solar movement along between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere along the equator, the sun's serpentine movement around the earth. But the serpentine movement is not static. It's not always this way because the seasons change, which will change the direction that the sun is relating to. And so it's like, damn, why they don't ever show it to us in the full pattern, which gives you what? This, what we call the infinity symbol. Well, what is the infinity symbol if it is not both at the same time, the front facing, can y'all see that? The front, let me get a darker marker. At the same time, simultaneously, forever and ever and ever, the front facing S and its mirror image twin, the backwards facing S, which will give you an 8 or an infinity. What is the significance of the 8 or the infinity, whether numerologically, whether spiritually, whether mathematically? It is the only letter where you cannot discern a beginning or it's the only number where you cannot discern a beginning or an ending, a starting point or a finishing point. Right? This is significant. Why? Because the way I started telling y'all this was I was going off on this wormhole about why is it that, because nobody ever talks about it. Whenever people talk about Hitler, and I had gotten on it because I was so upset with all these articulations by white people about what's happening in Minnesota. And I was getting really angry. Why do y'all keep calling this shit? Why do y'all keep calling ICE the Gestapo? Why y'all keep talking about fucking fascism? I was really getting angry. And there were other people who were frustrated, but they didn't have the context, the history, or the worldview to understand why they were upset. So even in their articulations, they were articulating the wrong thing. Why do these white people, and not just white people, I'm even hearing black people talk about the Gestapo and goddamn fascism. The fuck? I'm going to stay angry about that. I'm going to stay checking the fuck out of y'all about that. I am going to stay up your ass about that. Because to talk about the Gestapo, to talk about fascism, is to ignore 300 years of the most inhumane, treacherous diabolatry, unending, right here in the United States of America, that if you have me tell it, informed Nazi Germany. Colonial America informed Nazi Germany. Colonial America informed the Third Reich. But y'all's starting point will be the Gestapo and the goddamn Hitler and fascism. That's as deep as y'all can get. That's as far back as your memory can go as the quote worst thing that ever happened in modern history is Hitler, the Gestapo, and fascism. So it makes me give you a side eye because of that feigning ignorance. Bitch, this shit ain't rocket science. This shit ain't rocket science. What it does is if you say fascism loud enough, if you say Gestapo loud enough, if you say all this shit, if you say Hitler, because he's such a bad guy, Hitler, then what it does is it phases out. First of all, you hear it over and over and over, and it's like a goddamn mantra. So even black people out here talking about motherfucking Hitler, fascism, and the goddamn Gestapo. Like, is that really the worst thing that you can imagine has happened to human beings as black people in America? Really, that's it. This ignorance of convenience that tells me everything I need to know about you. Can you be trusted? I'm sitting here trying to create an institution that I can see clearly has the ability to demystify everything, to remove the mask off of everything. And it's the only way we're going to create a world. It's the only way that we are going to create a world. But it can't be within the context of the shit that you have accepted is supposed to be normal. You think America is normal. I heard this white girl say, what'd she say? Can you just bring back regular police killings, please? At least she was ballsy enough to say it. She was ballsy enough to say what you are all articulating. What you all are articulating if you are saying fascism and the Gestapo and Hitler. Or if you're saying anything, because it's two white people that died, but in the same city, two black people had died 2 weeks before, and y'all still don't say their names. It's not what you're saying. It's not what you're saying that I'm responding to. It's the fact that I know you when you open your mouth. When you open your mouth, I know exactly who you are. You may not even know who you are because patriarchy is deep. But if you, I will check people in a minute, in real time, in my face. Somebody start talking to me about fascism, I'm saying, pump the brakes. I said, that ain't got shit to do with what's happening in the United States right now. But y'all refuse to see the astrological significance of the moment and how it was guaranteeing to play out as it is. And so your refusal to acknowledge what the Pluto, America's first Pluto returns guaranteed, and these motherfuckers been fighting like hell. America's first Pluto returns occurred on February 20th of 2022. And 2 days later, your beloved Biden with his homegirl Kamala on George Washington's birthday. This is America's first Pluto return. And on the first president's birthday, 2 days after Pluto's return on America's birth chart, on George Washington's birthday, this is when Biden makes the announcement that we are going to insert ourselves into this aggression between Ukraine and Russia. And 6 months later, 6 months later, the October 7th aggression. But y'all don't even ask why October 7th was so crazy, because y'all forget everything. Didn't they do a national testing of the emergency broadcast, and they made the announcement that it was only going to be the continental United States and Israel? I was like, well, Israel ain't a part of America. Why? They talk about the testing, the national testing of the American emergency broadcast system, and everybody on the news was talking about it. There was people, conspiracy theorists, talking about what they're gonna do is they with these vaccines, you feel me? Everybody that got the vaccine and they got these nanocytes in the vaccines, when they do this emergency testing of the American emergency broadcast system, it's going to activate those nanocytes, and everybody going to become, they sleeper agents right now. And then they're going to activate the nanocytes and then get people to do whatever they want. This was I remember it like it was yesterday. This was the talk 2 weeks before the testing of the American broadcast system. And I kept saying, why is Israel included in that? They were saying, not Hawaii, not any of the territories, only the continental U.S. and Israel. I was like, well, huh? People were on CNN saying that if you are a victim of spousal abuse or domestic violence and you have burner phones, a lot of women keep burner phones in case they need help or to get out. Make sure you take the battery out of your phone, because even if you power the phone off and don't take the battery out of the phone, the American emergency broadcast system is still going to send an emergency message to your phone with your phone powered off. So I watched this panel of people on CNN talking about how important it was for women who might be the victims of domestic violence to make sure that you take the battery out of your burner phone. That happened on October 5th. a national testing of the American Emergency Broadcast System that was going to include Israel. So Israel was included in the testing of the American Emergency Broadcast System, even when U.S. territories in non-continental states was not included, but Israel was included. And so they did a whole thing, this testing of the American Emergency Broadcast System. And 2 days later, after you can test the emergency broadcast system, there is this thing, this mysterious thing that happened on October 7th. That wasn't the only thing that happened. 7 days later, after October 7th, 7 days later, I had been planning to go to Nevada. I had been planning to drive to Nevada for the solar eclipse. It was going to be a solar eclipse, an annular, a ring of fire solar eclipse, and the path of totality nearest to us was on a reservation in Nevada. And I was going to go. I'd made up my mind. I'd already had the car loaded with my camping gear. I already had my car gassed up. 2 days before the eclipse, because I was going to leave the day before. 2 days before the eclipse, I'm doom scrolling on YouTube and see this dude who is the director of the Griffith Observatory up here on the mountain at Griffith Park. I was like, oh, this is cool. He's talking about the eclipse. He's talking about the history of eclipses and cultures around the world. He's doing a whole demonstration. I was like, oh, this is dope. So I'll just let it play in the background. And he's talking about the mythology around how other people around the world viewed what was happening when an eclipse occurred. He said, and in every culture, the eclipse was a bad omen. He said in South America, they believed that it was a black panther eating the sun. That in other cultures, like the Amazon or something, they believed that it was a giant frog eating the sun. In China, who we have the longest history of, and it's viewing this solar eclipse as a bad omen, it was that a great black primordial dragon was eating the sun, right? They gave us eclipse glasses. I still have mine. This is from back then, October 7th. The eclipse was on October 14th at 9:14 in the morning. I remember it like it was yesterday. And they gave us eclipse glasses that were black and had a long outline of a dragon with the sun in her mouth on the sunglasses, on the eclipse glasses. There were thousands. I went at 6 o'clock in the morning and there were already thousands of people on that mountain. I went at 6 because I already knew the traffic was going to be crazy. But at 6 o'clock, it was already thousands of people everywhere from all over the globe, all over the planet. People in turbans and hijabs and all the things. People got picnic because they have a giant lawn out there. People had picnic blankets and all the way down the mountain. The sound equipment that they had at the observatory could be heard at the park down 2 miles down the mountain. You could hear everything. And I went up there to do ceremony. I intended to do the ceremony live, but I didn't get good reception. So I did a short live and then I just went up there and did ceremony. Took my shoes off. I wore a brilliant red dress and brought my little instruments. One person came up there with me and she had to leave early. So I was up there doing ceremony by myself. I was like, fuck it, we in here. And so I'm just singing songs. I'm just singing songs to the Orisha. I'm singing songs to Oya, Oshun, Yamaya. Under my breath, just to myself. There are people everywhere. Everywhere. You know, Emi omo duduwa uwalo. Emi omo duduwa uwalo. Emi omo duduwa uwalo. Emi omo duduwa uwalo. Bimalo sile, bimalo soja, bimalo sile sha. Emi omo duduwa uwalo. Over and over and over. All the songs that I know for all the female Orishas, singing just like that volume. Under my breath, do my little shaker, got my feet barefoot. I'm grounding on the grass. And 9:14 is when the peak of the eclipse is supposed to occur. And it's bone silent. So silent. Nobody's talking. Everybody's facing the sun with their little glasses on. It's bone silent. And this motherfucker... The director, the same guy that I saw in the video. Let me backtrack. Saw the video. He's talking about all the cultures and how everybody saw the solar eclipse as something bad. right? They didn't do no ceremony on them days. They didn't go outside on them days. They didn't go to school. They didn't open their businesses. It's scary. Nobody do nothing. And at the height, in the old days of the eclipse, this and that and this and that. So I'm going forward. So I see this a day before I have made up my mind. I'm going to get in my car and drive to Nevada to be in the line of totality so that I can see the ring of fire, because you can only see the ring of fire in the line of totality. We still saw a good eclipse, but you couldn't see the full ring of fire unless you were in the line of totality. So I saw this video the day before. And just as loud as I'm talking to you, Spirit was like, now take your ass up to the mountain to see this eclipse. Don't go to Nevada. Take your ass up the mountain to go to the eclipse. Because of this white boy who is the director of Griffith Observatory, I heard a voice like a foot in my skull. You're not going to Nevada. There's something for you to see up on this mountain. Let me tell you what the hell happened. I've told the story before, but given what we're talking about and where the hell we are today and how we have to know, not only know, we have to remember and take it personally, the past. Baby, I go up on that mountain by myself. It was last minute because everybody thought I was going to Nevada. Day 4, I was like, okay, I guess I ain't going to Nevada. I'm going up here to Griffith Observatory. That same director that taught that little workshop that I saw was the one leading what was happening. And every now and again, he'd get on the mic and say something about the eclipse, something, like he's teaching, right? And up until that point, it was just been teaching. They would play a little music. They'd say, this and that, a new fact about the thing, whatever. So this same guy on that video, let me tell you something. I keep saying the mother, and I mean what I say. And I can already see that there's going to be challenges when I communicate that way. When I say the mother told me, when I say spirit led me, when I say my plans were completely sidetracked because I heard a voice as loud as my own say, your plans need to change. There is something here for you to witness, because only you can witness it the way that you will. Let me tell you what the fuck happened. This is 7 days after October 7th. 2 days before October 7th, what? National testing of the American Emergency Broadcast System. No other states or territories of the United States except continental U.S. and Israel. And 2 days later, after testing, terrorizing the hell out of people with this goddamn emergency testing of the American broadcast system that supposedly happened in Israel too, to make sure everything is on the up and up to prepare for danger. And 2 days later, this so-called attack at October 7th, nobody remembers that. Nobody even talks about the fact that that's all the news was talking about for 2 weeks leading up to October 5th. Nobody. I was like, what the fuck? So when October 7th happened, that was my first thought. I was like, damn, we just went through this thing with the American broadcasting. They talking about, goddamn, everybody gonna turn into zombies because if you got the goddamn vaccination, they gonna turn on your nanocytes on some Manchurian candidate shit. I said, what the fuck is going on? What the hell is happening? 7 days later, and 2 days before that, Spirit was like, bitch, no, you can't leave the city. There's something here for you to see. Take your ass up that mountain. There's a reason that this dude, quote, randomly came through your circulation, and all you've been listening to is music, and he come talking about the history of eclipses in different cultures. I go up on that goddamn mountain, and I'm telling you, there was easily 10,000 people and from the bottom of the mountain all the way up. I've never seen that many people out there. You could hear a pin drop those few minutes before the peak, which was at 9:14. And at 9:14, this white man gets on the microphone that I told you can be heard 2 miles down the mountain. I said, so I'm still singing. And so he starts talking. It's quiet. People chilling. They trying to see the majesty of the moment. And at the peak of the thing, this white boy starts talking. Before I even understood anything he was saying, I was mad. I was like, what the fuck is he talking? Shut up. Like, let us see that. Why are you talking? Why are you invading the moment, bitch? Like, I'm mad. He's talking so loud, I can't even focus on ceremony, on the songs I'm singing. And then I hear what this motherfucker says. This is 2022? Is this 22? This is 2022, and I am still perplexed by what happened on that mountain that nobody else saw, though there were 10,000 people on that mountain. Perspective matters. Context matters. Experience matters. I got on that mountain expecting to go up there, sing some songs, leave some offerings on the grass, big up the yay-yays, and take my ass home. This man at the peak of the eclipse at 9:14 precisely starts to talk on the microphone. And what he says is, in a very melodious voice, back in ancient China, this moment was revered with great fear and great uncertainty. And in an attempt, because they saw what was happening as a great black primordial dragon consuming the sun, and in an attempt to subdue the dragon, oh my God, in an attempt to subdue the dragon, everybody in China would take their greatest noisemakers, make the loudest noise, scream to the top of their lungs, and in one voice, the entire country would say what I'm going to tell you to say now. Dragon be gone, dragon be gone, dragon be gone. And listen, y'all, this white, nerdy scientist, seemingly innocent, funny thing, this white boy who is the director of the observatory got on the microphone and took advantage of the ignorance of upwards of 10,000 people from all over the goddamn globe. That's what he did. He corralled the ashe of every single person out there in their unknowingness. They think this is just a cute little thing that the observatory is doing, not knowing the fact that before it was Griffith Observatory, it was a Masonic temple, and got 10,000 people to, in one voice, looking at the majesty, the miracle that is the moon, that is 400 times smaller than the sun. And once every so often, in her divine majesty, even in her seemingly smallness, has the ability to subdue the destructive rays of her malignant sun. And they, in one voice, declared, down with the mother, down with the mother. He kept saying it, dragon be gone, dragon be gone. And everybody said it. And I just started screaming like as loud as I could. Everybody is looking at me, even as they are continuing to chant for a long time. Dragon be gone, dragon be gone, dragon be gone. I wasn't expecting. I was just like, oh, this is going to be so nice. I've decided not to do this long drive. It'll be cool to just be up there on the mountain with everybody else, sitting on the grass, having a little ceremony with the mothers. I did not expect to see this middle-aged white scientist conduct a ritual on the land of a Masonic lodge, corralling the ashe of 10,000 unwitting participants, literally from the planet, from the whole planet. Everybody was out there to corral in their ignorance the ashe of these black, brown, red, yellow, white people from every the fuck where, at the highest inhabited point in the city that has the largest portal on this continent. I just kept screaming, stop saying that. No. A reporter came up to me afterwards. Why were you screaming? Why were you screaming? I was sobbing. I couldn't believe what the fuck I just witnessed. I've been in California 8 years. You hear all the witchy shit about California, about Los Angeles. You hear all the little devil worship shit about Los Angeles, all the witchy shit about But on the rest, I ain't never seen no witchy shit. I ain't seen no, all this bullshit they be feeding y'all around. That shit ain't real. It ain't real like you think it is. You feel me? You would think that there was some diabolical entity on every corner, and it ain't. This is one of the most religious cities I've ever lived in, and I grew up in the Bible Belt South. This city is a patriarchally religious dominated city. Fuck what you heard. So whatever gets by, because even Hollywood, the quote Jewish people that run and own Hollywood, you think they just regular everyday people who just live in their life? The majority of the industry is run and controlled and owned by Hasidic Jews, by devout practitioners of Judaism. Not regular everyday Jewish people who just assimilated into society. No. These are devoutly religious practitioners of Judaism that run this industry. But every time you turn around, you seeing something coming from the industry about diabolatry and devil worship and the witches and the this and that and this and that and this everywhere. Why they let that through? If they hardcore Hasidic practitioners of Judaism, why they do that? That shit I saw on that mountain, it changed every perspective that I had about this city and what is happening in this city. Because it wasn't some dude dressed up like a Jesuit or like some what you call them, like a druid, Wiccan priest kind of thing. It wasn't that. It was a suit and tie guy, scientist who teaches workshops on astronomy, who is the president of the Griffith Observatory. He is a scientist conducting ritual. That's what he did. It wasn't innocent. It was deliberate. At 9:40, the moment it had been bone quiet for 10 minutes. And at the moment that the eclipse hit, meanwhile, all your spiritual leaders, all your astrologers, all your teachers, all your gurus, all your mentors, everybody that is supposed to be your spiritual leaders are telling you at the same time, they're saying the same thing right this fucking minute with this eclipse coming up next week. What are they telling you? Stay inside, just rest, maybe do some journaling, take a spiritual bath, don't go out in it, don't look up at it, you don't do ceremony on the eclipse because the power is too much for some simpleton like you. We don't ever do ceremony or ritual on no eclipses. Isn't that what they say? Every astrologer right now will tell you, go look at any one of them. Because I've been watching this shit for the last 24 hours about this Virgo lunar eclipse coming up next week. Same old thing, over and over, dogmatic, unwavering, don't ever color outside the lines. Every time there's an eclipse, solar or lunar, every time there's a new moon, every time there's a full moon, same shit. Where new moons are about new beginnings and planting new seeds of intention. Full moons are to give light on that attention that you seeded. No change. No change in the dogma. That's why I'm telling you, your astrology is infected by the state, bitch. Your astrologer is the police, whether he know it or not. I'm not saying they conscious agents, but I'm saying that the state has really seeded its ideologies and intentions in every space. Assume everything that you ever learned about spirituality is wrong. Just assume it, and you'll probably be better off. Ever since I've been on this walk with the goddess, I've been telling y'all, I listen to all these astrologers and I be taking hella notes. And then what I do is do the exact opposite of what they said every time. You can do what you want. That's what sovereignty is. But I'm telling you what I'm on. I'm telling you what informs me. I'm telling you that, talking to y'all an hour ago about Aleister Crowley being the police, about Stuart Copeland, who is the drummer of one of my top 10 favorite bands on earth, the Police, and come to find out that their band name ain't like a euphemism, that Stuart Copeland daddy was the fucking founder of the CIA? That he grew up in Iran? The police is everywhere in your shit. Police is everywhere in your shit. When I say the police, I mean the state. I mean the government. Manly P. Hall. They talk about how much of his financial support came from governors and presidents who were known white nationalists, who were known supporters of the Ku Klux Klan. There ain't none you can't name. What's the name? What's the dude name? Him and his wife, who were the founders of the Cult of I Am. They were white nationalists. You know what I'm saying? So that's my position. And I know I'm all over the place, but I'm always working shit out, even as I'm talking to y'all. When I got on that damn diatribe about the mirror image opposing S's that I just wrote as the infinity symbol for y'all, and I was like, shit, my mind is blown. And I was like, could this be the source, this mystery of the S? Could this be the reason that Hitler was so obsessed with the letter S? Because I never understood it. Why he was so obsessed with the letter S? You feel me? Like, it just seems random. And nobody ever asked that question. I've never heard anybody ask that question when talking about Hitler. Never. They might talk very superficially about his ties, his interest with the occult. They might talk superficially about how he was known to hire witches to facilitate seances and shit. Okay, cool. But I've never heard anybody go too deep into what the basis of his fascination with the occult was. And do you know what got me on to that? Why is he so obsessed with the letter S? And why was he so obsessed with the occult? You know what got me on it just 2 weeks ago? Reading about Oppenheimer. You know something? But Oppenheimer was Jewish. Yup. What could he and Hitler possibly have in common? Everything. There's nothing random. I'm sitting here reading about Oppenheimer. And I had read this before, but I didn't have the context then that I had 2 weeks ago. I'd read a million times that Oppenheimer, his most notable quote was the quote that he had made when witnessing the first testing of the first atomic bomb in Nevada. When he makes the declaration that, what does he say? In this moment, I am become death, destroyer of worlds. This was a quote from the Bhagavad Gita. This is a quote from Vishnu, the god Vishnu, when he tells Arjuna, his nephew, he's trying to tell his nephew, like, look, why are you feeling bad? I know it's a heavy task that I done gave you, but you don't have to feel bad about it. He tells Arjuna, I am death. I am become death, destroyer of worlds. Because Arjuna was stressing. He was like, damn, why you want me to kill everybody? Because Vishnu told Arjuna, kill everyone. Kill your parents. Kill your siblings. Kill everyone you've ever known. You don't have to feel bad about it because they're actually an illusion and were never really born, never really existed, and therefore will never die. So slay everybody in sight. That's the basis. That's the context. So everybody always quotes Oppenheimer because they're like, damn, why he quoting the Bhagavad Gita in this moment as he has successfully done at what he has done. He has successfully severed the indivisible when he split the atom. He has successfully severed what is to be the indivisible. He has created a severance between the one. And so that's what he said. He said, I am become death, destroyer of worlds. When he sees this baby he has just given birth to, the nuclear weapon. Why did he say that though? I said, why did he say that? Right? And so when he said that, and I'm thinking about past just the quote, which is where everybody stops. He said what he said for a reason. I got on him because I was like, this actually isn't foreign, because he was the fucking police. He was the police and everybody before him. Do you know who co-signed on the use? Because he created this thing, but he was still kind of like, damn, this is real destructive. And do you know who sent a handwritten letter to the president co-signing on the use of this new weaponry, the nuclear bomb? Co-signing on the use of nuclear weaponry and war. Do you know who hand wrote a letter to the president? And a year later, that's what it was used for? Your beloved Albert Einstein. Your beloved Albert Einstein said, this is going to be great. This is going to give us the upper hand. Yeah, we need to use this. Albert Einstein did that. Right? When I say there's no, I can keep going on and on. I can make you feel bad about everybody you ever knew and loved, especially if they males, especially if they was hyped up as geniuses. Y'all are learning in real time because your feelings are hurt about motherfuckers I already knew was suspect. Y'all love Stephen Hawking. I knew he was a piece of shit. You didn't have to know he was in Epstein files to know he was a piece of shit. If you saw the documentary about his life 15 years ago, how you a motherfucking quadriplegic that got to use a machine to communicate and your ass is still cheating? How your wife, who was a better astrophysicist than you were in college, because they graduated together, see. But because he started to develop symptoms of what did he have? Lou Gehrig's disease? I forget what it was. It wasn't multiple dystrophy. I want to say it was ALS. But he started developing symptoms before they even finished college. But they, quote, fell in love in college. They were both in school to be astrophysicists. You feel me? Stephen Hawking, his first wife. And she was like, you know what? I'll put my career and my ambitions on the back burner to take care of you. I'll just do everything I need to do to support your genius. Sound familiar? Even as he is radically digressing. He becomes paraplegic, then eventually quadriplegic, then non-communicative until he creates, gives the whatever to create the machine to help him communicate or whatever the fuck. But his dick still worked. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? You can't talk, you can't walk, you can't move, you drool when you open your mouth. Everything has to be done for you, but your dick still works. And because you a genius, and in your mind thinking that genius entitles you to whatever you lay your motherfucking eyes on, and that your wife, who gave up her whole career, they say she was a better mathematician than he was. She gave up her whole career, you feel me, to take care of you full time, to abortion your genius, and then you turn around and let the housekeeper sit on your dick. I saw that documentary screaming. I was mad as fuck. So I knew 15, 20 years ago, motherfucker wasn't shit. Feel me? But y'all all acting surprised because Stephen Hawking was flying back and forth multiple times on a private jet to go to Epstein Island. But I already knew he was a piece of shit. Deepak Chopra, I knew he was a piece of shit in 2005. Feel me? So y'all don't study. Is what's wrong. Y'all don't read history. You do not understand that history is not. It doesn't mean it's gone. That's not what history means. It's gone. That's not what history means. History always exists. History is always present. You hear me? History is always present. History is always alive. History is always alive. It is always present. It is always present. And you have been conditioned to see history as either relevant or irrelevant things that happened long time ago, and that don't have nothing to do with me. So I'm not interested. And that's how they can play in your face all the time. That's how they can play in your face all the time. So I'm sitting here listening to Oppenheimer, recalling the story that I read about Oppenheimer and Einstein's relationship, and how Einstein supposedly so peaceful, how Einstein was the one that basically gave the intellectual go-ahead that gave Oppenheimer some peace about this thing that he had just did. The reason I got on Oppenheimer is because of the boy Alex Carr, the crazy hair dude who works with Peter Thiel and who was always talking about killing people in fucking crazy ways, like filling drones with fentanyl-laced urine and dropping it on his enemies and shit like that. The little crazy-looking dude with the crazy hair. Peter Thiel, I didn't know Peter Thiel was mixed race. That motherfucker is Jewish and black. His mama black. His daddy was a civil rights lawyer, a Jewish civil rights lawyer. His mama black. I said, how he came to be how he is. This megalomaniacal, weirdo, lunatic, technocracy, motherfucker trying to kill a third of the planet. Dude, how he came to be this? How he came to be this? When his story was that his parents were hardcore activists. His father was a civil rights lawyer. His mother was a pretty well-established artist, painter, and they both were hardcore civil rights activists. That he spent his whole childhood going to demonstrations and shit. And then he go to college, and his best homie from that day to this 30 years, they've been best homies, is Peter Thiel, who was raised in apartheid South Africa as a white nationalist? Huh? But y'all don't ask no questions. How are there so many Jewish Zionists who are best friends with Nazis? Actual self-proclaimed white nationalists today. Not me adding no conjecture to the shit. I keep seeing this shit and I'm like, based on what they told us, this shit don't compute. This shit don't compute. What I'm missing? What I'm missing? That's how I made the connection between Oppenheimer and Hitler, because Hitler was obsessed with the Bhagavad Gita. I say, well, why did he make this declaration? Oppenheimer, the reason I mentioned Alex Karp is because Alex Karp's story is the exact same story as Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer had very progressive parents, extremely progressive parents, was raised very progressively. And what they say is that because his mother died prematurely, I think he was in his late teens or early 20s, but it had such a devastating impact on him that he went the other way. Your mama died, and so you decide that instead of doing the progressive, awesome, game-changing work that your parents taught you and raised you to do, that you decide that your ass is gonna go all the way to the other side and plot and scheme and use all your skills to figure out the quickest and most efficient way to kill human beings? Bitch. I told y'all the same thing about the Nobel Peace Prize. Why is Donald Trump throwing a temper tantrum about the Nobel Peace Prize? You know what I'm saying? All right. So let me just see what the Nobel Peace Prize actually is. And the founder of the Nobel Peace Prize was a genocidal motherfucking lunatic looking to clean up his image in the last days of his life. You know why he decided to clean up his image? Because his brother died before he did. And when word hit the street that this dude died, they thought it was him. They didn't know it was his brother that died. And so in the damn, in the obituary, all of the local newspapers who knew this dude were not only writing obituaries, but were writing front page articles saying, ding dong. What did they say? Ding dong, ding dong. Ding. No, it was something funny. Like several of the main headlines were like, I don't remember. It was like something like the mass killer is dead, or the mass killer finally dies, or some shit like that. But all of the articles all over the country were celebrating his death. They thought he died. They just saw the last name. They ran with it. They thought he died. And once the first paper wrote it, everybody was like, oh my gosh, he dead. Celebrating all over the goddamn country. And he gets wind of it. He gets one of the papers. The deathmonger is dead. Thank you. See how y'all be doing that? See how y'all be keeping me on point? I love that. The deathmonger is dead. That was the headline. The deathmonger is dead. Everybody in the country celebrating this bitch death. Whatever his first name, something Nobel. Celebrating his death, not knowing it was his brother that had died. And he was like, damn, this the only way people gonna remember me? Bitch, what the fuck else did you do? Do you know that he had 325 patents to his name, and every single one of his patents were contributing pieces and parts to perfect? He was the creator of dynamite, by the way, Nobel. Whatever his first name, Nobel. He was the creator of dynamite, bitch. Yep. And every single one of the 325 patents that he had in his name was just him creating different parts to perfect the art of massacre. One article said that he was perplexed after he created the first patent of dynamite. He said it was really effective in terms of its reach, but it was a little too effective because if you was the one, using the dynamite, the death toll was pretty high. So he had to figure out a way how to get the deadly impact of the dynamite without killing the person who's using the dynamite. This is what it's saying. I'm sitting here reading this shit like, that's what he spent his whole life doing, was perfecting the art of mass murder, right? And so people find out or think he dead. Everybody in the country celebrate. And then they're like, damn, that nigga ain't dead. He's like, damn, this really how people see me? This the only thing they're gonna remember me by? And so do you know what this malignant, disgusting, foul, fucked up excuse for a human being did? Because this is the 1920s, 1930s, I think. He had amassed so much wealth. And do you know what he did? He didn't try to rectify his image by, I don't know, paying reparations. He didn't try to rectify his image by, giving money to the families of people who died as a consequence of being bombed by dynamite. Nope, none of that. 90% of his wealth, 90% of his wealth, he went to establish the Nobel Fund, which is the purveyor to this day of the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you know that the first 3 recipients of the Nobel Peace Prize were also murderers? Did you know that? I said, oh, okay. I didn't understand at first because I just took it on face value like everybody else did. I didn't understand why this white boy, Donald J. Trump, was throwing such a temper tantrum. Like, really? Staging a temper, like saying crazy shit like I'm about to steal Greenland if y'all don't nominate me for a peace prize, like a little kid. That infantile shit. If I don't get a Nobel Peace Prize, I'm invading Greenland, bitch. Fuck y'all. I deserve that goddamn Nobel Peace Prize. And it wasn't until I went in just 2 seconds. Why? What? Who is the creator of the Nobel Peace Prize, and what's this motherfucking story? And why is Donald J. Trump panties in such a bunch over the goddamn Nobel Peace Prize? Why would what's the boy name over there, Netanyahu? Why would he sit in a meeting and stand up and make this sweeping declaration that the state of Israel wants to nominate Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize? Why he did that? Because he knew y'all didn't know any better. Y'all would just be reactionary. Ew, I can't believe they're trying to do that. You would just be emotionally reactionary. That's why they did it. That's why they did it. They knew you wasn't gonna look because it's so prestigious. They knew you wasn't gonna do the 2-second Google search that I did. Say, why everybody want the goddamn Nobel Peace Prize? Who that was? Who was Nobel? You understand? It took me 2 minutes to read enough to confirm. Oh, that's why Trump is throwing a temper tantrum about the Nobel Peace Prize, because he does deserve it. He know more than we know. He's like, y'all don't know, but I know I deserve that shit. He deserved to be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. He was right to be outraged and seemingly confused by why he wasn't nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize and why people would be mad that he expected to be nominated. He like, what's wrong with y'all? Don't y'all even know the history of this thing? The list of, because I'm neurotic that way. I said, who all has won the Nobel Peace Prize? So I go down, I comb through the list. I search every name of every person that has won a Nobel Peace Prize. And when I read the story of the first motherfucker that won the first Nobel Peace Prize, I said, okay. I said, Trump was right. Yet again. Trump was right. He get that man his goddamn Peace Prize. Get that man his goddamn Nobel Peace Prize. Because what did Barbara Moore just say in this book right here? I know I'm going to get to the Nazi thing. But what did she say in this book right here just yesterday? That I just can't keep seeming to get past this goddamn paragraph. As for the ruling classes, the ruling elites, to whom patriarchy has given manipulative power over both men and women, the war god has always been a profitable machine. Fueled by their money, it not only returns their wealth manyfold, but it also gives social order in return. Social order in return. Patriotism being so often the repressed form of revolutionary energy. That's why ICE is what it is. These would-be revolutionaries, what Trump spent last year doing was making sure everybody's money got funny. That's what last year was, the preparatory phase. Came out the gate making sure that everybody's money was radically tight. Away with all the little programs. Let me punch everybody in the pocket in every possible way. Food stamps, cut. To get approved for food stamps, twice as hard. Medicare, Medicaid, cut. Security, your 401k, that shit might be on the chopping block soon, bitch. Black women, y'all the first motherfuckers got to go. DEI was dog whistle. DEI was dog whistle because they knew, Trump knew, that the person that y'all all hate the most and would most easily get on board with losing their jobs is black women. And he knew that because he know y'all, because y'all are predictable. Why are y'all predictable? Because they made sure that patriarchy is strong in your skull. And so he cuts DEI, and to this day, the majority of people who suffered the worst under the quote, the chopping block of DEA is the 650,000 black women that lost their jobs last year. Some estimates of $69 billion of money circulating in the system instantly cut off. 650,000 black women lost their jobs last year, and mum's the word to this day for any of you, unless you black and female. If you black and female, then you up on here like she's all right because my shit was fucked up last year and I still ain't. I'm telling y'all, I'm facing eviction. Do you think that I was not a product of that shit? 650,000 black, and they knew if they can get away with Xing off the chopping block, all these professional women. I got 4 motherfucking degrees, bitch. All these professional women, all the way to the heights of government, all the way down to the working class woman just trying to live. Target hit the hardest. That's why the boycotts. Y'all didn't care because it was just black folks. So nobody else got on board. They weren't Mexicans declarating from the top of the roofs. Why they firing all these black women at Target? Why they firing all these black people at Target? Everybody kept shopping at Target, even as black people all over the country were saying, stop shopping at Target. Stop shopping at Target. Nobody saw this as this was his first term, bitch. This was just 2 minutes into his first term. Nobody internalized what was happening to us as the shot fired at the starting line. So a few months later, when Mexican people started getting rounded up in Los Angeles first during Pride Week, where they knew nobody that was attending Pride was going to stop what they was doing to go downtown and stake their opposition to what was strategically organized 2 days before Pride. Your adversary is running motherfucking circles around you based on your disdain for one another. You are so predictable that they knew that they could challenge the very livelihood of more than 500,000 black-skinned women, and not one of you motherfuckers would say a word, and you didn't. That's how predictable you are. They was like, damn, we can get away with something like this radical, this quick? Shit. Well, let's see what else we can get away with. Next on the chopping block was Mexicans. But even now today, you do not see the trajectory of events. Yes, I'm talking about this thing up on the mountain. Yes, I'm talking about October 7th. Yes, I'm talking about October 14th. Yes, I'm talking about the seemingly random testing of the American emergency system that happens to include Israel in 2 years and 2 days later, Israel, after the testing was successful, 2 days later, Israel supposedly is attacked. Y'all have to study history like a weaver, like a scientist, like a seer, like a prophet. I don't have a crystal ball, but I know what my adversary is going to do because that motherfucker is just as predictable as we are. We don't care to look. We don't care to look. This book was written in 1987. What she writing right here sound like it was just written yesterday. But she wrote this shit in 1987. And she say right here, social order is the greatest weapon your opposition has. You coloring inside the lines, you being peaceful, because what does peace mean? Peace don't mean the absence of war. Has peace ever meant the absence of war? When is the last time we lived in a period where there was no war on earth nowhere? There was nobody fighting on earth. Anybody know of a 1 year period? 1 month. Just give me 1 month. Has there been any place on earth, or has there been any period on earth in the last 4,000 years where there's been a singular 1 month where on the whole planet nobody was at war? So peace obviously don't mean the absence of war. Those people still talk about peace, 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 peace. And what she said right here? Social order, peace. Peace under patriarchy, bitch. That's what they mean. Social order allows the ruling elite to enjoy the profits of war in relative peace. As long as y'all ain't fighting, they peaceful. They like, damn, they gonna let us take some more? They gonna let us get away with this? Y'all see what we just did? They gonna let us get away with it? Well, shit. Let's see how much more we can take. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna read anymore. How long? I have not been on here 6 hours. I ain't been on here no 6 hours. Have I been on here 6 hours? It was just 3 hours that I looked up at the clock. God damn it. Let me say one more thing. I'm gonna go ahead and round out this conclusion that I was making about Oppenheimer and his quote from the Bhagavad Gita, and how that moment was what connected me back to Hitler and his obsession with the letter S that never made any sense and nobody ever explained. Nobody. Even people who were like professional researchers on the history of what gave rise to the rise of the Third Reich, nobody ever talks about it. And I was like, why? It was everywhere. So, his crew is called the SS Army, right? The SS Army, right? And so the little lightning bolts are just another little version of the SS. So once you see that little lightning bolt, that all these motherfuckers will be talking about the Illuminati takeover of hip hop and some of the things that you got to look for to know that somebody has sold their soul to the devil and shit. A lightning bolt comes up a lot, right? Lightning bolt, singular lightning bolt comes up a lot. Beyonce's got them on several, got big old giant lightning bolt earrings, but only one like that. Lightning bolt earrings on several videos. Lady Gaga has painted the lightning bolt over her left eye in several videos, and they be like, see, you see the signs and the symbols that this person has sold their soul. It's not that deep. They ain't sold their soul to the devil. That's not what's happening. And I couldn't, because I can't get caught up on that Illuminati takeover of hip hop with evidence of Illuminati and pop culture or any of that shit, because I know the state, bitch. I'm always going to go back to the police. I'm always going to go back to the state. If they are showing you something, what are they not showing you? If they showing you something, it's because they want you to see what they're showing you. So what are they showing you, and what are they not showing you in the showing you what they know your ass gonna get caught up on? Some goddamn Illuminati takeover of motherfucking hip hop. Because that's as deep as you can go. As deep as you can go. See, that's the sign that they in the Illuminati. You see how they all do it. And to what end? And for what purpose? Like that's your stopping point? Is just to be combing through shit to see the signs of the Illuminati takeover of hip hop and this and that and this and that? In a city that has more churches, temples, synagogues, and mosques per capita than any city in the country, it's the most religiously dogmatic city. Y'all don't know. It's one of the most it is that I have lived in. It is the most dogmatically rigid religious city I have ever lived in. This place at 2:00 in the morning, this motherfucker. I live walking distance, blocks from Hollywood Boulevard, from the Chinese theater, and you would think that shit would be bumping all the time. 2:00 in the morning, it looked like a ghost town. As soon as the clock strike 2, it looked like a ghost town. And so I'm like, what are they playing at? What's the purpose of everything you see, everything you watch, everything you witness? Now they're not even being subtle. Back in the day, it used to be subtle slips of the little image, this and that and this and that. But now they're going real, real hard. Everything. Every video, every costume, every outfit, every movie, like butt naked in your face, these quote occultic symbols. Why they doing that? Why they ramping this? And I've been talking to y'all about this for years too, about 4 years. Like, why are they ramping this shit up? Right? There's got to be a purpose. And first of all, the purpose is distraction. They know you don't know what you're looking at, but they know that your subconscious mind responds to images that are familiar to your ancestral brain, right? 2, this is the kicker. It's going to take me back to your Hitler. The reason they've been amping it up so hard, becoming so much more aggressive, not subtle at all anymore. Like, what was that dude's name? Not Little Nas X in his satanic lap dance with his satanic 666 tennis shoes with drips of his own blood in it. Like extra hard, extra hard, extra. They just going extra hard. Nothing subtle anymore. Extra hard. Like the force feeding of the shit that was very, very subtle, almost invisible in the 90s. The Illuminati took over hip hop and shit. Now they got a big old, like one of them big old funnels, and they just like forcing it on you. Why? If I'm talking about the police, if I'm talking about the state, if I'm talking about that, why? Because y'all default would be like, because they devil worshippers. So presume the devil don't exist. Let that be the starting point. Presume that the devil don't exist. What would be the purpose for Hollywood, for the music industry, for the film industry, even for the media industry, to be force feeding perpetually, unending on a loop, these symbols that even if you are not consciously aware of them or know what they mean, your subconscious mind, your limbic system, your so-called reptilian brain still holds all the ancient symbolic meanings of your ancestral ancient self, because your brain responds to images quicker than it does to cognition, reading something and then understanding it, right, and responding. Your so-called reptilian brain is where your habits are formed. It's where your dreams come from. It's all of that. And so it responds light years quicker. That's where your patterns come from, whether known or unknown. And so why? If we start on the presumption that Satan does not exist, okay? Oh my God. If we start on the presumption that Satan is not real, that the Satan you know in your head and have been taught about since you were a child does not exist, but these images are everywhere, what purpose would they serve? If we know, it's not guessing, it's not conspiracy theory, that the CIA has a direct relationship, as a matter of fact, a headquarters right here in California, in Los Angeles, and it has a direct relationship with the movie industry. And anytime you have ever seen a movie with a tank in it, with a helicopter in it, with any kind of military gear like assault rifles or anything like that, that movie was contracted by the CIA. The script had to be approved by the CIA. That is not something, that's something that you can read. Just go on CIA website about the history of its relationship with Hollywood, especially when renting these equipments for these big war movies and all of that shit. Any movie you have ever seen in your whole life with a helicopter in it, that's the evidence that movie, that script had to be approved first by the CIA in order for them to approve the quote rental and use of some helicopter for that movie. Every movie with any helicopters, any ARs, any kind of assault rifles or obvious war military weaponry, tanks, it has to be approved by the CIA first before the CIA will give permission to use military grade equipment in the film. So think about all those movies you can see. They have to be approved by the police before you can see it. CIA is the police. Why? If these movies are approved by the CIA before you see them, and it's got all this devil shit in it. See, there's the devil everywhere. See the lightning? See the eye? See the... Why? Huh? I just told you the media is the equally equally dangerous, not obviously subversively violent apparatus arm of the state. What would be the purpose for the CIA or these Hasidic devout practitioners of Judaism to be putting all this devil shit in these movies? What's that for? What's it about? What's it about? What's it for? Can anybody venture a guess? I hope I'm not being too deep. I'm not trying to be too deep. I'm trying to make this shit crystal clear. What would be the purpose of showing you all the time in every movie, even when it doesn't even fit? It's not even relevant. Why do they just put that shit all random like that in there? Why would they do that? The police and these hardcore practitioners of Judaism that own a great percentage of the thing that we call the industry, whether it's the movie industry or the music industry. Why would they do that? Why would they be, every time they find some new black artist, especially some female artists, they want to be putting devil shit in the damn videos? Why they got bitches dancing with snakes? And why they got all these symbols? Why they do that? Janet Kennedy, simplify. Yes, the answer is not no, but simpler than that. Janet Kennedy say fear and control. Simpler than that. Yes, Earth Beauty 01. Simplify. That's what I'm always trying to teach y'all. If your adversary is the author of all confusion, he wants you to be confused. He wants you to be all over the place, looking everywhere but where you need to be looking. If your adversary, this is according to your King James Version Bible, by the way. That ain't my statement. That ain't my quote. The King James Version Bible say the adversary is the author of all confusion. I'm just talking about y'all book. If the adversary is the author of all confusion, you feel me? And then your adversary is the facilitator of perpetual and unending war. And what does war mean? The literal etymology for the word war means to cause confusion. To cause confusion. That's what war means. Right? Y'all saying to desensitize, to silence. Y'all are not simplifying. The author of all confusion is your adversary is the author of all confusion. His primary weapon to cause confusion is war, because war means to cause confusion. So always simplify. Simplify, even simpler than that. Simpler than that. Y'all are not wrong. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, but what y'all are saying, simplify to a third grade reading comprehension level. Simpler than confusion. Simplify. Why would the state, why would hardcore practitioners of Judaism see a whole bunch of devil shit in every single movie, even when it ain't applicable? It ain't a horror movie. Why they got devil shit in there? It ain't, it ain't a murder movie. Why they got devil shit in there? Why they got devil shit in everything? Simplify. That's what I'm gonna beat that shit in y'all head. Simplify. And I know that when I say it, y'all are gonna be like, oh, we're not, because it's gonna be so simple. You're gonna be like, no fucking way, but damn, she right. I like that answer, Janet Kennedy. Janet Kennedy say to play in our face. It's true, but to what end? To what? Why they play in your face? Why they play in your face? Why they? Let me ask you another question, because y'all love The Simpsons, right? Y'all love The Simpsons, and everybody be talking about The Simpsons. How does Simpsons know that? I just saw another new Simpsons thing, right? So Homer is dumb, but dumb as a box of rocks. But apparently, 14 years ago, Homer, working out a mathematical equation on a chalkboard, writes out the mathematical equation of some kind of quantum something theory or some shit. And the girl say, how the fuck Homer knew the equation for this and that and such 14 years before CERN discovers it? 14 years before CERN discovers the mathematical equation computation for some, quantum something, wormhole, whatever the fuck they be trying to do is in CERN. And she says, how in the fuck did Homer in 1993 write out the exact quantum physics mathematical equation for this shit that CERN didn't announce that it had discovered until 14 years later? We talked about this, man. Y'all got to simplify. I know it's hard because we have been told that it can only be relevant if it's complicated. And the more we're unable to understand it, it just must be some inherent flaw on our part that we just don't understand. So everything becomes a fucking mystery. That's why people are still having a conversation about fucking the Simpsons as some kind of prophetic. Please stop. What none of the writers of there was more than 33 writers over its time. When none of them writers fucking oracles, bitch. When none of them seers, when none of them prophets or prophetesses. Y'all be talking about predictive programming, but y'all don't understand the simplicity of the monstrosity. The simplicity of the monstrosity that is predictive programming. To this day, no matter what people have actually told you about the Simpsons or whatever, y'all will still be perplexed. How they knew that? How they knew that the Twin Towers was going to fall 5 years early? How they knew that Donald Trump was going to run for president 10 years before he ran? And had on in the Simpsons episode the exact to the color, to the tie, the exact same suit when he was going down the escalator with the same protest signs behind him. How they know that? Really? Like, y'all really are still asking how they knew that? Instead of asking the obvious question. What is predictive programming? What purpose does it serve? But the problem is you still think time is linear. Your ass still think time is linear. So when you be talking about all these prophets and you still believe in predictions based on males who taught you to see time as a starting point here and an ending point here along a straight line of unrelated events. That's how you see time. But just like I told you, with this white boy Hitler's obsession with the letter S, his obsession with the letter S, Oppenheimer's obsession with the Bhagavad Gita. Listen, this is the sign again. So assume the equator is there, assume the longitudinal line is there, right? And then I told y'all that this is an S. And then because mirror image bullshit is in your face all the time, especially with your president having two terms that equal mirror image, reverse mirror image, 9/11. His birthday, his first year in his second term, reduces to the number 9/11 on the day that he wants to honor the 250th anniversary of the Army of the United States. On his birthday, that reduces to the number 9/11 and call it King's Day celebration. These motherfuckers play in your face because you refuse to see. So here, Oppenheimer, Trump, Reagan, it's everywhere. Okay? Let me just say, first of all, because I'm telling y'all to simplify, and I don't want to keep y'all hanging. What they're hiding is what they've always been hiding. It ain't changed. The object of their aggression, the object of their hatred, the enemy for which they have waged perpetual war on from day one has never changed. The object of their hatred has never changed. Whether it's this scientist on this goddamn mountain telling 10,000 unknowing people to lose their life force to chant down the mother as the black primordial dragon, whether it's Oppenheimer making the declaration upon seeing the most destructive the most destructive weapon ever invented, and looking at it with awe and making the declaration, I am become death, destroyer of worlds. I said, why did he say that? And then I read that Hitler is obsessed with the Bhagavad Gita, but I never heard anybody talk about like the depth, like the why, the origin of why he was so obsessed with the occult. And I was teaching y'all a goddamn political education yesterday about the difference between capitalism, socialism, and communism. And I stopped. I was like, oh my fucking God, how did I never see this? Because as I was taught for the first 15 years as a revolutionary organizer, socialist, African internationalist, this is how we were always taught it. This is the short version. An upward facing triangle with the few possessing the wealth and the many creating and producing the wealth. That's capitalism. And socialism, it is the collective social production of wealth and the social collective ownership of that wealth that they create, with the past bourgeoisie being dominated by the new state, which is now the workers in arms, right? And I'm sitting here looking at these two and telling y'all in real time how the ideology says that communism is different than socialism, because in socialism, the state must remain. You must maintain a violent, suppressive, punishing, militant apparatus to, quote, suppress the former bourgeoisie. And it is only after doing the same thing that they did, using the media, using music, using culture, using all those things, that now uphold revolution, uphold the justness of a revolutionary struggle, uphold this idea that we have a right to live a bountiful life under the socialist revolution, that you eventually, over time and time of this propaganda, you can weed out the former ideology of the bourgeoisie. At the moment that the state is no longer required to suppress an opposing force, because the former bourgeoisie ain't gonna go in peace if you make a revolutionary struggle. That's the premise. You need the state as the workers in arms to suppress your opposition, to suppress your enemy. You feel me? And so after years and years and years of socialist, wonderful, harmonious ideology through the media and this and that and this and that, eventually that malignant ideology will, quote, wither away. I'm telling you verbatim what I learned. They call it the withering away of the state. That's what Marx and Lenin called it. Ideologically, and what they called, what do they call it? The development, the stages of development of human society. That there will come a point where through harmonious living and positive propaganda, you will witness, quote, the withering away of the state. Now, these two extreme opposites are represented by what? An upward facing and a downward facing triangle. The idea is that when the state is no longer required for humans to live on Earth, they called it the withering of the way of the state. They called it what? And once this happens, that we will live in a world without borders. These monstrous motherfuckers, I'm having such a moment right now. This is what we were taught as a 24-year-old socialist cadre style revolutionary. That eventually there would be the withering away of the state. And once in human society where there were no longer any borders, a world without borders where we can travel to and fro as we see fit, and all humans are equals on Earth, and this and that and this and that, then you have the withering away of the state. And what comes next in the stages of human development is communism. And communism was always put forward as this utopia that could only come as a consequence of the uncomfortable transition from capitalism to socialism and the eventual withering away of the state. And I'm teaching, I'm putting this down on y'all yesterday, right? And while I'm teaching this shit that I spent thousands of hours of my life learning as a revolutionary, I had a whole ass moment. So I'm going over on the other side of the page to teach y'all about communism and how communism is different from socialism and how we've never seen, quote, true communism on earth. And I'm like, but if this is about establishing, quote, a withering away of the state, I'm having a moment. A withering away of the state that would create a truly egalitarian society, a world with no borders, and the inevitable withering away of the state. Because the state is always a violent and coercive instrument that is only necessary to subdue one group in opposition to the other. It's the only function the goddamn state serves. And so once you have this miraculous withering away of the state, then we just all become egalitarian society and we can travel to and fro in a world without borders or boundaries or whatever the fuck. Then to turn over and to merge the two opposing triangles. I said, y'all remember I stopped yesterday when I was doing the political education. I was like, I can't get this deep yet. I can't get this deep yet. But that's the only conclusion that you can come to. Is that I'm just talking about based on straight up, not me putting any of my own interpretations on it. Straight up, dogmatic. First of all, what Marx put forward as the theory of human development. The theory of human development to go from, quote, primitive communalism, serfdom, slavery, industrial wage exploitation, capitalism, socialism, and communism. This is what he calls the inevitable, unavoidable theory on the stages of human development, right? And so that's what I'm giving it to, just the way I taught it. The science is the way I taught it. How value is established on the market, so on and so forth. And then I get around here, and I'm like, oh, fuck. If you're talking about a borderless society, an egalitarian society, where the extremes of the opposing come to the center, I said, what the fuck? I said, now, I didn't learn this in the cadre organization. They always stop with these two triangles, and then they would just say communism, and then talk to us in writing about communism. They never did that. They always showed us these two triangles, but they ain't never showed us if you bring the triangles together, the extremes together in a harmonious center, this is what the two opposing triangles look like. And so this is communism? Like, wait a minute. I need a minute. I stopped yesterday. I said, you know what? Let me get up off this goddamn, because I'm having a whole motherfucking moment. Let me tell you what happened this morning. I'm filling this jewelry order. I'm making this cute little feather thing for my hair, so I can say I at least completed one creative project that was just for my own pleasure, right? I'm telling y'all about that. And I found all these cute little charms I had laying all over the place, and I'm putting all these little charms. I got my little zodiacs on them and everything. I was like, oh, let me put some chakra symbols on here. So I'm going through my little box of chakra symbols. I'm going through my box of little chakra symbols to put on my little thing in my brain. So I was just going to put two chakras on my little thing. I was going to put a root chakra on here and a throat chakra on here. Okay. So I'm looking through the chakras, and these are different symbols. So when you look at the chakras, you have like the little drawings of the chakra symbols on the inside, but then you have the glyphs. So they're just like linear glyphs of the chakras, right? So you have the actual little drawings, like the little pictures, and then you can have inside these symbols, the glyph linear symbols that represent the same chakra. And so I didn't know what some of the glyphs corresponded to. So I'm looking on the website for all of the linear glyphs. I know what the symbols look like, not the glyphs. Baby. I said, what the fuck? I said, did this happen on purpose, or I'm reading too much in it? Because I was just looking for the root chakra and the throat chakra. And let me tell you something. I just said this to y'all yesterday. This whole breakdown on this political education about why I'm not a socialist and why we have to create something new and why they was all wrong and this and that and this and that. And me having to break through and having to stop because I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? Communism. Baby. The heart chakra. What is it? The Anahata? The heart chakra is what y'all know today in its glyph form. Is what y'all know today as the Star of David. See that? See on the inside of them lotus petals? See that? What y'all know is the Star of David is the Anahata. This is the heart chakra. It's the glyph for the heart chakra. See that? See that? And so I picked this thing up after doing this yesterday and stopping in real time. I was like, I cannot go that deep. I said, what the fuck does this mean? I said, what the fuck does this mean? The Anahata in Hindu tradition, here we talking again about the Hindu tradition. We talking about Oppenheimer, who was Jewish, obsessed with the Bhagavad Gita. Here we are talking about Hitler, who was a white nationalist, obsessed with the Bhagavad Gita, obsessed with Hindu tradition. Why did Hitler call himself and his others Aryans? The original Aryans were jet black, pitch black, blue black. Why, was he wrong for calling himself an Aryan? And so here, again, Hitler, obsessed with Bhagavad Gita, Hindu tradition. That what we call his occultism was his obsession with the Bhagavad Gita. His obsession with the letter S. What do we say the letter S means? She who whispers, she who hisses, she who keeps secrets. Nigga, why are you obsessed with the letter S? You got the letter S looking all kind of ways. His S's wasn't just the regular SS or the lightning bolt SS. What else was his S's? What y'all call a swastika is 2 S's, bitch. 2 S's. Not only that, when y'all was mad at what's her name? What's the girl name? Taylor Swift, about her little SS Army necklace. Her little SS Army necklace with the little lightning bolts, 4 pairs of lightning bolts with the 8-point star on the bottom, the 8-point nautical star on the bottom. And this little white girl was like, that's dog whistle shit. All that shit she talking about, that shit is straight up white. That ain't even kind of, sort of, maybe. That shit, this little white girl saying that shit is hardcore, straight up white nationalist shit. Ask me how I know. My dad was a white nationalist. My oldest brother was a white nationalist. That's why I left the house at 16. This and that, this and that. I know all these symbols, right? These two light, what look like cute little lightning bolts. SS, 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 SS. That's 4 sets of SS's. That's 8 SS's. She said, why they do that? Right? 8 SS's and an 8-point nautical star. 8 and 8, right? Now this is where she stopped, but then I was remembering this when I was going through this shit with this Hitler shit. So she said there's 4 sets, so it's 8 8 S's and an 8-point star, which comes to 88, right? And so she said a lot of white nationalists or white supremacists will have a tattoo that is the number 88. The reason that they'll do the number 88 is because the 8th letter of the alphabet is H, right? And so the 88 is a secret salute to Hitler. How Hitler? 88, because H is the 8th number of the alphabet. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I did not know that, right? That's where she stops. But then I revisit this shit on my deep dive, because it's not just how Hitler, this little 88, this nigga was obsessed with the letter S. Here you go again. 8, which is a forward-facing S, and a mirror image backwards-facing S. First SS, because an 8 is an SS. It's a mirror image SS. And then the second SS. 2 8s. SS, SS. I said, oh my God. What the fuck, right? And so I go onto this website. So it was that. That wasn't the only one. There's another one. I watched this black guy who was a historian go into the castle that was the main headquarters for Hitler. And he was showing how when Hitler took power, he had petitioned this artist to do a mosaic in the floor of the main room where they held ritual in this room. And in the room, he walking through the castle. It was what we call the Black Sun. You hear what I just said? It's what we call the Black Sun. So on the floor, massive in this castle, is what is called the Black Sun. And it looks just like this. Looks just like that. See that? See that black sun? See that? See that black sun? You see them little arms? You see them little arms? They're two. You see them little arms? They are two swastikas superimposed on each other. One upward face. Listen, they're two swastikas. They're two swastikas on top of each other. See? One straight up and down swastika. I'm trying to do this all backwards, right? See, there's that one. Straight up and down, and then an angular swastika. That's what's called the Black Sun. Do you know what the Black Sun is? This is where we get into. Do you know what the Black Sun is? What's the Black Sun? We talked about this. Those of you who've been following my channel anytime. What's the Black Sun? What's the Black Sun? What's the Black Sun? What's the Black Sun? The Black Sun is the planet Saturn. That's why I've been on this whole tribe all these hours. The Black Sun is the planet Saturn. The Black Sun is the planet Saturn. So whether it's in Hollywood and why they showing all this devil shit, because Saturn has been diabolicized, right? Saturn has been diabolicized. I asked you to simplify the why would they be putting all this devil shit in your face all the time in the city that is so religious. Why they be putting this devil shit in your face all the time? I saw the movie, what's that movie? The movie Weapons. And I was like, oh my God. This ain't even a metaphor. It's like in your face, but y'all still don't know what to look for. The woman, the old hag that you love to hate, who is vamping off the energies of the babies, she is literally the planet Saturn. Her character is the planet Saturn. I said, why are they doing this? I said, simplify. Y'all got it all right. Could cause confusion, this and that, and this and that. Why is it everywhere? Why was Hitler obsessed with the letter S? It's everywhere. Why can you find 50 fucking photographs in a single, in a single like collage of everybody doing their hand in the pyramid style over the left eye? Why does everybody that is a singer in particular at some point in time going to be sporting multiple lightning bolts? Because these religious zealots know that they have done a consistently good job at terrorizing you, making everything scary. Everything scary. See, that's witchcraft. See, that's witch. We can't listen to Beyonce. That's witchcraft. We can't do this and this because that's witchcraft. They have done such a consistently long, unending campaign of terrorizing you by using images that are symbolically, what's the word I want to use? Significant to you, but only in your subconscious mind. Your conscious mind is ruled by a patriarch, but your subconscious mind still sees the image as familiar. And so everything that your limbic system image-wise is familiar with, they take and flip it upside down and turn it inside out. They diabolicize it to keep you fearful of it. And in keeping you fearful of it, they keep you away from it. Why is the letter S significant? Why is the lightning bolt significant? Why was Hitler and Oppenheimer and all of these other men obsessed with the occult, who were always obsessed with the planet Saturn, obsessed with the use of the letter S in everything? Why? It's simple. It's what I started with. The etymology of the letter S. She who whispers, she who hisses, she who has secrets. C. Y'all was saying, why they put all this shit everywhere? Everywhere. Why they got Lil Nas X lap dancing on the devil? This and that. Everywhere. 666. Every time you turn around. Why they do that? Why it's everywhere? This and that and this and that. Everywhere in your face all the time. And every time you see it, you're like, oh, I hate her. That bitch. Go get him. This, that. Because they are hiding her in plain sight for the sole purpose of ensuring that you all hate her and therefore would forever evade and avoid her. That shit that happened on this motherfucking mountain with this white boy scientist geekazoid is facilitating a full-on ritual to use melanated people to chant down the mother, to chant down the black primordial dragon. These bitches are fighting for their life. That's why they've been seeding this shit into all these movies. Why Harry Potter got a lightning bolt on his motherfucking forehead, bitch? Huh? Why they did that? For damn near 15 years, we done been walking through the Harry Potter movies, watching this child grow the fuck up. Why do that? Why did the man tell Harry Potter that his wand has a twin and that the holder of his twin wand, there's never two wands cut from the same wood, but for some reason his wand and the twin wand, only two wands ever cut from the same wood, and the holder of his quote twin wand is his arch enemy Voldemort? And the Chamber of Secrets, you rooting for Harry to kill the basilisk? Lord Voldemort, he who must not be named. As a matter of fact, they didn't speak his name until the third movie. He who must not be named. What did Barbara Walker tell us about the power of naming? To speak one's name is to give one power. Why does Lord Voldemort look like a serpent? He don't have a nose. Just like these statues we was talking about. They get their nose lopped off. Lord Voldemort don't got no nose. His nose looked like the two open holes of a serpent, don't he? He dressed in all black all the time. He looks like the inside of the yin-yang symbol, all black with a little itty white head. It's in your face. It's in your face. It's in your face. Lord Voldemort is the masculinized, divergent presentation of your holy hidden mother. That's why. That's the simplified. Not to cause confusion, to keep her imprisoned. That even when you are seeing her, you do not recognize her. even when they telling you in your face, that's who you looking at. You see everything but her. Let me give you an example. I did this for y'all. Let me tell you what I tried to do. I tried to create a live. And the image that I wanted to use for the live, I did this on purpose. The image that I tried to use for the live, YouTube would not let me use the image. Said that the image was lewd. Let me tell you what the image is. Y'all are going to be fucked up. Because when I tell you it's everywhere, I mean that. But your emotions, your knee-jerk response will prevent you from seeing. Let me show you. Because I sat up in here one night. I said, I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. Y'all ain't going to believe it. I'm still in disbelief every time I see it. But I just had a suspicion. I had a hunch. I said, you know what? Let me see if my hunch right. Hey, man. When I tell y'all, when y'all see this, y'all are gonna. Where is Java Watson on here? Y'all gonna be throwing all kind of furniture like Java do. As soon as you see it, y'all gonna be throwing shit. I'm taking so many pictures. I need to upload some of this shit. My God. Damn. Must be way back here. Realize how many goddamn pictures I took. Oh, I think I'm coming up on it. Yes. This Nordic dude did a video called the what do you call it? The name of the video. So he was always doing movie breakdowns for horror movies. He did a whole video called the Antlerfication of Monsters. That shit wasn't that shit was insane. I was like, I'm gonna tell y'all, there's some shit that I'm scheming on that I feel like we have to do. Like once we take this shit, there's gonna be some shit that I feel like we should do that people gonna be real uncomfortable with. Like my personal position is that once we take this shit, no more horror movies, no more rape and pillage movies and all that kind of dumbass shit. We need, yeah, all kind of shit. But hold on, damn, where is these pictures? Oh, that's another one. But I tell you, it's everywhere. This is why the goddess took my remote control. She's like, dude, your eyes need a break from this shit. Up, 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 up. Here it is. Y'all ain't ready. Got even just looking at it now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Y'all will never. Y'all ain't gonna believe it. Let me try to big it up. This picture that I am about to show you is. Let me first of all let me just show it to you, and then this is the picture that I wanted to use as a thumbnail for a video. YouTube was like, no motherfucking way. Okay? You ain't using that. What the fuck is you thinking? This picture I was going to use as a thumbnail. I see that picture? What that look like? Can y'all see it? I need some feedback or something. Nothing? Can y'all see it? Y'all still here? Y'all sleep? What's up? Mm. Oh man, I gotta get up off of here. Are y'all gonna respond? I ain't telling you what to use until somebody say something. What it look like? What that look like? What that look like? Somebody say a serpent. Child, that look like an open vagina to me. That look like a whole ass open vagina. With whatever it is going on the outside. Look like a whole ass open vagina. You want to know what this is? This picture that just on immediate observation, YouTube was like, you can't use that image. YouTube said it was like nudity, right? Because it looked like an open vagina. Just upon glancing it looked like a vajayjay. Do you know? You want to know what that picture is? I took that picture from my TV. That picture I took while watching the movie Aliens. The movie Aliens? I said, what the fuck? Because I'm still watching it like a horror movie. I'm watching it because I was like, there's something in here I'm supposed to see. And so let me just watch this bullshit. And when the alien looked like a pod and it opened up and attacked, because it would always attack like this first before getting you pregnant. That's how it would grow itself. Is to impregnate your fucking mouth. Is to impregnate your mouth. The thing would be over and impregnate your mouth and then bust out your chest. You understand? I said, how the fuck this alien's open mouth looks like a vagina? I took multiple pictures. YouTube seemed to think it was a vagina. YouTube seemed to think it was a vagina. She is everywhere in the more monstrous and horrifying and diabolical and evil and scary and ugly they can make her, the more they know you will never face her. The more you see her in this diabolically mutinous presentation that they feed to you all the time. Nothing is exempt. That even when she is staring you in your face, you will see everything but her. I saw, it was so quick too. I saw the alien come up out of the pod and went to, quote, open its mouth to attack the dude's face. I said, what the fuck? I said, let me rewind. What the fuck? I said, rewind. What the fuck? I rewound that shit like 20 times. I said, I know I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. That the mouth of the alien looked like an open vagina impregnating the mouth of its victim. I said, these rotten, when I tell you she everywhere, when I say simplify, what is the purpose? Y'all say to cause confusion, what's the purpose of the confusion? To what end? What's the purpose? To hide her always. Why was Hitler obsessed with the S, the black sign, and black gear, and this and that, and this and that? Why was the majority of the Nazi uniforms the actual color of the EvoEmeTemp? Red, black, and white. Why? Because they are all conspiring to, all these colluding governments are conspiring together to hide her from you. Now I gotta go because I didn't realize I was on here for 7 hours and I gotta go. All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace. Hello?